Can you please mute Padmini ji also?
I'll mute myself. Muted.
Sir, please go ahead, sir.
Sri Gurubhyo Namaha. I warmly welcome all of you to this conference, a very unique conference on Kashmir, the cultural epicenter of Bharat. We have, over the last few years, explored several new areas, unexplored topics. Over the last 20 plus, I forget the exact number, maybe 22 conferences that we have done. It has been a constant endeavor to explore new areas of disciplines. This particular conference on Kashmir being the epicenter, a cultural epicenter of Bharat, has been an offshoot of a recent phenomenon. A phenomena that has caused or laid the foundation for a considerable civilizational awakening. The collateral effect of that phenomenon. And that phenomena was the movie, The Kashmir Files. The climax of that movie, the protagonist, for 20 minutes, he holds the audience in awe with his soliloquy. It reminds you of Who is John Galt by Atlas Shrugged. That kind of a soliloquy he gives for 15-20 minutes. Never seen before in cinema that one speech is there for such a long period of time and the climax. That speech, he traces the history of Kashmir. Systematically traces the civilizational history of Kashmir. And we saw the impact that movie had had. There were political aspects to that movie, but there was a civilizational aspect to that movie. This civilizational aspect of tracing the history of Kashmir is what we wanted to capture. Because when anybody talks about Kashmir, the current events overtake us. What we forget is that Kashmir was actually the cultural epicenter of Bharat. My colleague, Dimple Kaul, who is a Kashmiri Pandit, went through the trauma of the 90s. She was actually very actively involved in the core team of the movie and supported Vivek through and through in research and marketing. So, in fact, Indika has been recognized in the Kashmir files in the titles, largely because of the work that she has done. I'm grateful to her for that. So she came up with this idea and said that, look, we must, having sowed the seed of what is the civilization in that movie, the time has come for us to explore this topic. And that is how we are here today. So thank you very much, Dimple, for co-curating along with our Nagraj Garu and bringing forth this very, very important conference. At Indika ourselves, as an update, we are increasingly moving away or moving towards the individual. We are not interested in the institutions anymore. We are only interested in the individual. We are not interested in the narrative. We are interested in the narrator. And if you go to our website today, we clearly emphasize that we are only interested in engaging with a seeker. If you are not a seeker, please don't come to us. And who is a seeker? We define a seeker as a person who is on a quest. And the question is, he's a quest for what? And we break it down. If you are a seeker in quest for your identity, for your heritage, for your past, if you are a seeker for fulfilling your passion, if you are a seeker for well-being, if you are a seeker for happiness, if you are a seeker for fulfilling your some skill that you want to learn, if you're a seeker for enhancing pluralism in the world, if you're a seeker for improving transdisciplinary thinking, and if you're a seeker for bringing forth sustainability in this world, then you come to us. And then together we will work and we will encourage you, enable you, and empower you. And we will go to the end of the world to make your dreams come true. This pivoting that is happening is a very interesting phase after 7 years of exponential growth. And now we have a team. We have totally 8 centers, thought centers, and we have 7 platforms. And you can go to our website and have a look at all these various things. All of them are headed by passionate, capable people. So if you are a seeker, if you are on a quest, then I now thank Padma Shri Subhash Kaka, who has readily agreed. For the last 7 years that I have been interacting with him, whenever I send him a mail, within half an hour or 1 hour is a response immediately. And he always accedes to my request. We have done so many events, engaged with him, interacted with him. I've never seen a more cooperative scholar in my experience. Subhash Ji is a Padma Shri. He is a computer scientist. He's a professor at Oklahoma University in Stillwater. He's also a visiting professor at JNU. More importantly, recently he has been a member of the Prime Minister's Advisory Council for Science and Technology and Innovation. He has authored several books, several bestsellers, several very, very intriguing books. And broadly speaking, his work is in the history of science, history of mathematics, philosophy of science, and archaeoastronomy. And these are the areas wherein his output can be read. I very, very warmly welcome you, Subhash Garu. Thank you so much. You are a Kashmiri Pandit yourself. You embody that 15 minutes of that climax speech. All those things you have been talking to us and expounding us. In fact, someday I would like a visual meditation with you wherein you will walk us through the glory of Kashmir and explain stanza-wise, paragraph-wise, the greatness of all the people who have been there in that land. My own Bhagavad Pada Samadhi said to be there. And I do wish that someday we are able to install a murti. We have a platform where we consecrate murtis of Bhagavad Pada around the world. Someday in the Shankaracharya Hill itself, probably we will be having his vigraha. So I warmly welcome you. I welcome all of you to this wonderful conference. We have a feast. We have a festival of thoughts, feast of thoughts for you, curated by Nagaraj Garu and Dimple. I once again very, very warmly welcome all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Hari Garu. Thank you, Nagaraj ji. Thank you, Dimple ji. Thank you for inviting me to this wonderful symposium on Kashmir, the epicenter. If we were to say it in Sanskrit, epi in Sanskrit is the prefix abhi. So we could call it Abhikendra or Abhikendram. So that is nice. Now, of course, the contributions of Kashmir will be discussed today by several speakers. And what I've also done for those who may not be familiar with it, I wrote a little booklet on it, a 50-odd page booklet called The Wonder That Was Kashmir, and it is freely available on academia.edu. So if you would want to have a more thorough description, narrative with all the citations, etc., or references, please do take a look at that book. Now, one reason, in my view, that Kashmir has exercised so much of an influence in Bharat and beyond is because Kashmir was at the border. Kashmir is where all the wisdom of Bharat was regenerated, if you will, or transformed. And because you do need to package it again and again, eternal stuff needs to be retold in so many different ways. And it was done for people beyond the Himalayas also, as well as this reformulation, which is just a retelling of what was already there in our great Vedic tradition, also resonated back. So I would say Kashmir is representative of all the amazing stuff that's been going on in all corners of India. Now just to give one example, Kashmir Shaivism of such great influence in every corner of the world, because the frontier of modern science is consciousness, and Kashmir Shaivism is about consciousness, right? The very first sutra says, Chaitanyam Atma, that this awareness itself is Atma. But it's really a reformulation of what we already have in the Vedas. I am Atma Brahma, or Aham Brahmasmi, that I, meaning my awareness itself is Brahman, right? Or is Atma. I am Atma. I am Atma Brahman. So it was this reformulation in simple language, which where instead of people trying to now wonder using inadequate terminology, hey, what's my soul? What's my meri ruh kya hai? If you are from the Western lands. And of course, interestingly, we also do know that the very word ruh is also from Sanskrit. Urvan and Urvara. Rig Veda speaks of Urvan as Indra and Urvara as the lands. And so Urvan from Avesta became Ruhu ultimately in Parsi and in Arabic. So you go to Kashmir, and Kashmir opens up so many doors. And sadly, it's not been done to the extent it should be done, because if you study Kashmir in the earliest layers, you find a way to see the influences of India also beyond to the west, through the Iranian lands, and also to the north, to Central Asia, and then to the east, to all of Asia, Japan and China and Vietnam. And I just want to speak on a few of those. And as I mentioned before, you can look at the details in my little book or essay called The Wonder That Was Kashmir. Okay, so the great figures that we already have, which are celebrated all the world over, like Panini was born not too far from the western edge of the Kashmir Valley. And in fact, one should not forget that Takshashila and Sharada Peetha are not very far apart, because Sharada Peetha is just to the extreme west of the valley. And right now, very strangely, when the war in 48 was going on between India and Pakistan, India stopped just 8 kilometers short of Sharada Peetha. So Sharada Peetha right now is under the Pakistani control. So Gandhar, when you look at influences of India on the west, on the Western world, and on north, normally Gandhar is mentioned. And Gandhar and Kashmir were joined together, because if Takshashila was the center of Gandhar, and Kashmir, you had Sharada Peetha, not very far apart. And in the last 40 years, they have discovered in the very heart of Gandhar, near Peshawar, a place called Kashmir Smast. It's called Kashmir Smast. So this was a mutt which existed until about 1000, for over 1,000 years. And it made a tremendous influence in all over the western parts of Bharat. So this is well-known, Panini and Patanjali. Patanjali, there are, of course, 3 Patanjalis. And in the Indian tradition, there's only one Patanjali. But some Western scholars say, no, the Patanjali of Mahabharata is not the Patanjali of Yoga Sutra, is not the Patanjali who redacted Charaka Samhita. But the Indian tradition says there was only one Patanjali, and that Patanjali did this all about 150 BCE. And that Patanjali, from the references within Mahabharata, is in Kashmir. So his native region is well known, and we do know what a great influence both the Yoga Sutras and Mahabharata, the grammatical tradition and the yogic tradition, have made on all world. And especially now, if you go to any corner of the world, the remotest places, Peru or Czechoslovakia or Russia, you'll find yoga studios everywhere. Everybody knows about Patanjali. So that is, of course, a great influence. And then in the first millennium, there were a whole series of scholars who crossed over the Himalayas, because that's the point that I want to emphasize in the few minutes that I have. And since this story is not that very well known, you can go back and, the Sarvastivada tradition and the other traditions crossed over. And the belief within Central Asia, and, after Khotan and Central Asia fell to the Turks, and the Indic kingdoms of Central Asia were extinguished 1006 CE, 1,000 years ago. Just prior to that, the scholars and the kings and the aristocracy, they took all these documents of their texts and hid them in caves. And these caves were rediscovered about 120 years ago by somebody who had a very close connection to Kashmir, namely Aurel Stein, who was a Hungarian. He lived for many, many years in Kashmir, and he did an excellent translation of Rajatarangini. And he crossed over and he retrieved these many of these documents when the caves were broken open. And they have changed our whole understanding of ancient history, because not only do they inform us about Central Asia itself, but we also get to know how much of an influence Kashmir in particular, because many of these scholars who went over and translated Sanskrit texts into Chinese had over the broader Asian civilization. For example, 35,000 words were coined in Mandarin in the first millennium BCE to translate Sanskrit texts, because the Chinese language did not have these concepts. And I'm quoting Victor Meyer, the foremost sinologist, who's a professor of University of Pennsylvania. So 35,000 words. Kumaraji's translation of Lotus Sutra, for example, is still used, and he was 250, 350 or some CE, is still used all over China. We mentioned Kashmir Shaivism already in passing, that Shiva is called Prakasha, for example, and Kashmir Shaivism is the meeting of Prakasha and Vimarsha, Purush and Prakriti. It's at that meeting point. How do you do it? The Shiva Sutras, for example, speak about that. There are different upayas, Shambhu upaya from Shambhu, from Shiva himself, Shaktopaya, and Anavopaya, or from the individual. And in Shaktopaya, we are told that, let's see, that Chittam Mantra, and in Anavopaya, Atmas Chittam. So there are different ways to approach Shiva within, either through Shakti, through going within, using mantras in your chitta, or doing various kinds of sadhanas, such as Sri Vidya, which it's believed also originated in Kashmir, and in Anavopaya, doing it through individual effort. And so the whole idea is, how does the mind, which to us is available through the chittam, how does the mind then become one with the Prakash, who is Shiva? Now, with this whole emphasis of simplicity, I guess the power of these ideas that arose in Kashmir, and as I mentioned, I think this is the most important point, because there is some misconception about it, was that it's only a reformulation of the Vedic tradition, reformulation in terms of language. It's absolutely identical to the Mahavakyas that you have, or to the very intent behind the narrative in the Vedas, and then re-expressed in the darshanas, or in the Puranas, or in the various shastras that we have, which is that, that there is this light, and you connect with that light through different approaches, or through different different ways of sadhana. And from here also arose different philosophies. For example, the philosophy of pratyabhijna, which is that philosophy of recognition, because if you are Shiva, if everybody is Shiva, Shivoham, how do you recognize your true self? So if you've forgotten yourself, what is it that needs to be done to reach that point of that deep experience, that suddenly you are transformed, and that chamatkar, adbhutam occurs, and that's what the tradition was all about. And in fact, I can tell you, as someone who was born in Srinagar and grew up in small towns and villages, went to small village schools and met, as kids used to those days. We used to sit in the living room, and as the adults, my parents' friends would drop in and talk about very interesting matters, and we sort of imbibed all that. And I can tell you that the kind of tradition that people held on to related to knowledge, and Hari Garu mentioned this, one's got to have that thirst. And this was that awareness that we were inculcated in, as in Markandeya Purana's great song, Madalasa's song, where Madalasa tells the children, you are that eternal Jiva within you. So don't worry about your body or name. Go to the deepest self, that who you are. So this was that tradition, and very sad to say that the events that took place in the last 30 or 40 years sort of extinguished it within Kashmir Valley, or everybody has been scattered. And, my dear friend Dimple Call amongst them, and me and everybody else. And therefore, this task that Indica Academy has taken, I think, is a great one. How do we reaffirm it, and how do we light that lamp once again, firstly in the world of knowledge, and then seed it back in the people who reside in Kashmir. But now let me go back to the story. I was talking about Kumaraji, for example, and others, and what they did. Even Om Mani Padme Hum, this is the great mantra that the Tibetan Buddhists chant, and you have their chanting wheels as well. And what these chanting wheels say is Om Mani Padme Hum. And it was devised in Kashmir, and in Kashmir for Buddhism, Avalokiteshvara, who is the most compassionate of the bodhisattvas, became a representation of Shiva. And well, not only did the Tibetan script not only was it created from Sharada and taken by Padmasambhava, who was supposed to be a Kashmiri as well, according to Tibetan tradition. But what happened in Kashmir, which is not that very well known, is that this idea of Shiva or Maheshwara, which the Bhagavad Gita also tells us in 539, in 1320, and many other places where Krishna says that I am Maheshwara within every individual. That this whole thing of the divide, that somehow some scholars, academics who have no idea of what it all means, who are looking at the surface, the vicary aspect of Sanskrit, the scattered aspect. They don't see what it all holds together. So this Maheshwara is a part of the Vaishnava tradition itself. Bhagavad Gita, it's a part of Vedanta. And Maheshwara was incorporated into Buddhism itself. It was incorporated into Zoroastrianism itself. Images of Maheshwara or Shiva are to be found all over China. And the greatest Sanskrit chant, which is still sung in Sanskrit all over East Asia, China, Japan, Vietnam, everybody knows about it excepting us Indians, is Nilakantha Dharani. It's in Sanskrit, where Avalokiteshvara, who is the great god, as Bodhisattva, who is worshipped in China, where Avalokiteshvara is worshipping Shiva, Nilakantha, where Avalokiteshvara tells that you, who is the epitome, here is another epitome, epitome of compassion, because you drank the halahal poison at the Samudra Manthan for the sake of humanity. It's you that we worship. It's you who is the exemplar to all of us who want to spread this message of Karuna. So Shiva sits at the very top in the imagination, in the spiritual imagination of all of Asia. And what is really needed is for this knowledge, this fact that it's still being chanted, and people don't really know that Shiva is at the very heart of it. Nilakantha is the very heart of it. The Dharani is called Nilakantha Dharani, and in fact, in Nilakantha Dharani, Harihar is also mentioned. Narasimha is also mentioned. That this whole division that people see is a false one, and in fact, the very motto of Indonesia, Bhinneka Ek Tunggal, I think that's what it is. One in many. The actual Javanese song poem on which it's based, where it's one line, says that you Vishwa, because another name for Shiva is Vishwa, you or Vishwanatha, you Vishwa and you Buddha, you are just one. These are two different ways of looking at it. Buddha is where you're looking at it from the perspective of Buddhi. You have this 5 koshas, and in fact, in the Shiva Sutra itself, the third, as I mentioned, in the third part, in the Anavo Upaya, it said, Atmas Chittam, that Chitta itself is the Atman. You can look at the Atma in the Chitta, and in the Chitta, when it comes to Buddhi, you speak of Buddha. So it's all comes together, and it's only that not just the lay person, but even a lot of the academic scholars have not been aware of it. Now, I just want to speak of lands beyond. Research in the last 15, 20 years, I already spoke about Maheshwara in the Zarathustra tradition. You had Shiva and Vaishramana. Vaishramana is another name for time from Shravanam. So in Zoroastrianism, it became Zurvan. Zurvan is a name for time. So it's Vaishravan. So Zurvan, they have their own trinity, which was a translation of the trinity that arose in Kashmir. And from there, beyond, in the Slavic world, and this is something that's not very well known. In fact, I made a presentation on it in Belarus, a paper called Svetovid and Shiva. And so what happened was that about 1,000 years ago, the whole Slavic world was still devoted to its own religious tradition, and they were, just as the Crusades that we have heard about in the Middle Ages, where Europeans went to Israel, Palestine, to liberate it from Islam, to liberate Bethlehem, etc., from Islam. After they were repulsed, because these battles or wars went on for some time, the knights, the church, they said, well, we have non-believers up in the north also. And what they really meant were the Slavic people. So they did very severe crusades, which are called the Northern Crusades. And in those crusades, they destroyed the temples that the Slavs have to their own god. And their chief god was Parjanya, which is another name for Indra, or in the Slavic language, it's called Perkonis, but it's really Parjanya. Everybody knows this. All scholars are agreed on it. And they had other divinities also, including Rudra and this and that in Sanskrit. And I've written on it, and you can see, and you can Google it yourself and do research on it yourself. But one of the chief divinities was a 4-faced divinity called Shvetovid or Svetovid, which really is almost pure Sanskrit. Shvetovid, the knower of Shveta, or whiteness or light. In fact, one of the names of one of the forms of Sharada from the Nilamat Purana is, one of the forms is Shveta, the other is Rakta, and the third one is Shyama. Just like the 3 gunas that you have, Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. So Shvetovid had 4 faces. The northern face is called Moksha, Yeah, the northern face is Svarog or Swarga. The western face is Perconis or Parjanya. The southern face is Lada, which is like Radha, or Lada also means the earth. And the eastern face is Mokhosh or Mukti. Or so these have perfect etymologies in Sanskrit. And the whole idea of multiple faces is a Shaivite idea. You don't represent Vishnu in multiple faces, excepting, in at the time of Avanti Varman, there were certain emanations. You show emanations as emanations from Vasudev's Murti, for example, or Vigraha. But the idea of multiple faces is Shaivite idea, and Shaivite meaning consciousness, because consciousness has multiple aspects to it. For example, Sadyo Jata, when this is consciousness being born from momentarily. When it's born, Rudra is where it's fierce. There is, with light, there are two aspects, heat and light. So Rudra is the heat aspect. The front one is Tat Purush. Now it's hidden within you. It's that Purush within you. Then the fourth one is Vamadeva, which is the Saumya aspect of it, which is the aspect which is auspicious, which is also represented as Vamadeva or as Parvati. And finally, the northern face is Ishana, when all the five faces are shown. So we see that multiple faces were also shown for divinity in the Slavic world. So the idea, the Vedic ideas as reformulated for the times in the first millennium BC as agamas, as the samvadas, the dialogues between Shiva and Parvati, where Parvati then is your mind, and Parvati is Vimarsha, is your mind, is Manas, and Shiva is that light, that Prakash falls on it. So these dialogues were reformulation, and all the great rishis that arose in Kashmir in the first millennium, like Somadeva, Utpaldeva, or Abhinav Gupta, and many, many others. They also wrote on Bhagavad Gita itself, including Abhinav Gupta himself also wrote on that. So amazing stuff, which has had an impact all over Eurasia, the entire Slavic world. And in fact, now that we have a war in Ukraine, what's interesting is that after the old religion of the Slavs was brutally put down in the Northern Crusades, according to scholars, the Slavic religion, especially amongst the Russians, became duo-veri. Veri is like truth, like verity, and double truth. So at their homes, they're still connected on to their old tradition, old spirituality, but outdoors, in their formal religion, they went to church, etc., Greek Orthodox Church. And that is an explanation for the deep spirituality which pervades all the great Russian literature, like Dostoevsky or Tolstoy or Turgenev and all the others, Chekhov. So in this history, what's interesting is that every few hundred years, the West wants Russia to give up on that deeper spiritual connection that still exists. And of course, right now, there's a return back to the roots. There's something called Vedism, or people are going back, apart from being connected more formally through the Shaivite tradition or the Vishnu tradition, Hare Krishnas and so on. So from time to time, we know about Napoleon. He went with, I don't know how many 100,000 troops, 400, 500, 600,000 troops. And when he met General Winter, he came back, straggled back to Paris with just 30,000 people who had survived. And then Hitler, and so many millions of Russians were killed. So this expansion, this is a alternative explanation, deep explanation for what's going on in Europe in this tribal war. It's this effort by the West in the form of NATO to again, break up Russia, because Russia should be in the form of the West, where body is everything. Spirit is not to be, spirit is to be discarded. This is this huge battle going on in the West, and the West is paying for it because there is deep unhappiness. In the United States last year, 120,000 young people died of drug overdose. And why they are into drug overdose? Because they don't buy this model which is being pushed to them by the media, by the education system. But the thinking people in the West know that this paradigm can't go too far. And in my view, we are returning to the ways of the Vedas, where the body and the spirit are like two wings of the bird. And that's what the Vedas were all about. That's what the Bhagavad Gita speaks to, and that's what Kashmir Shaivism also addresses. So this is an amazing point that we are at, and I think to be reconnected to the very heart of the Vedic tradition, and possibly because Kashmir was that outpost, if you will, where this was transformed in different ways, so that people out beyond the borders of Bharat would be more readily accessible, or it would be more readily accessible to them. Just as I mentioned about Nilakanta Dharani and all the East Asians worshipping Nilakanta every day, although they may not be aware of it. We need to tell them, and we need to tell Indians as well, Bharatiyas as well, that look, please reconnect with all the millions or billions of people beyond the borders, across the Himalayas and elsewhere, who are craving to be connected to this. And there, once again, one Kashmiri, probably he was a Kashmiri, but he was not saying anything new, because yoga is just the Vedas, lived Vedas, or Hinduism lived is yoga. Veda is one side of the coin, yoga is the other side. This darshana, lived life of a Hindu, is yoga. So with this, I stop because I'm just 1 minute shy. Thank you very much once again, Dimple ji and Hari ji and Nagaraj ji, for having me.
Thank you so much, Subhash ji. And had it not been for the time zone difference, we would have insisted that you stay with us throughout the day. But please stay for as long as you possibly can. But I understand, it's night there at your end. Very, very grateful that you could take out time to be with us and give the keynote speech. Thank you once again. Vishnu and Rudra, the prominent ones in the world, made their abodes there along with the lotus-born Brahma. The whole world has made its abode there. The country is meritorious and the holiest. This is how Kashmir is described in the Nilmat Puran. I am a Kashmiri Pandit, as you've been informed many times today. Kashmiri Pandits, as you know, are the aboriginal inhabitants of Kashmir, the indigenous minority that traces its root to that region for at least 5,000 years, if not more. Being a Kashmiri Pandit may not be my primary identity, but it sure is an important one, a cherished one. More so because the community has faced persecution and continuous genocide for centuries. The fact that we celebrated our 5098th New Year in April should indicate how deep our connect with Kashmir is. It is an emotional, spiritual, and civilizational connect. But even as we felt it, did we really understand the role of Kashmir as the cultural epicenter of Bharat? Did we realize how Kashmir has interacted with the rest of Bharat, causing learning and knowledge across various fields to flow both ways? about its shared history, shared culture, about the importance of Sharada Desh and Sharada Mata for other Bharatiyas even beyond the Vindhyas. These are questions that I have been contemplating upon for the last few years. Let me share an anecdote. When I was a child, my mum would talk about her daily ritual as a kid, which comprised of praying to a Shivalinga, Bhairava Dev and Sri Krishna. All three had been discovered miraculously in the well of their house. So considering that this was way beyond my grandfather's time, these would have been more than 100 years old. She would talk about the divine power of these deities and what had happened if somebody did something, not right and all. And so I've grown up accepting these from the spiritual, devotional or the religious perspective. Very recently, she received pictures of these on WhatsApp from someone who had preserved it and all, because my mom's parents had sold off the house and all. So she received these pictures on WhatsApp and she immediately shared with me. My mom is quite techno-savvy, let me confess. And I was immediately reminded of those anecdotes, but this time what first came to my mind is, had these been put in the well to protect from an onslaught of iconoclasts? Could that have been the reason why they were there in the well? So I shared these with Padma Shri Dr. Meenakshi Jain, for she has traced this whole phenomenon across undivided India and documented many such events in her book, The Flight of Deities. Meenakshi ji very kindly, listened to my query, and then she encouraged me to explore it further. And she said that if possible, you should document it and you should try and crowdsource as many such events as you can possibly find. She emphasized that oral history is important. Focus on that, and this was something new to me. And I thought that to a people for whom finding buildings that are at least 100 years old is no longer wondrous, to a people where centuries old monuments getting carelessly defaced doesn't mean a thing, perhaps there is a heightened need for the appreciation of our legacy. We are the inheritors of the longest extant human civilization, and that realization needs to be there, and that realization needs to fill us with pride and also responsibility. It is all the more important in this present era where the basic definition of human rights, progress, sustainability, development, growth, prosperity are all being decided by few 100-year-old countries and cultures. We need to be aware of who we were, to understand who we are, and decide who we want to become. As mentioned by Hari ji recently in his address, he said that when the Kashmir Files movie was released, it led to global awareness about what had happened to us and the persecution as recently as the 20th century. And amidst the outpouring of compassion, empathy, there was also a sense of curiosity, pride, and shared heritage. Because the penultimate scene has that long monologue by the protagonist. And it was a very well-referenced monologue, I must confess. It was heartening to find many youngsters and even older folks talk about that and get inspired to find out more. And who knows, with dedicated research, those who have looked at Kashmir as the Kashmir problem might essentially lead to finding solutions from Kashmir for the greater good of many. Of the various cultures and thought centers that have impacted this beautiful land of Bharat, Kashmir has been a huge source of many creativity generating and paradigm shifting offerings. Sharada Desh has been a center of learning for traditional knowledge systems from other regions and has also sent learners and seekers to similar centers across the country. There's been a continuous exchange of learning and learners between Kashmir and the rest of Bharat. Kashmir has been mentioned in Panini's Ashtadhyayi, Mahabharata, Puranas, Brihat Samhita, Patanjali. Abhinavagupta, Vishnu Sharma, Bilhan, Kalhan and Bhamaha are some of the eminent scholars from the region. Vasugupta's Shiva Sutra is an important text of the Advaita tradition of Kashmir Shaivism. According to Kalhan, the first known king of the region was Gonanda, The native king of Kashmir who minted coins in the early 6th century was Pravarsena. In Nilmat Purana, sage Vaishramana tells King Janmejaya that the goddess Uma is the same as Kashmira and that the holy region of Kashmir is possessed of all sacred places. The entire region of Kashmir is described as a Mahatirth in Nilmat Puran, with every inch of land akin to a tirth. Sharada Peetha, as mentioned by Padma Shri Dr. Subhash Kak, was regarded as a great center for learning. Al-Baruni mentions that Devi Sharada he mentions her in his account of the most famous idols of the Hindus right after the image of Suryadeva at Multan and Vishnu Chakraswami of Thaneshwar and the Linga of Somanath. He places that idol right after that. Kalhana's Rajatarangi indicates that people from various regions of the modern day India would come to Kashmir for pilgrimage or studies, and there were special mathas for people from different regions. In this June, we at Indica decided to celebrate the integral significance of Kashmir for the rest of Bharat and vice versa, under the guidance of the brilliant Dr. Nagaraj Paturi ji. It's been my great privilege and honor and good fortune to be the co-curator of this conference. We invited papers from students, scholars, experts, and public intellectuals focusing on the theme of the conference across various fields of study. And we received a very enthusiastic response. Of the submissions that were received, 12 papers were shortlisted and 8 of those have made it to the conference today. We've also invited special guests who have been working in fields of learning and application closely connected with Kashmir. We began the conference with an enriching keynote address by Padma Shri Dr. Subhash Kak, and we have 2 more invited speakers who will share their work with us later in this day, which we hope will be packed with information, awareness, and reflection. With these words, I invite you all esteemed guests, erudite participants, and honorable delegates to this online conference on Kashmir, cultural epicenter of Bharat, and look forward to a day full of heightened awareness and enrichment. As is the tradition at Indica, papers presented in this conference will be published on Indica's media platform called Indica Today. So without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Paturi ji to address the gathering. Dr. Paturi.
Thank you very much. I thank Padma Shri Professor Subhash Kak for accepting our invitation and giving the keynote address. And our own founder, Harikiran ji, also was able to take out time to start the conference with his welcome words. And you have seen how learned Dimple ji is, and it is her curation and it is her humility that she is giving me credit for curating this conference. Actually, it is her work. And as a member of the Indica family, I'm very proud to be associated with this 23rd conference of Indica. We have been taking up topics that are relevant for Hindu Renaissance, Indic Renaissance for the last several years. And this topic is chosen as part of a celebration of right administrative steps that are being taken by the present dispensation to remove administrative hurdles for the integration of the Jammu, Kashmir and Ladakh region from the rest of India. During the time when that was not taking place, when administrative hurdles through some constitutional aberrations were created, a narrative was spread among Indians, particularly among youngsters, that in fact, India has nothing to do with Jammu and Kashmir. even if it is separated, India loses nothing. And it is during the last few years when these constitutional changes took place through administrative decisions by the government that the youth started thinking about this. Whether it is justified to do this or not, and narratives from both sides started springing up. And as you see it in the movie Kashmiri Files also, the protagonist is completely sandwiched between the two narratives. His sandwiched agony of being crushed between two kinds of narratives about Kashmir is the whole agony in the movie, the agony of the protagonist. And it reaches its peak towards the end of the movie, as you see. So within that narrative clash between narratives, we at Indica thought it is time we shared this knowledge of the other side of the narrative, of how the idea that Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh are not part of India has to be completely dissolved and destroyed. And the youth of this generation have to be rightly educated about the integrality of Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh with the rest of India. And when we take up this kind of topics, what happens is usually we go to that epicenter, Adhikendra, as Professor Subhash Kak has rightly translated into Sanskrit. We focus on that epicenter very much and talk about the contribution of that to the rest of India. But I thought I should also focus on the two-way process of this cultural circulation between the Jammu, Kashmir and Ladakh area and the rest of India. For example, my area of speciality within my Sanskrit studies is Vyakarana, and particularly the Arthika Bhaga of Vyakarana, which is generally taken back up to Bhartrhari's Vakyapadiyam, though Bhartrhari himself in that book says that he was only compiling the ideas as were articulated in another book called Sangraha. And as per legends, Sangraha is written by Vyadi. And as per the same legends, Vyadi is a nephew of Panini. So if Panini, being a Kashmirian, is taken into account historically, Vyadi also is a Kashmirian. It is he who composed Sangraha as a theoretical side of the sutra book called Ashtadhyayi. And this, in recent history of ideas, was hidden from the academic world, that there was a theoretical work behind the sutra work called Ashtadhyayi. Cardona, who did a huge survey of research on Panini, Professor George Cardona of Pennsylvania University, he at a particular point of the book says, actually there are no such theoretical foundations of Panini. He had to say this because Kripaski and Stahl and those other scholars were comparing Panini's Ashtadhyayi to Chomsky and Chomskyan methodology. And then he said, okay, Chomsky, you see, has Language and Mind and other theoretical works. unless and until you know that such theoretical foundations are there for Panini. Panini is a book of a specific language called Sanskrit. Chomsky's book is a universal grammar, universally applicable theoretical work, linguistic theory. Unless you find such a work, you cannot claim that you cannot claim these comparisons. In 1986, in my research dissertation, I showed all the evidences for claiming Vakyapadiyam to be the book of linguistic theory or theoretical foundations of Ashtadhyaya. It's not my claim or my discovery. I was only bringing into light own claim of Bhartrihari inside the book. That's what he was openly saying. He says that the very purpose of the book Vakyapadiyam was to give the theoretical foundations. And in the same book, he's saying that he is just recompiling the foundations, theoretical foundations that were simultaneously, along with the Sutra book, the theoretical foundations were given by Vyasa. And those, he says in that narrative, in the second book of the Vakyapadiyam book, Vakyakanda, in the whole narration, he says that those ideas were lost. Sangrahe astamupagate, he says. Sangraha was set like sunset. And then those ideas were preserved in Mahabharata by Patanjali. And then he, in the narration, says that Patanjali's students were not conscious of the specific methodology of the Vyakarana Sampradaya. They were applying Swakapola Tarka or dry logic. He says, Shushka Tarka Anusari Vihi. Shushka Tarka Anusari Vihi, he says. And dry logic applicants. So the actual specific tradition of Vyakarana was lost. It is here that I want to point out. Bhartrihari says that in that context, the original theoretical foundations of Ashtadhyayi were preserved in the south. He says, my gurus acquired that knowledge from Parvata. Parvatad agamam labdhva, he says. And there is a Swapagnya Vyakya to Bhartrihari's Vakyapadiyam. Swapagnya is his own commentary. In that, we see that Parvata is explained as Trilinga Parvataikadesha Shri Parvataditi. He explains that to be Trilinga Parvata and Shri Parvata. Probably the Sri Shailam of today, Trilinga Parvata, probably the Nagarjuna Konda region, the entire range of mountains there. And there, probably there was a very strong and dynamic and vibrant university of where there was a Vyakarana department and where the theoretical foundations were rightly taught. And Bhartrihari is probably from Ujjain or some part of North India, Madhya Pradesh area. His gurus were also probably from that central part of Indic subcontinent. They traveled all the way from the north to the south and acquired this knowledge. And that knowledge, Bhartrihari says, is getting compiled in the form of Vakyapadiyam book. And all those who know intellectual history of particularly language and aesthetics, these areas, they know how impactful Spota of Vakyapadiyam is. Now, all over the world, film institutes are teaching spota, because that's actually the word spota comes from sputa, explode. And it is talking about a flash happening in the communicator's mind before communication, and another flash being the source of reception in the receiver. But I say that this quota itself, the theory itself, is an explosion in the modern history of ideas, because it is exploding everywhere. It is actually creating history. And now let us see what happened later, the quota theory. As Professor Kirk, Dimpleji, and the protagonist in Kashmiri Files movie, everyone has been repeatedly mentioning, most of the path-breaking, trend-setting, groundbreaking Alamkarika theories, aesthetic theories of India came from Kashmir. Most of the Kavyatma theories came from Kashmir. Dvaniratma Kavyasya, Anandavardhana, Kashmir. Abhinava Gupta, who wrote Lochana for it, and who wrote Abhinava Bharati for Natya Shastra, and a polymath who brought Kashmir Shaivism into everything. It came from Kashmir. And our own Professor Pollock wants to credit Bhattanayaka a lot, and wants to say that Abhinav Gupta plagiarized from Bhattanayaka. If Abhinav Gupta wanted to plagiarize from Bhattanayaka, he would not have mentioned Bhattanayaka at all. Friends, let us know that now Bhattanayaka and his contribution to Rasa theory is known to us only thanks to Abhinav Gupta Acharya, Abhinav Gupta father. He mentions him. And this whole tradition that Abhinav Gupta mentions behind him, Bhattanayaka, and even earlier and earlier and earlier, all the arguments with regard to Rasa Nishpatti that he says, all these are from Kashmir. But if you see what Abhinav Gupta is doing, is he is applying Kashmir Shaiv epistemology, Kashmir Shaiv philosophy, theoretical foundations to Dhvani on the one hand, and other ideas of Natya like Rasa on the other. And people have already recognized that he is just taking Dhvani from Anandavardhana and applying it here. And people have also recognized that Anandavardhana's Dhvani is an application of spota of Bhartrihari to Kavya analysis. So if you see, Bhartrihari's Vakyapadiyam is getting the original ideas of theoretical foundations of Vyakarana Darshana from Vyadi, Kashmir, then spread all over India, but lost, then preserved by Mahabharata, Patanjali, and again in North India, in central part of Indic subcontinent, a person like Bhartrihari or his teachers like Vasurata, Chandracharya, they felt that it is getting lost, it's not good, and they wanted to preserve it at any cost, and they took all the trouble to travel up to the south to Trilinga Parvata, Sri Parvata, and got the theoretical foundations, got back and preserved it in the form of Vakyapadiyam in central India. And then it is these theoretical foundations of Spota, Shabda Brahman, everything that went into Dhvani, Dhvanyaloka, in Kashmir, again back. And from there, it came to Abhinav Gupta's Lochana. And from there, it went all around India into all other Alankara Shastra works that came from different parts of India. Vishwanatha, for example, or Rasagangadharakara, Jagannatha, an Andhra scholar. All these were from different parts of India, and those again went back to Kashmir. So there is a circulation of these ideas from Kashmir to the rest of India, to Kashmir and to the rest of India here. This is what we have to note very clearly, that within Alankara Shastra, which actually that's so interesting also, that even today in India, when people think of a honeymoon, they think of Kashmir. The most romantic place, the beautiful place, the beauty descended from Sarga to Bhuvi, everything. And a place of beauty being the source of theories of beauty is not a coincidence. It should not be a coincidence. All the theories of beauty, all the best theories of aesthetics came from the most beautiful place under the sun, the Kashmir area. And from there, they got circulated all around the remaining parts of rest of India. And when we look at Kashmir Shaivism itself, which Professor Kak was mentioning, the ideas of Shiva Sutras and all that, we can see a very close connection of Shiva Sutras with the theories in Karnataka, the Shaiva ideas of Karnataka. The Pashupata Shaiva ideas, which we have documentation in the form of Lakulisha tradition in different parts of India, all over India. And they travel in the form of Kalamukha Shaiva up to Karnataka. And there we have the ideas of a specific strand of Shaivism getting developed. Various Panditas that we know sharing the ideas of, for example, Utpalacharya, Somadeva, and others, and the ideas of Spandakarikas or Shiva Sutras, or all these, traveling down up to Kerala and getting articulated in the various Keralite literature, which at that time was in the Manipravada style. And some very important works in Grantha Lipi in Tamil Nadu was already happening. And it is after that that we see the articulation of all these ideas in the form of Pratyabhijna Hridaya in Abhinavagupta. If we take this kind of circulation of ideas into account, we may not try to think that it was Abhinavagupta's Pratyabhijna Hridaya that was actually being taken into the Shakta traditions of West Bengal, or the Kerala Tantra tradition, or the Sri Vidya of the remaining part of South India. What we see is that is how it happens in Indian tradition, in Indian intellectual tradition. These works like, they're just the way Bhartrhari is being unnecessarily credited with Spota theory while he is crying from the top of the roof that, oh, I am not the creator of this. Please don't give me the credit. I am just preserving, I am just compiling. Abhinavagupta is also clearly saying that his Vijnana Bhaira Tantra or Pratyabhijna Hridaya or any other work is only a compilation, a preservation of the tradition that he received from his gurus. By the time he was compiling it in the form of those books, the ideas were already spread in the other parts of India, in rest of India. And in those parts, Shakta ideas and other kinds of Shaivism ideas and other.
Nagaraj, sir, you are on mute. Can you please unmute?
Nagraj sir will join us shortly. Just a brief intervention. There's an urgent call that he needs to attend to, so really regret the pause.
I'm sorry, there was a disturbance. All these ideas were already getting circulated, and they were getting articulated in the form of various Alankara Shastra theories and aesthetic theories in the remaining parts of India. And they again got circulated back to Kashmir and were articulated in the form of theories of Abhinav Gupta. Today, when people talk about Rasa Nishpatti, interpretation of how rasa actually happens in anyone's heart, they say that it is the idea is settled, completely settled in the form of Abhivyaktivada of Abhinava Gupta. And that settlement in the form of Abhivyaktivada again gets reformulated in the other theories of regional literatures. The regional literature scholars, what happened is, what is not recognized usually is that in regional literature, classical texts, the authors of these classical works were also in the introductory parts of these works and inside the textual portion of the book also were articulating their own Alankara Shastra. So there is a huge amount of Alankara Shastra thought process that is articulated in the regional literatures also, in various Indian regional literatures. And there we have Lakshana Granthas also, apart from the articulation of Alankarika ideas in the introductory portions and in the core textual portions of these works, there are Lakshana Granthas that are composed by the various regional literature authors. In all these works, there is a carrying of the ideas like Abhivyaktivada of Rasa, but there is also a arguments for and against various theories. For example, Professor V. Raghavan talks about the Chanatkaravada in 17th century. This Chanatkaravada is continuing the tradition of Alankarika Kavyatmavadas, but it is giving a totally different argument rate. And the Bhakti Rasa theories of Madhusudana Saraswati and Rupa Goswami, they are interacting with Abhinav Gupta. Abhinav Gupta's Shanta Rasa theory, it is Rupa Goswami, while discussing how Bhakti Rasa is a distinct rasa from the Laukika rasas as envisaged by the 8 rasas of Bharata, he is interacting with the Shanta Rasa theories of Abhinav Gupta. But he is contributing a totally new theory of Bhakti Rasa. In the same way, Madhusudana Saraswati also, he is again parallelly from an Advaitic point of view, while it was being done from a Gaudiya Vaishnava point of view by Rupa Goswami. Parallelly, during the same time, coincidentally, Madhusudana Saraswati was establishing Bhakti Rasa from Advaita point of view. But he is also interacting with the theories of Rasa Nishpatti from Abhinav Gupta and even earlier, and he is responding to it, but he is coming out with a new, completely new theory of Rasa. So the Rasa discussion did not stop with Abhinav Gupta's Lochana or Abhinav Bharati. It is continuing in Bhakti Rasayanam, Ujjvala Neelamani, Hari Bhakti Rasamrata Sindhu, and Rasa Gangadhara in Jagannatha Pandita. And you are able to see that Ashtadhyayi's discussion is also continuing in the form of Saraswati Kanthabharanam, in the form of various other works. And when we say that Tamil grammar, Tolkappiyam, has an influence from Sanskrit grammar, that is what is happening. The ideas have traveled up to Tamil Nadu, up to Tolkappiyanaar, and those ideas are getting reflected in that. Aindiram, that Tolkappiyanaar mentions in Tolkappiyam, it's a Sanskrit word, Aindra Vyakarana. And Aindra Vyakarana tradition, which is in the form of, in the format of Lakshana Granthas, all the general Lakshana Granthas, the format was already prevalent in the other parts of India, outside Tamil Nadu also. And Tolkappiyanaar is very clearly claiming that his tradition is Aindiram. And you have various other such ideas of spirituality that we see in the remaining parts of India, including South and Kerala, the southernmost part, where the ideas are traveling from Kashmir through the remaining parts of India up to Kerala, but they are again going back to the remaining parts of India through acharyas who traveled from Kerala up to Kashmir. They are taking these ideas back there. For example, Shankara's travel to Kashmir had a very big impact on Kashmir. And in the Kashmiri households today, we have a frequent mention of Shankara, Shankaracharya, Advaita, and all the remaining traditional parts. While the Shankara Peethas have their Sharada and Chandramouli brought from by Shankara to their Peethas, actually Sharada is being worshipped in all the Shankara Peethas. Actually, the puja is Sharada Chandramoulishwara puja only. So that has established very clearly that the original founder of these traditions brought Sharada from there to these parts. And this founder took his philosophy to Kashmir and established it there and made it part of Kashmiri culture. And there is a tendency among Indological chronologists to bring the dates of ancient Sanskrit works to as much recent time as possible, and to do a counter to what they call antiquating tendency among Indians. I think if that is to be done, if that is being done, they're actually countering the arguments that the Kashmiri Vedic heritage, Kashmiri Sanskrit heritage stopped at a very ancient time. They are actually saying, by bringing a newer and newer date, they are telling the world that by that newer date also the Sanskrit tradition survived. So if Abhinavagupta is 10th century, until 10th century, they have to confess, they have to agree, they have to admit that that vibrant Sanskrit tradition, vibrant Vedic tradition existed at that time. If they come with a 16th century date of any such Sanskrit scholar of Kashmir, Vedic scholar of Kashmir, actually they are saying that by 16th century also the Vedic tradition and the Sanskrit tradition of Kashmir was very much intact. In fact, because I come from Telugu speaking area and Telugu literary background, classical literature background, I should share with the audience on this date, a very celebrating, significant date, that there is a 16th century work, a very remarkable trend-setting work by an author called Pingali Surana, coming from the southern part of Andhra Pradesh, which is also called as Rayalasima area. He comes from a place called Nandyala. His king Krishna Bhupati was patronizing him. And this was when Krishna Deva Raya created a trend of kings patronizing scholars and artists and sculptors and musicians, what all kinds of artists in a very big way, in a very lavish way. They were creating lavishly embellished literature also. That was in Telugu, they give the name Prabandhamu to it, and there were many Prabandhas being composed, all very embellished, highly embellished poetic works. As part of that, and as part of his competition with others, this author Pingali Surana comes up with a very interesting work called Kalapurnodayam, which is a deviant from the tradition of those days of borrowing narratives from Puranas. Most of the narratives, plots of those works were borrowed from Puranas. But particularly this particular work is a concocted story. In the traditional vocabulary, it was a Utpadya itivritta. It was not Prakhyata itivritta or Mishra itivritta. So Utpadya is a created story. He created the whole story. And in the story that he created, he makes Krishna the music teacher. Krishna was teaching music to a poet and a courtesan. Kalabhashini, the courtesan, and Manikandhara, the poet. And Narada, when he hears from above that something is going on down the earth, the best musician, Kalapurna of music, the book's name is Kalapurnodayam. The Kalapurnatva, that is the perfection of art, of music, is there in Krishna. He is teaching his Kalapurnatva of music to a courtesan and a poet. Narada comes down and takes permission to audit the course, to attend the course along with the other two students of the class. And he attends that. And this Manikandhara makes it his mission to travel to the peak of poetic skill, the place where the peak of the poetic skill exists, and says only then his poetic skill reaches Kalapurnatva, artistic perfection. Guess which is that place? He says it is Sharada Peetha. And the whole book is all about how this main character, Manikandhara, the poet, actually critics say that Pingali Surana is making Manikandhara his own alter ego. So Manikandhara is Pingali Surana himself. He is traveling from the southern part of India, southern part of Andhra Pradesh, which is part of southern India, all the way to Kashmir, Sharada Peetha. In 16th century, this work is being composed. And this work is full of other tantric ideas and other ideas. This work, Telugu work, is translated into English by Velcheru Narayana Rao and David Shulman. One of the partners of this translation, David Shulman, comes up with a wonderful article in which he shows how Kashmir Shaiva ideas, but because David Shulman is more influenced by Sri Vidya, he says Sri Vidya ideas are symbolically articulated, indirectly articulated through the narrative of this work. And there is a very significant episode in this book, which comes as a typical to Indian works, story within the story within the story. This work comes, there is a story called Sugatri Shalina story, and this whole story happens in Kashmir, in the Saraswati Temple. The priest of the Saraswati Temple has a daughter who is a Pativrata, and that is the story of that Pativrata having another Patnivrata husband and the beautiful psychological problem and all that. That's a different matter, but it is a Kashmir story. And this author of hailing from Nandyal, he describes the topography of Kashmir and the environment of climate of Kashmir in such a precise manner that as if he knows Kashmir by person. He lived there. He talks about the heavy rains there, landslides and everything. Nandyal never has landslides, but he describes landslides there in that book. This shows how in 16th century, probably English Surana himself traveled up to the Sharada Peetha and had an experience in Kashmir. So this way we can see the circulation of cultural ideas and literary ideas and ideas of academics traveling from Kashmir to the remaining parts of India and back to Kashmir, and a circulation of ideas. It's a two-way process that we have to identify. And I probably exceeded my role as an introducing Indic Academy person and went as a paper presenter, played the role of a paper presenter, but I can't help it. I'm of that breed. So I welcome all the paper presenters today. We have all the wonderful people. Interestingly, we have people from like Professor Ramaratnam, the Vice Chancellor of Kripalu University, and we have people with corporate background like Meghji and Arvind Ayarji and Rakesh Krishnanji and others. But Indic ecosystem today is filled with these scholars. These are wonderful scholars in the Indic knowledge systems. These are wonderful scholars in Sanskrit and other areas. But because the universities have become hopeless for Indic-oriented work, our Matsya Narayana has taken the shape of corporate scholars who are entering Indic ecosystem and coming up with a wonderful Indic knowledge system contributions. You are going to see today how such scholars with a corporate background are digging out the Vedas like Matsya Narayana from Somakasura of universities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nagaraj-ji. Any interaction with you is so enlightening, and today also, like, you took us all over, and I'm sure the 64 member strong audience, the delegates, would be contemplating, reflecting, and just on a side note, you said Pingali Surana. He figuratively traveled from Andhra Pradesh to Kashmir. I was wondering, I've literally traveled from Kashmir to Andhra Pradesh. Today, I am joining you all from Visakhapatnam, incidentally, and it's raining heavily. Now we move to the presentation part, and we have the first paper, which is Kashmir Before the Common Era in Brill's Encyclopedia of Hinduism and Wikipedia, a critical analysis in 2022. It's being presented by my very well-learned colleague, Meg Kalyanasundaram. He's the Director Special Projects of Indica. Just we could go on and on introducing him, but here's a quick profile of Meg. Meg Kalyanasundaram is an Indian citizen with close to 9 years of lived experience in China, an alumnus of ISP, and he's currently the Director Special Projects at Indica. His postgraduate specialization is in strategy, leadership, and marketing, and it's included a study of research methods. His professional experience includes stints as a market leader at a global Fortune 50 firm, as head of business development at a leading Indian talent development multinational, and he has served a term on the board of a Shanghai-based not-for-profit. His academic research interests and 20-plus papers span some aspects of ancient Indian chronology, Indian knowledge systems, landscape in Indian texts, ancient Indian jurisprudence, ideas of India, and philosophy. For his creative contribution to the first edition of the International Day of Yoga, he was invited by the Permanent Mission of India in the UN to attend the inaugural event. Other professional and pro bono pursuits have included building differentiated digital platforms for Indic text targeted at specific learning and research needs, and music. His research-based compositional Sanskrit album Bharat and Her Kashmira has been listed by the Indira Gandhi National Center for the Arts, while his subsequent album has recently been accepted for listing by the Vedic Heritage Portal. In 2022, Meg was invited by the National Museum Institute to contribute content for multiple projects currently underway at NMI, including ones on Jammu, Kashmir and Ladakh and Kedarnath. I invite Meg to present his paper, Kashmir Before the Common Era in Brill's Encyclopedia of Hinduism and Wikipedia, a critical analysis in 2022. Over to you, Meg.
Namaste. Om Saraswati Namastubhyam Varade Kamarupini Vidyarambham Karishyami Siddhir Bhavatu Me Sada Shruti Smriti Purananam Alayam Karunalayam Namami Bhagavat Padam Shankaram Loka Shankaram Purana Nyaya Mimamsa Dharma Shastranga Mishritaha Vedaha Sthanani Vidyana Dharmasya Cha Chaturdasha Kashmirair Mahite Chaturdashataim Vidyam Kashmirair Mahite Chaturdashataim Vidyam Vidadbir Mahakavye Tadbhuvi Naishadhiya Charita Ayurvedo Dhanurvedo Gandharvashchaiva Tetrayaha Arthashastram Chaturthantu Vidya Ashtadashaivata. At the outset, I'd like to thank everyone who contributed to this conference taking shape. As I start this, it's 10:24, and I'll try to stick to the time that I've been given. 3 quick points. I'll be reading my paper, portions of it, and therefore it is scripted, so I'll request your indulgence. Second, if any portion of this presentation is posted anywhere in social media or shared anywhere, I request that it be done along with the link to this paper, which will be up on Indica's platform and on my academia profile as well. With that, the abstract of my paper reads, is Patanjali Mahabhashya the earliest Indian source to attest to the word Kashmir? Does Kashmir in the Mahabhashya occur in a context that only reveals information about rice cultivation in the valley? Is Kashmir not mentioned anywhere in the Vedic literature? Did Panini call the people of Kashmir Kashmirikas? If one were to look for answers to these questions in the Brill's Encyclopedia of Hinduism, which claims in its preface that the depth and breadth of information provided in it are unmatched by any reference work on Hinduism, and Wikipedia, one will find statements that answer the above questions in the near affirmative. This paper will foreground evidence from Ashtadasha Vidya texts, lack of evidence in one case, and secondary literature that problematizes answers to the above questions in the near affirmative. Finally, this paper will add a new data point to the considerations already present in a recently published paper, Landscape in the Natya Shastra, and clues to its spatial origin, a study in 2019 that strengthens the case for Kashmir when thinking about the spatial origins of the Natya Shastra. What you see below is the structure of my presentation. It is in 6 parts, starting with my gratitude. And my gratitude is to the author of this book, the book that educated me substantively about Kashmir's history and has since been a consistent source of inspiration for whatever little I've done, songs, papers, and more vis-a-vis Kashmir. It's titled The Making of Early Kashmir, Landscape and Identity in the Rajatarangini by historian, scholar, Dr. Shanadika Kaur. On right are some of the articles in the public domain, which are accessible: Silence on Kashmir's Historical Identity, Naysayers versus History, Kashmir Always a Part of the Idea of India. More importantly, the book also deals, as you can see in the bottom, about what is history, how does a land become a homeland, how a cultural identity is formed, explores its understanding of regional selfhood, and traces Kashmir's connected histories with the rest of India. This book came out in 2018, and it has been a huge source of inspiration for me. Moving on to previously, here is a snapshot of the papers that I have written. You don't need to read each one of these. On the right side bottom is my academia page detail, and you'll be able to access all of these over there. Related to Kashmir, here's some of the work that I've done. In 2018, like I said, I read the epochal book published by Dr. Kaur. Subsequently, I read Stein's translation of Kalhana's Rajatarangini, and a journey began of trying to understand Kashmir as a student. In 2019, I wrote a paper which basically was a survey of Kashmir in the Ashtadasha Vidya Itihasa Mahabharata, and then jointly authored a paper along with Padmaja Venkatesh Sureshji, which was presented in a conference in 2020 organized by IGNCA in Himachal Pradesh. It was a national seminar. In 2020, I composed and launched a Sanskrit album by the name Bharata and her Kashmira. Dr. Kak was very kind enough to kind of put out his view on the paper Landscape and the Natya Shastra, LITN. In 2021, this album was listed by IGNCA. I was accepted for listing by IGNCA, and subsequently it has been listed now. It was featured in ISB's LitFest, amongst other places. I was terribly excited, actually, to be able to contribute whatever little I could as part of a content creation seminar organized by the National Museum Institute earlier this year for a museum focused on Jammu and Kashmir. And earlier this year, a Sanskrit song with a Sukta to Surya, along with lines from the Mahabharata, actually played in the Sun Temple, Anantnag. So this is a snapshot of some of my work related to Kashmir. Now moving to the paper proper, the first part. So look at the excerpt 1. It's called, I'll just read that out. Panini called the people of Kashmir Kashmirikas. Now this excerpt 1 is a statement in a Wikipedia entry titled Kashmir, and it claims that Panini called the people of Kashmir Kashmirikas. Now, of the 3 endnotes, 10, 11, 12, attached to the statement in Wikipedia, the one numbered 10 leads to a page 64 of the book India and Central Asia, Classical to Contemporary Periods, where Kashmirikas is mentioned. Now, the paper contains all the details of which book, who's the author, etc. The problem, though, is that neither Kashmirika nor Kashmirika, insofar as I've seen at least, is attested as is in any of the works attributed by most people to Panini, namely the Ashtadhyayi, Sutra Patha, Dhatu Patha, Gana Patha, Unadi Patha, Paniniya Shiksha, and Paniniya Linganushasana. What one can find, though, are 4 instances of Kashmir in the Gana Patha, which are listed on the right. Now, even if one were to accommodate without agreeing with the view that the Ganapatha was not Paninian, but pre-Paninian, and there are at least 2 scholars who have taken that view, Pawate in 1934 and Ayachet in 1959. I'm not saying I agree with them, but even if one were to accommodate that view, that would only make the instances of Kashmir in the Ganapatha older than the time Ashtadhyayi was composed and older than the time of Panini. So while Kashmirikas is something that I have not been able to find, Kashmir is attested in the Ganapatha. In 2.1, that is the previous section, we have seen amongst other things how Kashmir is at least as old as the time of Panini. I will now analyze Alexis Sanderson's view in excerpt 2. If, as we just saw in 2.1, Kashmir is at least as old as Panini, how can Sanderson claim that Kashmir is not mentioned anywhere in the Vedic literature and it appears in no Indian source before the Mahabharata? Where does he say it? He says it in this excerpt on the left. I read, quote, Kashmir is mentioned nowhere in Vedic literature and it appears in no Indian source before Patanjali's Mahabharata of circa 150 BCE, where it occurs in the context that reveals only that rice was being cultivated in the valley at that time. You can find this in the Brill's Encyclopedia of Hinduism, Volume 1, page 103. Now, let me take the second of the 2 points mentioned at the top first. There could be a few possibilities over here. Sanderson thinks that the Mahabharata was composed before the Ganapatha, which would be plain wrong. Second, he does not know of Kashmira in the Ganapatha, which, while possible, and if so, might require him, therefore, to reconsider or revise his view. Neither of 1 or 2. If 3, which is neither of 1 or 2, is he making this claim based on the territory implied in his usage of the word Indian? In other words, is Sanderson saying that Kashmira appears in no Indian source before the Mahabharata because he thinks that the Ganapatha was composed in a place outside the territory of the Indian nation after 1947 CE? If this is his reason, and if he knows of Kashmira in the Ganapatha, then he should, in my view, at least have mentioned both. That is, his reason and his knowledge of Kashmir in the Ganapatha, and added where he thinks the Ganapatha was composed. To know about Kashmira in the Ganapatha and still not mention it when making statements about its absence before the Mahabharata, at the very least, in my view, is misleading. Now to the first point. What is at least as problematic, if not more, especially when writing for an article in an encyclopedia of Hinduism, is to put the Mahabharata itself, and by omission the Ganapatha too, outside the ambit of Vedic literature. Such a view is in direct conflict with an emic history of Hinduism, the ism part of which is deeply problematic given its colonial roots, in which Vyakarana is seen as an anga of Veda, of one of the 6 Vedangas, as part of at least 2 Indic systems of knowledge, Vidyasthanams, Ashtadasha Vidya and Chaturdasha Vidya. Engaging with Sanderson's view is significant, in my view, at least for one more reason. Consider how historian Mridu Roy has cited Sanderson in the section titled First Peoples and the Ownership of Kashmir in her recent article, Narratives from Exile, Kashmiri Pandits and Their Construction of the Past, in the book Kashmir and the Future of South Asia, published in 2021. Given that Rai has not bothered to write, at least not before the epochal book, The Making of Early Kashmir by Dr. Shanalika Kaul in 2018, about the pre-Islamic history of Kashmir, even as she theorized about some facets of Kashmir's history and her future, it is unsurprising that Dr. Mridu Rai's recent treatment is thin. In a section titled as sweepingly as First Peoples and the Ownership of Kashmir, she essentially merely cites Sanderson's comparison of the origin myth, I'll come to that, of Kashmir, as found in the Moola Saraswati Vada Vinaya, 1st or 2nd century, according to Dr. Rai, and the Nilamata Purana, to allege a so-called Brahminical appropriation of a supposedly Buddhist myth. Unlike Sanderson, Dr. Rai's article has no place even for Patanjali's Mahabharata, leave alone Panini and the Ganapatha, both of which belong to a time before the time Moola Saraswati Vada Vinaya was composed, supposed to have been composed, namely 1st and 2nd century CE. What else can it be if not her privilege that Dr. Rai can hurl insufficiently substantiated charges such as privileged, thin, ahistorical, and more, when her own engagement with the pre-Islamic history of Kashmir, which is at least twice the duration of Islam's history in Kashmir, is as thin as it is. I return to Sanderson's view to the third part of excerpt 2. According to him, Kashmir occurs in the Mahabharata in a quote, context that reveals only that rice was already being cultivated in the valley at that time. My concern is with his usage of the word only. Let me explain. Let us first see the instances of Kashmir in the Mahabharata. I could find the following, and I'm not taking you through each one of these. Now, thankfully, Sukumar Sen has published in 1955 a translation of some of these verses, and specifically of verses of Devadatta in the Mahabharata. Now, from the last two translations in the image above, which might be difficult for you to read, but it's there in the paper, don't worry, which allude to Kashmir, it should be clear that they reveal more than only the fact that rice was being cultivated in Kashmir at that time. Both of them allude first to Devadatta. They tell us that someone was asking Devadatta if he remembered their journey to Kashmir, where they lived, ate rice dishes, and drank gruel of parched grain. What else does the Mahabharata tell us about Devadatta himself? It reveals that Devadatta's family had come from Shrugna. He belongs to the clan of Garga. He lived in Pataliputra. He recited Vedas, and that at least one host might have considered him to be a Brahman. All of these are from the image that you see below. Even if the story of Devadatta in the Mahabharata is only a myth, let's just say, I don't know if it is a myth or not, but let's say it is a myth. We have here the story of a person who apparently lived in Pataliputra, who apparently could recite the Vedas, and who had at some point in time visited Kashmir. This story is attested in the Mahabharata that Sanderson pegs at circa 150 BCE, which is at least 1.5 centuries before the Mula Sarvasti Vada Vinaya was composed, which Mridurai has pegged to 1st or 2nd century CE. While the Devadatta story, even if a myth, is not a myth about the origin of Kashmir, like the Mula Sarvasti Vada Vinaya or the Nilamata Purana are, it is nevertheless a story in a non-Buddhist text of the Vedic tradition, dated to a period before the earliest mention of Kashmir in a Buddhist text, and which tells us a story of a Veda chanting person's travel to Kashmir. That is certainly more than, at least in my view, only information about rice having been cultivated in the valley, in contradistinction to what Dr. Sanderson has posited. Is that all one can glean about the relationship between Kashmir and Patanjali? To conclude so would be, in my view at least, to miss almost completely the key conclusions of 164 pages of writing across 3 articles titled Patanjali's Mahabharata as a Key to Happy Kashmir, Gonardya, Gonikaputra, Patanjali, and Gonandya, Patanjali, a Kashmirian, written by scholar Ashok Akluchkar and published first in 2008 as part of the book Linguistic Traditions of Kashmir. Dr. Akluchkar's multidisciplinary examination of the possibility of Patanjali being a Kashmirian is an effort whose depth and breadth of information appears, at least to me, unmatched to date. The absence of this topic and Dr. Akluchkar's analysis is glaringly conspicuous in an entry on Kashmir in an Encyclopedia of Hinduism, which is touted as an encyclopedia whose depth and breadth of information are unmatched by any reference work on Hinduism. So what I've done in this section, as you might have observed, is to engage with the mainstream, engage with a portion of an article focused on Kashmir in a very influential article, part of a very influential encyclopedia called the Brill's Encyclopedia of Hinduism. And I've also engaged with this later publication in 2021 Kashmir and the Future of South Asia. The latter, particularly, I think, needs more attention, perhaps, from Kashmiri Pandits, because there's a lot going on about them in this particular book, especially in the article by Dr. Rai. I'm mindful of the time, and in the interest of time, I'm not going to get into this aspect of my paper in too much depth. So I will move on to the conclusion. This paper contributes, insofar as I have seen, uniquely to the literature on Kashmir by presenting an original critical analysis of some facets of the early history of Kashmir found in articles titled Kashmir in an influential academic source, the Brill's Encyclopedia of Hinduism, and a pervasive popular source, Wikipedia. In the paper's analysis section, I have shown why answers in the near affirmative to the questions in the abstract, namely, is Patanjali's Mahabharata the earliest Indian source to attest to the word Kashmir? Does Kashmir in the Mahabharata occur in a context that only reveals information about rice cultivation in the valley? Is Kashmir not mentioned anywhere in the Vedic literature? Did Panini call the people of Kashmir Kashmirikas? Is, in my view, that is, the answers to all these questions in near affirmative, is, in my view, problematic. In response to excerpt 1, I have shown in section 2.1, Kashmir in Panini, that while there is a Paninian or pre-Paninian textual evidence of Kashmir, courtesy of the Ganapatha, I don't see any textual evidence in works attributed to Panini which supports the view that Panini called the people of Kashmir Kashmirikas. In response to excerpt 2, statements of Alexei Sanderson, I have posited in section 2.2, Kashmir and Patanjali, that it is misleading to not mention the Paninian or pre-Paninian textual evidence of Kashmir, courtesy of the Ganapatha, while discussing the earliest Indian source that attests to the word Kashmir, and declaring Patanjali's Mahabharata as the earliest Indian source to attest to the word Kashmir. Subsequently, I have invoked an emic history to contest the view that Kashmir is not mentioned anywhere in Vedic literature, given its presence in both the Ganapatha and the Mahabharata. Thereafter, using some facets of the story of Devadatta in the Mahabharata, I have shown how Dr. Sanderson's view that Kashmir in the Mahabharata occurs in a context that reveals only that rice was being cultivated in the valley at that time is incorrect, and posited that the evidence related to Devadatta in the pre-Mula Sarvasti Vada Vinaya and Mahabharata is crucial when discussing the earliest myths, if Devadatta's story is a myth, that is, in texts related to the early history of Kashmir. In the same section, I have engaged with Dr. Rai's article, First Peoples and the Ownership of Kashmir, and shown why I think her contributions to the discussion on the textual evidence vis-a-vis early Kashmir is thin, for reasons including but not limited to omissions of sources of evidence, not just the Ganapatha, but also the Mahabharata and much more of the subsequent texts. Finally, in section 2.3, which I didn't cover in the section, in the context of the arguments related to the spatial origins of the Natya Shastra in a recent paper, I have foregrounded evidence from Apte's dictionary and more to make the point that Mano Mohan's Ghosh is at least not alone when he's translated Priyangu as saffron, and to that extent that this counts, it strengthens the case of Kashmir as a candidate for the spatial origins of the Natya Shastra. These are the references used in my paper. The time now is 10:44. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Meghji. Do we have any questions from the audience? There is a comment though from Arvindji. There was an inquiry from the delegates, the attendees, that if there would be a Q&A. So I should have mentioned it earlier. The structure is a 20 plus 5 minutes kind of a thing for every presentation, which includes 20 for presentation and 5 minutes for Q&A. We made sure that we had lesser presenters so that there could be a good amount of time spent on Q&A. So are there any questions for Meghji?
There is a Q&A box, so you can type in your question.
Yes, Nagraj Garu, they have been using it. The delegates have been using it, and we've been responding to it. I actually second what Arvind ji has said in the comments. Neat tracing of key terms, cutting through the clutter as always. I just wanted to share one thing that while reading your paper, I came across this Mridula Rai paper, and you might be aware that I've just started my coursework for PhD, and it is in a field wherein this particular reference was of great use, because while reading that, it led me to another, and so I have personally gained from your paper in ways more than one. So thank you so much for that. I will now invite Maitri Goswami ji to present a paper on comparative analysis of the metaphysical aspects of Kashmir Shaivism and Vallabha Vedant in the context of Shuddha Advaita Vedant. Before that, a brief introduction of Maitri ji. Maitri is a Vaishnavite by faith and a learner of Vedanta, Bharatiya culture and Sanskrit scriptures. She has pursued MA from Sampurnanand Vishwavidyalaya, Varanasi, with Vedanta as the main subject. As the 17th descendant of Mahaprabhu Sri Vallabhachari, she has been studying all the Sampradayic scriptures of Pushti Bhakti Margiya sect from her father, Sri Sharad Goswami, and her revered Guru Goswami, Sri Sham Manohar ji, for the last 14 years. In accordance with her duties towards her Sampradaya, she currently preaches the scriptures written by Mahaprabhu Sri Vallabhachari and Vedic philosophy. Maitri ji, welcome to this conference, and please proceed. You have 20 plus 5 minutes. The stage is all yours.
Namaste everyone. So today the subject I am discussing here in this conference is the comparative discussion on the metaphysical aspects of Kashmir Shaivism and Vaishnava tradition from the perspective of Shuddha Advaita Vedanta.
Maitri ji, could you please run it in the slide?
So with the Mangal. Sorry?
Could you please run the presentation in slideshow mode? There's that icon at the bottom right. Yes, please.
Yes. Is it visible now?
One second. I think it's taking. Could you click anywhere on the slide of yours? If you click on the slide or do an escape and then run the slideshow, it would work. Yeah, click on this now.
It goes fine now?
It's still not working. Should we?
Yeah, at the
go
top,
to the you can also go to the slideshow, Maitri ji. On the top.
on the top, you have some buttons, and in the middle, you have slideshow. You can go there.
On my screen, it is visible. I mean, I am able to see it in the slideshow.
Maitri ji, I think you have selected that particular window, right? When you are sharing.
I'm using the
No,
screen share option, and I have already, yes.
no, please stop your screen sharing and again please try. When you click on the green button, share screen, you please select the first one from the pop-up window. It's called screen. Then you please share.
Is it going fine now?
Yeah, one moment. It is coming. It is loading. Yeah, now you please make it a slideshow mode.
Okay now?
Not yet.
No, it is not coming.
No worries. Let's just begin. You can just continue, please. Sorry for the distance. Go ahead, please.
Or else Srinivas Garu or Koti Garu can run it from their side.
May I continue?
Absolutely, Maitri ji.
Please continue.
Okay.
So we have not received the PPT.
Nama Rupa Karma Leela. Is it visible?
Yes. Go ahead, Maitri ji. Srinivas Garu, Koti Garu, let us allow Maitri ji to speak. Yes.
Thank you. Nama Rupa Karma Leela Sattve Kasyapya Nekata Swasya Dvedaha Padakam Tat Brahmaikyam Dhimahi Param. Today I'm discussing the Shuddhadvaita Vedanta aspect, which is parallelly available in both the Sampradayas, which is Pratyabhigya Darshan and Pushti Bhakti Sampradaya established by Mahaprabhu Sri Vallabhacharya. In spite of having a huge geographical difference and differences on the basis of Upasana Parampara, both the Acharyas have successfully been amalgamated on the basis of philosophical stand, which is Shuddhadvaita Vedanta, and I'm going to compare both the philosophies on that ground. First of all, I'm trying to discuss the Upanishadic perspective of Indian philosophical tradition, which is Advaita. So we can see that Vallabhacharya and Abhinav Gupta, they both have preached the philosophies titled as, Sri Vallabhacharya says, titles his philosophy as Tadatmyavad or Shuddhadvait Brahmavad, while Abhinav Gupta, Utpal Dev and
Please change the
Komanand
slide.
have contributed and titled their, yes?
Please go to the next slide.
Yes, I have.
We are seeing the same
So
slide.
Shivadvaivad and Swatantravad are
Probably on your screen, you
there
are
some
able to see the slideshow mode, but we
mine?
are not able to see the slideshow mode.
I don't know. It is visible on my screen.
Okay, I suggest we bring in the next speaker so that we don't waste time. Vade, and you please send the email to Vade, and then we'll share the screen. I think that's better.
As you advise, Hariji. Maitriji, we will get in touch with you in a minute. So we will have your schedule after this. Just give me a minute, please. So
is the next speaker ready?
Yes, Suman Badami ji.
Sorry for the problem.
Yes, I'm ready.
Sure. So Maitriji, kindly stop sharing the screen, and Srinivas Garu, could you please speak to Maitriji once and we'll just organize this. Maitriji, could you stop sharing? Yeah. We really regret the inconvenience, but technology sometimes does play spoil sport. Our next speaker is Dr. Suman Badami, who will be presenting a paper on Vimarsha and Samavesh, Cognition through Stasis. And just a small intro for Dr. Badami. Dr. Suman Badami is a Bharatnatyam dancer and teacher based in Mumbai. She has a PhD in a comparative study, religious and aesthetic concepts of 10th century Kashmir Shaivism, Mumbai University, and a fellowship for research in Bharatnatyam from Ministry of Culture, Government of India. Her training in Bharatnatyam was in Chennai under Sri S.K. Kameshwaran and Srimati Saroja Kameshwaram. She runs a dance academy, Natya Vimarsha, in Mumbai and has conducted several Arangetrams and performances of the students. As a committee member of Powai Fine Arts Mumbai, she coordinates professional dance and music performances along with the team and also coordinates training in classical music and dance by professional teachers for students registered with this academy. She is a recipient of several awards, some of which are Nritya Kala Sagar by Nateshwar Kala Mandir, Shivali Nritya Shiromani by Shivali Society, Natya Ratna, Rasika Ranjani Sabha Mumbai, Taranga Ratna 2022, Takshashila Nritya Kala Mandir. She has presented papers on Bharatnatyam and aesthetics of classical Indian dance at several seminars and conferences, including the World Congress of Dance, the Natya Darshan Conference, Chennai TIS, and recently for Accenture Women's Day. She has performed extensively at several venues and festivals in India and abroad and online. She is a member of the UN International Dance Council and Association of Bharatnatyam Artists of India. Welcome to this conference, Sumanji. We look forward to your paper. 20+5 is the time duration. The stage is all yours.
Namaskaram to all, and thank you so much for firstly curating a conference on this topic on Kashmir, and also for inviting me to be a part of this conference with such excellent scholars. I am a Bharatanatyam dancer, and this is just my humble point of view, and I hope you accept it. For me, culture, the word culture encompasses all that is embedded and embodied in the belief systems of a place in a certain time, within a certain context. And some of these can be understood only in that embedded and embodied environment, all these arts, the traditions, the philosophies of each place. But for me, at a very personal level, in my quest to understand my art form of Bharatanatyam that I practice, which is so deeply entrenched in the temple traditions of the South India, and which is so deeply even now in that format of the Bhakti Sringara debate that is ongoing in the contemporary perception of the art form. I have found deep resonance to all my questions in the works of Acharya Abhinavagupta. Viewing the creative process and the resultant experience in a cultural performance through the lens of Kashmir Shaivism, therefore, for me, is not just to look back at a point in history, at some point in the past, but to understand and acknowledge the relevance and validity of all these thoughts today. A contemporary perception of our classical arts, I think, we can get only from works, especially from the works of Acharya Abhinavagupta. Can the art stand by itself without the religious props or the philosophical heavy backdrops? How do we correlate to the contemporary content and to the nature of the art experience? Are you able to see the next slide?
No, ma'am. Could you please press the down arrow key?
I'm doing that. I'm doing that. There seems to be a problem. Can I just start sharing again?
Yes, for sure.
I don't know what the issue is. So I will go to.
Yes, slideshow, please.
It's not coming on slideshow?
Not yet. Ma'am, the rightmost icon next to your magnifier slider.
Yeah, I've done that. What is happening today?
No problem. Okay, let's go to resume slideshow and see what happens. Yeah, now could you press the...
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we are good. We are good. Thank you.
Good. From the incredibly vast literature and resources of Kashmir Shaivism, it is my modest attempt to seek similarities on a few critical concepts in the two texts, the Ishvara Pratyabhijna Vimarshini and the Abhinava Bharati, two remarkable works of Acharya Abhinavagupta. The main focus of this paper would be to highlight some key concepts to analyze if it was an overwriting of an aesthetic theory with Shaivism concepts, or is the artistic process itself a means to a spiritual apprehension of a human experience, the spiritual cognition within the aesthetic theory and the concept of bhakti. Abhinavagupta was a rare combination of poet and philosopher. He discards pluralism and holds reality to be absolute unity. At the top, he places Anuttara, the absolute of which all creations are manifestations. His conception of the universal, the absolute, is based on the analysis of the human mind, which reveals two aspects. Mind that receives reflection and is self-luminous, Shiva or Prakasha, there is no consciousness at this point. The other aspect is that the mind knows itself in all its purity. This aspect technically termed as Shakti or Vimarsha. This awareness of the self is the second category, self-consciousness. The world of experience is real. It is a manifestation of the universal consciousness, but it is also ideal because it is nothing but an experience of the supreme self itself. The Trika system, because of its theory of Abhasavada, is called as realistic idealism. Abhasa is defined as all that is, all that exists, all the manifestations of the supreme consciousness, all the associations of the limited self with the body, and all forms of knowledge. The Pratyabhijna school of recognition is a branch of Kashmir Shaivism, and the term Trika was also used by Abhinavagupta for the Pratyabhijna Shastras. Ishvara Pratyabhijna Vimarshini, the doctrine of divine recognition, is a commentary on the Ishvara Pratyabhijna Sutras of Utpalacharya. This thought system believes that the gross elements which present the state of differentiation is the means for inferring the undifferentiated state, Shiva. Shiva is the source of tattvas. In this system, the self realizes that he is essentially Shiva. The gross elements with the subtle, through the faculties of action and the faculties of knowledge, beyond the mind, ego, and instinct, is sublimated. Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas, beyond Buddhi, Ahamkara, and Manas, beyond Maya, is sublimated. In a parallel look at the art experience in the Abhinava Bharati, Acharya Abhinava Gupta says this in the Abhinava Bharati. The spectator sees the actors and actresses dressed in costumes suited for their different parts and is willing to accept them as characters they represent. But he finds it difficult to accept them as the original characters they represent, as they are not actually so. A peculiar illusion is created in which he completely forgets the time and place associated with the actors and the characters that they represent. He does not exclude his own self from this experience. The more he enjoys the dramatic situation on stage, the more he identifies with the action, and the result is that his whole personality, body and soul gets electrified. In a unique mood of sympathy and empathy, he weeps or laughs with the actor. He does not remain a detached spectator, but joins in a unique experience of a universal feeling along with other sensitive souls in the gallery. So the spectator, through the aesthetic process, moves from the individual to universal, where sattva, rajas, tamas is beyond the gunas. It's nirguna, moves from sense to transcendence, where the individual ego, intellect, and mind is aware at that point of the unifying universal. This system talks of three means or upayas of experiencing universal consciousness. Shambhava upaya, the energy of the will, Ichcha Shakti, the will to manifest and reabsorb. It is the realm of thoughtlessness. Shaktopaya, the energy of knowledge, Jnana Shakti, all actions and thoughts, which is centered, the one-pointedness. Anava upaya, the energy of action, Kriya Shakti, concentration in the world of duality. Beyond these three is another upaya called anupaya, where there is nothing to be done. One is uplifted through divine grace, and this energy is called Ananda Shakti. These are not different parts, but rather one occurring after the other. In the aesthetic perception, the duality of the subject and the aesthetic object exists first, and the subject engages with the object, identifies with it, staying with complete and firm focus, merges with it beyond the concepts of time and space, or the effect of the vibhavas, etc., into a steady equanimity, and then, without any effort, is lifted up to transcendence. Moving to the Abhinava Bharati, Abhinava Gupta also pays homage to Shiva at the beginning of each chapter of this aesthetic theory. Abhinava Bharati refers to the 36 categories of the Pratyabhijna system, one category for each chapter of the Natya Shastra. He seems to indicate through verses that he considered the experience of the self in Rasananda also as a path of self-realization within the Tattva scheme, where the individual rises to the universal. In the first few chapters of the verses refer to Shiva as Dharani Rupam, Jalamurti, Tejo Pura Ishwaram, Samira Murti, Vyoma Murti, and Rasamatra Murti. And in the end, he pays homage to Anuttara, the inconceptualizable Paramashiva, the unsurpassed. In the Abhinava Bharati, the self-conscious properly means the action being done by a tasting subject and may be thought of as a mental cognition consisting of direct experience, imagination, and remembrance. The very same is mentioned about the self-consciousness in the Ishvara Pratyabhijna Vimarshini, also by Abhinava Gupta. He says, if there not be one great Lord who is essentially self-luminous, holds within all the innumerable forms of the universe, and possesses the powers of cognition, remembrance, and differentiation. The aesthetic process starts with the direct perception of objects. After perception, one identifies with an essential attribute of that object. This essential attribute is neither illusory, nor an imitation, nor a reproduction. The spectator then moves to a world of imagination. The objectivity is still there. The subjective limitations are also there. In the Ishvara Pratyabhijna Vimarshini, he states that the power of imagination in all beings proves that the power of knowledge and action are there within oneself. So the ability to have the rasa experience is latent in all. The powers of the Lord are also within all. I quote, all worldly transactions depend on the triad of powers. It is due to the triad of powers of that glorious one that there is manifestation of limited perceivers. It is he who directly experiences, remembers, and determinately cognizes the various limited subjects. sthayi is not mentioned by Bharata in the definition of rasa. It is the very basis, the essence of that aswada. Abhinavagupta says the sthayi is the king of bhavas. The sthayi cannot be perceived directly and is through the vibhavas, etc. It is something in the subconscious and is identified by linking it to something of the past in the spectator's memory. If it had been mentioned along with the vibhavas, etc., he says, readers would have been misled into thinking that it is an objective element like the vibhavas and the anubhavas. In the Ishvara Pratyabhigna Vimarshini, Abhinavagupta says the following about memory. We bow to that Shiva who strings in a regular order the multitude of gems, the objects which lie heaped up in the treasury of his heart on the string of remembrance. It is not possible for the limited subject to apprehend the universal directly, as he would not recognize its value as such. The spectator first, through the vibhavas, etc., on stage, identifies the sthayi, and then the intensification of that leads to the rasananda. Abhinavagupta explains this fact, that the limited self cannot access the supreme directly in the Ishvara Pratyabhigna Vimarshini also. The object which shines independently is first perceived by the limited self as separate from itself. At this stage, it is limited by its individual constraints. He wrote, similarly, though the Lord of the universe is ever shining within as the very self, yet his shining does not make the heart full of ananda, because the self is not yet realized to be transcendental. Aesthetic perception is a generalized perception in the minds of the spectator, because it is free of limitations and obstacles. In the Abhinava Bharati, he terms this universal nature as Sadharanikarana. In the Ishvara Pratyabhigna Vimarshini, he terms this as Samanya Rupatva. The Ishvara Pratyabhigna Vimarshini states the same. An object shines as separate and also as commingled with others on account of its element of universality. Thus, when the separateness or diversity of abhasas occupies a subordinate position to that of identity, then there is true universality, Samanya Rupatva, insofar as the identity tinges or qualifies various similar individual objects. But when the abhasa is determinately cognized in a total isolation, then its universality is not real, but simply possible because of its fitness to tinge a number of similar individual external objects. It is cognition by the eye and ears, and then identifying it with something of the past in the spectator's memory. Rasa is cognition, that is recognition. Abhinavagupta considers this succession of memory as a spiritual means. He claims that memory is the very synthesizer and origin of all experiences. Therefore, the self-luminous principle, which becomes extrovert at the time of grasping an external object, has as its introvert self-luminosity intact even at a subsequent time, and this introvert self-luminosity becomes aware of its having become extrovert in relation to a particular object, and therefore is called the power of remembrance. The different manifestations due to the Apohana Shakti get triggered by the sthayi or the memory Shakti Smriti to a universal state of recognition, recognition, rasananda, which is vimarsha. Abhinavagupta has stated that the individual becomes unselfish through the process that leaves him experiencing a universal state of feeling. So it could be said that both the Natya Shastra and the Abhinava Bharati emphasize this unselfish state, devoid of the individual ego or consciousness of the I. It ended in an experience that through its very nature has so transformed the spectator to experience a sensation that is far removed from his practical reality and is a state of equilibrium, which is due to the fact that the bhavas, which are the stimuli, are no longer present at this level. In the Pratyabhigna Shastras, the individual ascends the Tattva ladder from gross to the pure self-consciousness. The Vimarsha, resting within Prakasha and signifying unity, is termed as Aham. The consciousness dependent upon another is represented as Idam. In the state that comes in between the two, there arises the consciousness I, this. At this state, the I and the this are at the same level, like the pans of an evenly held balance. These are the categories Sadashiva and Ishvara. This point is Shama in the Rasa experience. The term he uses for the level of unity of that experience represented by Prakasha and Vimarsha is Samvid. Just as Shama is the substratum of all the sthayis, Samvid is that substratum, the point of rest, unity of all diversity. Abhinavagupta says that sthayi in a state of samvid is bhoga. Bhoga is synonymous for rasa. Therefore, samvid is that state of rasananda, a state of equilibrium, a state of cessation of desires. In the Ishvara Pratyabhigna Vimarshini, Abhinavagupta describes this state of cessation of desires as a state of devotional attitude. He has said, those who are rich in the wealth of devotion have nothing left to be desired. We can interpret this as Shama, Samvid, Bhoga, which are all the states of devotional attitude, as Bhakti. Shama is also the sthayi of all the sthayis. Abhinavagupta introduces this as the sthayi for the ninth rasa, Shanta. He argued for the ninth rasa, Shanta, for the highest Purushartha, Moksha. Rasananda in its transcendental level is the rasa of Moksha. The transcendence of the self also has aesthetic validity like all other rasas. This in the Ishvara Pratyabhigna Vimarshini is a recognition of the individual as the highest Lord. In order, he says, in order that the common man may have the transcendental power Siddhi without much effort, Utpala, the son of Udayakara, has written this. The word Jana simply means man. It is for the benefit of all. Its aim is great because its purpose is to enable common man to realize the higher and lower siddhis without much effort. In the Ishvara Pratyabhigna Vimarshini, he says, the word dasya. It means a state of the devotee to whom the Lord gives all that is desired. So, in the Ishvara Pratyabhigna Vimarshini, the self, devoid of duality, in a state of unity, is termed as devotee. The same could therefore be applied to the self in a state of Rasananda at Shama. In the Abhinava Bharati, Abhinava says devotion and faith, bhakti and shraddha, which are infused with recollection, reflection, steadfastness, striving, and contemplation of the Lord, are both in other ways supportive of Shantarasa and therefore not counted separately because it is the sthayi along with shraddha. It could be said that Shama is bhakti, Samavesha is the entry to divinity, the path to the transcendental. The highest level of experience is due to Shamavesha, the immersion in the latent traces of one's own feelings, and it is this very nature of the self that leads to the highest experience. At the transcendental level, free consciousness is the chief characteristic of the self-luminous principle. This free will is termed as Svatma Paramarsha. It is that very first stir in the absolute unity, Param Spandanam. At the transcendental level, the unity of Prakasha and Vimarsha is termed as Swatantriya Samvid Shakti. Maybe that is why Bhakti doesn't find a place in the listing of the bhavas or rasas in both the Natya Shastra and the Abhinava Bharati. The texts laid the path that would lead to a state of divinity at the Rasananda level. The very nature of the self leads to the highest experience. It is a state of humility. It is a state of surrender of all individuality, surrender of ego, termed as dasya, which is the state of the spectator in the bliss of the rasa experience. Therefore, Shiva and Shakti are absolute necessities in the aesthetic experience to validate the transcendental experience of Shantarasa. In conclusion, it could be said that art in the aesthetic theory, as presented by Abhinavagupta, had within it the power to lead the self to a path of divinity or bhakti, of stasis and equilibrium or samavesha, leading to a transcendental experience, Shantarasa or Vimarsha. On the flip side, Kashmir Shaivism points to the potential in art that reveals the universal nature of devotion beyond the narrow walls of religion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sumanji. It's a coincidence that Harikiranji is planning a symposium on Hindu spirituality, and in that the key terms are Shraddha and Bhakti. And you brought them from Abhinavagupta is really very important. Dimpleji, please go ahead.
No, Nagaraj, there's just one question from a guest. They haven't mentioned their full name. So, Sumanji, would you like to take that?
Yeah, sure, but I can't see the question.
Okay, how does Prativigna help in the BMI constant is what they have asked.
BMI constant.
Yes, ma'am.
What is the BMI?
What is the BMI constant? The questioner did not.
Good, huh? Yeah, that's why I said, would you want to? If
Please,
Can they ask?
you may
Can
leave that
elaborate
question.
on the question?
yeah, we can just ignore that for
Ignore
now.
that question. BMI.
But HPG, if you would like to elaborate on your question, you could just tag us on Twitter and we'll see that Sumanji responds to you later on. Is there any other question from the audience members for Sumanji? Oh, okay, it seems not. So now I would again invite Maitriji to present her paper on comparative analysis of the metaphysical aspects of Kashmir Shaivism and Vallabh Vedant in the context of Shuddha Advaita Vedant. Maitriji will be assisted by Srinivas Garu from Indica in presenting the slides. So Maitriji and Srinivasji, over to your collaboration.
Yeah. Can you start the presentation? May I start? Okay, thank you. So today I'm discussing upon the metaphysical aspects of Kashmir Shaivism, which comes from the major school of Shaivism and Vaishnav tradition, under which I am taking Vallabh Vedant into the consideration, because both these philosophical schools have proposed the same philosophy titled as Shuddha Advaita Vedanta. Namarupa Karma Leela Satvik Asyapyanekata Swasya Dvedha Padakam Tat Brahmaikyam Dhimahi Param. On the ground of geographical differences and the worshipping traditions, both the Sampradayas, Pratyabhigya Darshan and Pushtabhakti Sampradaya proposed by Vallabhacharya have been quite different from each other, but the philosophical grounds been the same for both these Sampradayas. Shuddhadvait school of philosophy has been proposed by Mahaprabhu Sri Vallabhacharya, while Somanand Utpaldev and Abhinav Gupta have, in collaboration, have titled their philosophical stand as Shivadvait Vad and Swatantra Vad. Not going on the name, but on the conclusion which I am able to understand, studying both them on the ground. Can you go to the next slide? So the context which I am discussing upon now is the Upanishadic Brahmavad, which is the cornerstone of the Indian philosophical tradition. So because both the schools have their origination from the Upanishads, therefore Ekam Sat Vipra Bahudha Vadanti, it is what the Vedic philosophy concludes upon, that whatever you name the Almighty Tattva as, but ultimately it is this one and the same. And therefore, either it be Shiv as the ultimate Tattva in Kashmir Shaivism and Pratyabhigya Darshan, while Bhagavan Shri Krishna and Narayan on the Vaishnav tradition, both have been having the Tadatmyavad or Ekatmya with the universe and the individual beings or Jivatma. The quest for the Almighty Tattva, can you go to the next slide? Starts in the Rigveda, which says that Kava Kesha Vriksha, from which forest the universe has been carved, or which tree has been used for creating this universe. And to answering that ultimate quest, Taittiriya Brahman says that Brahman himself is the forest, Brahman himself is the tree from which everything has been carved and everything has been created. And ultimately, this world which is standing in front of us is Brahman himself. So this is the ground for both the philosophical schools, where Shiv is the Tattva and Krishna is the Tattva. In spite of considering Advaita on the ground of Upanishad, we have all the type of schools in Indian philosophical systems, which are Dvaitavadi, Dvaitadvaitavadi, Vishishtadvaitavadi, or Aupadik Dvaitavadi as well, from which as of now we are considering Shuddha Advaitavadi. Next, please. So for now, if we go through the historical aspect, we can say that in Shaiva philosophy and Vaishnava philosophy, in both these schools, we have Dvaitavad, Advaitavad, and Dvaitadvaitavad. Like in Shaivite tradition, it says that Bhagavan Shiv asked Durvasa to propagate all these three type of schools on the basis of his unity with the universe. And therefore, Trambak, Avardak, and Srinath propagated Advait, Dvait, and Dvaitadvait. And same happens with the Vaishnavite tradition as well. Next, please. Where Sri Vallabhacharya says that Sarvavada Navasaram Nanavada Navoditat Brahma. It means that we cannot finitely explain the Brahmavad because it has all the perspectives open. And therefore, Dvaitavad was proposed by Madhvacharya and Ramanuj Bhaskaracharya, Nimbar Krishna Chaitanya, and ultimately Mahaprabhu Sri Vallabhacharya as well. All these have been common on the ground of Vaishnavite schools, but still have different type of philosophies. Same happened with the Shaivite philosophical schools as well. Next, please. So it explains the infinity of Brahma, which cannot be found in single philosophical school or explanation. Now, specifically about the Shuddhadvait Vedanta, which is supposed to be discussed here, Shuddhadvait can be explained in these two statements, which have been concluded from the two type of definitions given by the Ved, which are Swarupa Lakshana of Brahman and Karya Lakshana of Brahman. Swarup Lakshan says that Satyam Jnanam Anantam Brahma and Anando Brahmeti Vijanat, while the Karya Lakshan explains that Brahma is the creator and destroyer and the one who has the whole universe in him. And by merging both these definitions, we can come on the conclusion that there is some type of Advait which is having Dvait in it. And on the other side, there is some type of Dvait accepted in Shuddhadvait school, which incorporates the basic Advait of Brahma with the universe. And therefore, in the term of Vallabhacharya, we can say that it is Swabhavik Advait and Aichik Advait, which can be concluded in the form of Shuddhadvait. Next, please. These are the 9 primary elements of Shuddhadvait philosophy, which I have concluded into. The first one is Brahmavad. I will not be going into comparing the quotations from both the philosophical schools, but would be explaining the concept. And in the paper, in brief, I have presented all the quotations through which the comparison can be clearly understood. So Brahmavad is the common ground for both the schools, where it says that Shiva is the ultimate tattva while Krishna is the ultimate tattva. And both of them creates the name, form, and things of the universe from their Sat, Chit, and Ananda. Viruddha Dharmashrayata Vad is the second concept, which explains that in spite of creating all the finite forms, the ultimate tattva remains infinite. And therefore, that ultimate tattva can carry both infinity and finiteness in its ultimate form. Abhinna Nimittopadan Karanatavad explains that Nimitta Karan and Upadan Karan both are single for the universe. The integral material and the efficient causes will go same for the universal objects. Where in Shaivite philosophy it says that Param Shiv himself creates the whole universe out of his tattva. And Abhinav Gupta says that the name of these revealed for the reunification of the universe, nature, form, freedom, power of Lord Shiva is vibration. And this vibration is an excitement like a playfulness living in integral and eternal harmony within the unchanging and tranquil God, which is called the discussion form of the light from the God. So it means that in spite of creating the world, which is finite in its nature, still the eternal and integral harmony remains unchanged in the ultimate reality, which explains the Viruddha Dharmashrayata Vad. It means it encompasses all the Virodhi Dharma in the infinite form. Satkarantavad explains that in spite of creating the universe, the Karan remains Sat, and same goes with the Satkaryatavad, which explains that in spite of the creation coming out of the Almighty Tattva, the Karya remains Sat, and it doesn't become a Mithya or Avidyak or anyways like that. So Satkaryatavad and Satkarantavad are explaining that the bij or the tattva from which the universe is being created doesn't change itself, and therefore it concludes into the avikrit parinamvad, which means that the parinam or the world which is being created doesn't become vikrit, but it remains avikrit in its original form. And therefore the Prativigya philosophy says that this light form of God is inspired by his form, like fire and its combustion. The difference between the light and the sparks is completely unconvincible. And discussion is the perception of the light form of this one consciousness, which can be named as either Shiv or either Krishna in both the philosophies. And this discussion is its freedom, the freedom of Paramashiv, by which the soul becomes neutral and rests in the wholesome self alone. So Satkarantavad explains that the Karan remains Sat in spite of creating the universe, and this complete and this similar statement we can find from the Vallabh as well, where Vallabhacharya says that if Brahma is one and the only Sattva and he is the integral cause of the world, then the appearance of the world must suddenly be considered as the cause of Sattva. It means the reality or the Sat cause produces action, not unreal or asat cause, and therefore unreal object with the Satkaritavad, where even the Ved says that the Brahman is perfect, and this arising from him, the world arising from him, even that is perfect, because the perfect is the origin of the perfect. Sat is the origin of the Sat, and in the time of doom, the perfect survives with the perfection of the perfect. So world and the Tattva both will be having their existence on the similar ground, on which Abhinav Gupta says that even doing so for self-indulgence, he does not deviate from his perfect freedom. So after creating the universe, the Tattva doesn't become imperfect, and therefore the pure nature of the Paramashiva in the slightest and always rests in the consumption of the perfect ego, the perfect Anand of Paramashiv. And therefore, along with his Shakti, Shaktiyosya Jagat Kritsnam Shakti Manstu Mahashiva, in which it says that Shakti is the power of Shaktiman, the integral power of Shaktiman, and there is Tadatmya Sambandh between Shakti and Shaktiman, and therefore the created universe doesn't become Asat or Mithya. And this explains Avirbhav Tirobhavvad, which means that all the universal objects doesn't have Utpatti and Nash, but they have Avirbhav and Tirobhav. It means they will disappear and they will appear as per the free will of the Almighty God. And therefore, whatever sort of destruction we are able to see in the universal objects is not real, because the Karya Tattva is happening, it is disappearing into the Karan Tattva form. And whenever the Almighty Tattva wants to make it appear again, the disappeared form comes into the appearance. And therefore, it is not Utpatti Nash, but it is Avirbhav and Tirobhav. This is what in Tantra Lok Abhinav Gupta has to say, that he is also able to bind himself in his imaginary form, and he is also able to remove that bondage and free his imaginary bound form. So from finite to infinite during the destruction, and from infinity, that same finite all the forms come into existence as per the free will of Sadashiv, and same is what Vallabhacharya explains. Karyakaran Tadatmyavad and Anshanshi Tadatmyavad are the two concepts which explain the relation of the Almighty Tattva with Jagat and with the Jeev. So as Veda says that these are the three names, forms and actions, and Brahman holds all the names, Brahman holds all these forms and all these actions, and it is one though three, and this one soul takes three forms. So this explains the Tadatmyavad. It means the Advait is not such an Advait which cannot incorporate Dvait in it. And same way, whenever the Dvait is being spoken, it doesn't mean that the Advait between both the forms is not being expected. So Prativigya philosophy also says that when Shiv, who is under the control of the living entity by the pastime of his pre-nature, while being in the Jeev form, understands the transcendence he has understood as his transcendence by his free will, of concealing his form, concealing means tirobhav, then that true perception of transcendence becomes his bondage. So whenever the Tattva wants to create the finite forms, he accepts those bondages upon him, and whenever he wants to free himself from those bondages, he becomes infinite again in his real form. Avikrita Swarup Parinamvad explains that in spite of the Karya being created out of the Karan, the Parinam is not Vikrit, for which the example of milk and curd is given, that curd is the Vikrit Parinam of milk, while ornaments are the Avikrit Parinam of gold. So Avikrit Parinamvad has been explained by Sri Vallabhacharya and Abhinav Gupta both, where Sri Vallabhacharya says that the origin of the world produced by Brahma is supernatural. This is proof. However, the Sutrakaras are giving logic to give knowledge by being the result. So it explains that since growth is supernatural, it is proved that Brahman is the combined cause of the universe. Here, the premise is that if the action is the form of multiple buildings is sometimes distorted, how can it be called an undistorted result? To resolve this doubt, it is said that the change in the previous state of Brahman, it means the ultimate stage of Brahman, such as the disturbance in the yogurt produced from milk, should not be considered as the disturbance of form, smell, etc. should be accepted, not other disorders. So same example is given by Abhinav Gupta, where he says that when we are having the waves in the ocean, it doesn't mean that with the waves, the ocean is divided. So that Dvait of the waves incorporates the Advait of the ocean, from which the waves are being created, in which they are resorting, and ultimately they will amalgamate into the oneness of the ocean again. So the Abhinav Gupta says that the light shining in the cosmic form, though completely integral with its real form, the basic great light, appears as different from each other in the forms of the proof and the theorem from which the tattva comes. And even if we assume a difference for behavior, which can be said as vyavaharika satta of Jagat, so he denies, saying that if we assume a difference for behavior between water specific to Vichita Vajwal and water specific to stillness, there is no difference in terms of waterness between waves and the tattva of ocean, and therefore the waterness, as in fact similarly there is no difference between cosmic consciousness and transcendental consciousness which is inside us. The last vad is Leelarth Srishtivad, which explains that the play continuously happening between Dvait and Advaita is happening on the ground of Leela, the eternal playfulness, the mood of playfulness, the Anand of the Almighty Tattva. And Abhinav Gupta explains that, explaining the very subtle nature of this Aunmukhya, the self-knowing Shiva has written that just as there is a very subtle vibration, spanda, before it, when it is oriented towards the super wavy state of calm, still water, so it is very subtle towards the creation of the world, only desire is awakened. So that spanda of Shiv, Sadashiv, comes out from his Ichha Shakti, Swatantra Ichha Shakti, and therefore this Vad of Abhinav Gupta has been titled as Swatantra Vad, the Swatantra of Shiv, which can be synonymous term to the term Leela or playfulness. So the beginning of this subtle desire is called the orientation. To explain this Aunmukhya is called the first part of desire, this Panda. And by the way, there is no difference between the Aunmukhya and Ananda Shakti, since everything is ultimately the form of the same Shakti, and the Shakti which relies upon the Sadashiv. So towards the conclusion, what Abhinav Gupta and Vallabhacharya has to say on the same ground is that usefulness of Tadatmya Sambandh between the Almighty Lord and the created world stands upon the ground that devotion can connect both the Tattva. And for understanding the concept of devotion along with the Gyan Samuchita Bhakti, it is important that we understand the Tadatmya, because the whole and soul Advaita cannot make the being survive in the devotional service, and same happens in the Jnana Shakti as well. So this is how Vallabhacharya and Abhinav Gupta are on the same ground. I have cited all the quotations in the paper from which those can be cited, and this is what the subject I had to contribute. Thank you very much.
Dimpleji, are you there?
Yes, Nagaraj, I was waiting for you to.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I just wanted to say that in the lines that I was mentioning during my talk, Vallabhacharya is from the south, from Andhra region, and Avinav Gupta is from the Kashmir region, and even Maitriji is not mentioning that it is an influence. Probably it is just talking about a similarity, coincidental similarity. And another wonderful aspect of this is that the projected Shaiva Vaishnava sectarian division is also being dissolved by Maitriji at a doctrinal level. At a doctrinal level, both Shaiva and Vaishnava traditions, and Vallabha tradition being the most influential tradition of North India today, with all its branches in the form of Ramanandi and other Sahaja Ananda tradition and all other branches of Vallabha tradition only. So, with that influence and the similarity at a doctrinal level with Kashmir Shaivism, actually that's a wonderful integrational view that Maitriji was presenting. Thank you very much for that. Dimpleji, please.
Thank you so much, Nagaraj. I just want to add one thing, that to see young scholars like Maitriji hold forth on such themes is very reassuring and heartening. And I'm sure that the audience that has watched her presentation would leave with something to reflect upon. And this paper, when published on Indica today, would be there for everyone to read. Maitriji, there was a comment shared by an audience member. I will pass it on to you later. So thank you so much. And despite all the technological hiccups, we managed to do it in time. Thank you so much. Now we have a guest speaker, Neha Mittal ji. I would like to introduce her first before we listen to her address. Neha ji is an Indian Audit and Accounts Service Officer of the 2018 batch. She is currently posted in the Uttarakhand Audit Office under CAG of India. Her work involves audit of government departments and schemes being implemented in the state. Apart from her official work, she has deep interest in Indology and related aspects of Indic civilization. She is presently working on 2 books on the regional history of Uttarakhand and that of Kashmir. The book on Uttarakhand is a narrative non-fiction book which describes the culture of the state in reference to its geographical setting, the majestic Himalayas. Central Himalayas have always fascinated and attracted a diverse set of people since antiquity to this day. Royal princes, political refugees, pilgrims, Aztecs, religious reformers, scholars, traders, researchers, and hunters. The book by Neha ji that she's working upon is the story of their engagement with this holy land and the way they have shaped its history till present. The book on Kashmir that she's working on is a narrative non-fiction book which would convey the vibrant history of Kashmir from its origins till the 12th century CE as penned in Rajatarangini in an engaging way. In this process, the book will also bring forth Kashmir's contribution to Indian civilization along with highlighting its connection with various regions of the Indian continent. Neha ji wanted very much to join us live in person, but because of some professional pre-commitments, she could not make it. What she did, she wanted to be a part of this for sure, and she's recorded her speech or her paper for us, and it is entitled Nandi Kshetra, the Ancient Tirtha of Kashmir. I had the good fortune of interacting with Neha ji on a few occasions while we were preparing for the event. And she said specifically that she would want to make Rajtarangini easier for the common man to read. And I thought I would communicate this. And Neha ji also said that should any delegates or panelists and guests have queries about her paper, they could share it with us and we would make sure that we pass it on to her and she will definitely address those. So I now request Srinivasan Kotegaru to project her recorded lecture and share it with us.
Namaste. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Neha Mittal, and today I'll be presenting my paper on the topic Nandi Kshetra, the ancient tirth of Kashmir. The Nandi Kshetra is one of the, as I said, the ancient tirth and one of the most renowned tirth in the history of Kashmir. So, through this paper, I'll be describing what this sacred landscape was about and what was its history. And in the process, I will be touching upon the nature-culture linkage, which is visible here. So basically, the natural landscape and how the mythological beliefs are embedded on it, and they together transform a place into a tirth. So this is the basic abstract of my paper. So I'll be sharing my screen, and let's start with it. So before telling you what Nandi Kshetra is, I would first like to tell what is tirth. So I will start with the story from Mahabharata. When Mahabharata war has ended, there's a conversation between Bhishma, who is lying on the bed of arrows, and Yudhishthira, his great grandson. So at one point of time, Yudhishthira asked Bhishma to tell him what are tirth. What qualifies a space as a tirth? So Bhishma gives him a definition, like just as certain parts of the body are more purer than the others, so are particular spots on the earth, which are sacred. Why? Because there's the presence of sacred waters there. They're associated with person or gods or righteous, and or through the efficacy of earth itself. So now this definition by the Bhishma, it helps us to understand what qualifies Nandi Kshetra as a tirth. Also, once a place becomes a tirth, pilgrimage to tirth is recommended. Now, why one should do tirth yatra? Why should one go to tirth? What are the merits? Same question was asked by Yudhishthira. And then Bhishma tells him, like that in Veds, the rishis have revealed the knowledge of sacrifices, yajna, and what fruits are accrued by their performances. But a sacrifice requires a lot of material for performances, and hence can be only done by kings or wealthy. But people who don't have wealth, who are unmarried, or who are poor, they can also acquire merits equal to and sometimes greater than the sacrifices itself. How can they do so? By going on tirths, by undertaking a tirth yatra. So by bathing in the sacred water, offering oblations to the ancestors, reciting and listening to the names and stories of the tirth, all this bestows merit on the performer and washes his sins away. So this is the basic background of what qualifies a place as a tirth and why one should go on pilgrimage to tirth. Now, after understanding this background, let's move on to a topic, Nandi Kshetra. First, we will understand what is the geography of Nandi Kshetra. So, in the Kashmir Valley, as we all know, the Kashmir Valley, it is surrounded from all sides by the mountains. In the northeastern direction, there is a mountain peak called Mount Harmukh, which is very sacred to Kashmiris. It lies in the Zanskar range and it is northeast of Srinagar. So at the foot of the mountain, there are two lakes. One is Gangba Lake, as you can see in the picture, the lake on the right, the large lake on the right, and 1.5 kilometers south of the lake is another lake, which is called Nandkol or Nandikund. Now, a stream emerges from Gangba Lake and Nandkol Lake, and together they form a river called Kanak Mahini or Bangat River, which at later stage, after it exits the mountain, it assumes the name Sindh. Sindh is the largest tributary of river Jhelum or Vedasta. Now, in this gorge of river Vangat, as it comes down from the Mount Harmukh area, in its gorge, as you see in the map, lies a place called Narnag. Narnag is a spring around which lies a cluster of temples, which today are known as Vangat group of temples. Now, Vangat is named after a small hamlet. 2 kilometers downstream of Narnag, we can see Vangat. Vangat is named after Vashisthashram. So after this hamlet, at Narnag, the group of temples are called Vangat group of temples. And they are also the place of ancient site of tirth of Jesht Bhuteshwar. So this whole landscape, Mount Harmukh and 2 lakes of Gangbal and then Nandikund on its foot at its base, and then the ancient site of Jesht and Bhuteshwar in the gorge of Vangat river. All this comprises the sacred landscape of Nandishetra. One classification that I would like to give you is that Nandkol Lake is also called Kalodak Lake in ancient scriptures and Nandikund. Similarly, Gangba Lake has also been referred as Uttamanas or Harmukh Ganga in ancient scriptures. Now, once we have become thoroughly accustomed to the geography of Nandishetra, now let me tell you about the story which is associated with the Nandishetra. This story has been narrated in Nilmat Puran, which is the cultural Puran of Kashmir and a very good encyclopedia of knowing about the ancient places, festivals of Kashmir. So as per this story, in ancient times, there lived a Brahmin named Shilat who had no son. He performed a severe penance to obtain son. So the Shiva was very pleased by his penance. So he instructed Nandi, his Vahan or chief gun, to take birth as Shilat's son. But Nandi did not want to leave his lord. But Shiv said, once you take birth on earth, I will come and stay with you. So you don't have to worry. So Nandi did as Shiv told him. He was found by Shilat among rocks, who adopted him and took him home. But one day an astrologer saw Nandi and he said that this boy is going to die soon. So his father was very distressed, but Nandi consoled him and said, don't worry. And he went to Mount Harmukh and then standing half immersed in Nandkol Lake, he performed a very severe penance. Pleased by his penance, Shiv appeared and he saw that Nandi, he had grown very weak from hunger and cold, and death is also lurking nearby. So after sending death away, he said to Nandi that I am very pleased by your penance. Now, like I promised, you shall remain close to me at a spot 1 yojan east from the lake, from this Nandkol lake. There already my ling, I have manifested as a ling there called Jesht, which is worshipped daily by the sages who bring water from Gangba lake to worship me. So there, sage Vashisht will erect an image of me and you, and that image will be worshipped by everyone. Saying this, he and Nandi together climbed the Mount Harmukh peak. Now, Mount Harmukh also called as Kailash of Kashmir because there Shiv resides with Parvati and his sons and his guns. So, this is the whole story of Nandishetra. So, looking at the definition of tirth that Bhishma gave, and after listening to this story, we can understand that what qualifies the Nandishetra as a tirth. First of all, it is like the association with gods, like Shiv himself is present at Mount Harmukh. Then in Nandkol or Kalodak Lake, Nandi, he performed such a severe penance. Then, pleased by his penance, Shiv directed Vashisht to erect the image of Shiva Nandi at Bhutesh, So Shiv and Nandi, they together, their sacred image was consecrated at Bhutesh. So now this whole association of Mount Harmukh, Nandkol, Bhutesh, Jesht with Shiv and Nandi together transformed into a Shiv landscape, Shiv sacred landscape. Now, apart from this association with Shiv, there's another cultural significance of this area. And if we look by the definition given by the Bhishma, like apart from being associated with righteous person and gods, there is also presence of sacred water, which qualify the place as a tirth. And as the name suggests, the Ganga lake, it is considered very sacred because it is considered to be the source of Ganga. So the next topic I would like to discuss is Kashmiri Ganga. So now we know, like we all know, that waters of Ganga, they're held very sacred by the Indians. In fact, this psyche of which believe in the purifying and nourishing powers of water, it has been prevalent since Vedic period. Like by drinking and bathing in this sacred water, they do not only physically clean a person, but they also washes away his sins. So in Indian civilization, no water is more symbolic of these powers than Ganga, the very embodiment of sacredness against which the worth of other tirthas is measured. So Ganga is one of the central poles of Indian, or I should say Hindu civilization. So due to this centrality, it happens like there's a translocation of Ganga on the regional rivers. Like we know, the Ganga, it comes from Himalayas, it flows through the Gangetic plains, and it merges with the sea in the Bay of Bengal. That is the Ganga, original Ganga. But in different regions which are far away from Gangetic plains, there a regional river is identified with Ganga. And in case of Kashmir, it is River Sindh, which is a 108-kilometer long river and is the largest tributary of River Jhelum, which flows through the valley. So, as per the story in Nilmat Puran, Sindh is an embodiment of Ganga. When sage Kashyap, who was the founder of Kashmir Valley, when he requested River Vitasta to come and purify these lands, she asked help from other goddesses. So Ganga came to help Vitasta on request of Kashyap. So she came in the form of River Sindh. Now, another popular tale which is associated with Ganga is that her descent. So Ganga used to flow in the heaven, but she descended on the earth at the penance of King Bhagirath, who wanted to liberate the souls of his 60,000 uncles. And like they had a curse, like they would not achieve any salvation unless their ashes are touched by the pure waters of Ganga. So, pleased by his austerities, River Ganga agreed to come on the earth. But she warned Bhagirath that my fall will be so turbulent that the earth will sink under its weight. So, Lord Shiv, he caught the fall of Ganga in his hair and he released her waters in gentle streams. So this is the story of descent of Ganga. Now, if we look at River Sindh and her origin, today the modern geologists, they place the origin of River Sindh in a glacier near Jojila Pass. But for the ancient Kashmiris, her source was at Gangwa Lake, which is also called Harmukh Ganga. So now if you see, like I believe this identification of River Sindh as Ganga and its location of its source at Gangbar, there were very strong like cultural underpinnings. Like Gangbar Lake is just situated at the foot of Mount Harmukh. Now Mount Harmukh, it it used to be called Harmukut, like the crown of Shiv or the diadem of Shiv. So Mount Harmukh is Shiv's head, and from the glacial melt, from the melt of glaciers on the Mount Harmukh, the Gangbal lake is formed, and from which the river Sindh, the mainstream of river Sindh, emerges. So it literally evokes the story of river Ganga, like of Ganga descending gently from the matted hair of Shiv. So basically, it is like the melting of glaciers gently from the slope of Mount Harmukh give rise to Gangbal, and which give rise to river Ganga or Sindh. So I think this has its underpinnings, cultural underpinnings, the strong nature and cultural linkage. Now, I have told what qualifies Nandi Kshetra as a tirth because of Shiv association and because of presence of Ganga. Now, the pilgrimage to this Kshetra is considered to be very auspicious, and it has been recommended by Bhishma in Mahabharata, who tells Yudhishthira that setting out for Kalolak, which is Nandikund, and Uttamanas, which is Gangwal, and reaching a spot that is more 100 yojan remote from any of them, which also include Bhutesh and Jesht, so one becomes cleansed of sin of feticide. Now, one who succeeds in obtaining a sight of image of Nandishwar, which is present at Bhutesh, one becomes cleansed of all sins. Similarly, there is another reference to Nandko Lake, which says that having gone to Kalodak, one obtained one's breath of life again. This is keeping in spirit with the story of Nandi, who obtained his second life when death was about to snatch him away. Now, the pilgrimage to Nandi Kshetra is very ancient, as recommended in Mahabharata. But now, in modern times, it has ceased. But this pilgrimage to Gangbal, it continues till today. The status of Gangbal in Kashmir, which is similar to the Tirtha of Haridwar on bank of Ganga. Now, Haridwar is a place where the last rites of a deceased person are conducted by his family and relatives. Similarly, in Gangbal, the asthi or bones of dead person were immersed by the relatives who undertook this difficult pilgrimage. This pilgrimage to Gangbal, it finds mention in Rashtarangni of 12th century, and it continues through the literature of colonial period. So we have a British civil servant, Walter Lawrence, who had visited Kashmir many times. He described the pilgrimage in his book, The Valley of Kashmir. He tells that Ganga Ashtami, the 8th day of waxing moon of Bhadon, the Bhadrapad, is the day when Hindus take the bone of their dead to the lake beneath Harmukh and perform the Shraddh service for the departed. Although this pilgrimage was stopped in between due to political turmoil and unrest, but it was restarted again in 2009. It is now organized by Harmukh Ganga Trust, and it starts from Naranag, the ancient site of Jesht Bhutesh, where lies the Grand Ruins temples. It is from here the pilgrimage to Gangbal starts. Now, coming to this ruined set of complex, which are also called Vangad group of temples. Now, I would like to describe how famous they were during the ancient times. So today, there are the 17 ruined temples which are clustered in 2 groups. Mark Aurel Stein, he is the Hungarian-born archaeologist who translated Rashtarangni from Sanskrit to English. He identified this site with the Sikh. He identified the site. This site is the Bhutesh and Jesht of Rashtarangni. So there are 2 groups of temples, and they are referred to as Eastern and Western group of temples. Now, Stein identified the Western group of temple as Jesht. So, Nirmat Puranas tell that at Jesht there is Swambhu link, which is worshipped by the sages, brought from the water brought from the Ganga lake. And Rashtarani tells us that a temple complex surrounding that lake was erected by the Kashmiri emperor Lalitaditya of Kalko dynasty. Now so we have Rashtarangi and Ilmat Puran describing the place, but the identification, like which eastern or western group is Jesht or Bhutesh, there's an interesting story, like how this Stein identified these. So I would like this story, it is mentioned in Rashtarangi. So there was King Avantivarman of Utpal dynasty. So he had a loyal and efficient minister, Survarman. So one day when king visited the shrine of Bhutesh, he made customary donations to the temple. So when he was kneeling before the image, he found that the priest have put hak, a wild vegetable, which grows in wild. He had put that as an offering in front of Lord's image. So he asked, why have you done this? So the priests tell that the lands which belong to the Bhutesh, they have been usurped by Dhanav, a powerful Damar. He's a powerful feudal lord, and we have nothing to put before the God's image. And that Damar is also a friend of your minister Survarman. So the king did not say anything and he abruptly returned. So when Survarman came to know about everything, he went to a nearby shrine of Bhairav and he summoned Dhanav there. So when the Dhanav arrived and entered the temple, his head was cut off in front of image of Bhairav and his body was deposed in a tank nearby. So by killing Dhanav, the minister signaled his loyalty to the king and made king complete his worship. So this incident was used by Stein to identify the eastern and western group of temples. So since around a temple complex, there is no other water tank except one at northeastern corner of eastern group of temples outside its enclosure wall. So Stein identified it as the tank where the Dhan's body was deposed. So this tank was described by Stein as an oblong tank lined by Asian slabs filled with limpid water of a spring. And this spring is today called as Naranag. In ancient times it was called as Sudar spring. And near the tank and outside the enclosure stands a small solitary ruined temple, which Stein identified as Bhairav Shrine, where Dhana was killed. So this location, due to this location of tank and Bhairav Shrine, just outside the walls of an eastern group of temples, Stein identified it as sacred site of Bhutesh and the western group of temples as Jesht. So if we summarize all the references one find of this sacred site in Rashtarangi, we find that it was frequently visited by the political class of Kashmir who donated generously to the temple. So we have King Narendra Ditya, who built a stone temple at Bhutesh and offered several flowers made of precious stones. Then we have Kashmiri conqueror Lalitaditya, who erected a lofty stone temple of Jeshrudra, and he also dedicated a large sum of treasures he won from his expeditions. Then we have King Sandhimati Aryaraj, who abdicated his throne and he retired to Bhutesh, where he lived as a simple mendicant. Then Kalhan, the author of Rashtarangi, he records the yearly visit of his father minister, Champak, to Nandishetr, where he distributed his wealth generously. Champak introduced this sacred tirth to the great king Jaisimha, and the latter made arrangements for celebration of a festival at full moon of Ashad. Then we have Suman, the younger brother of a minister, who constructed a mutt here and also pleased his ancestors with the offering of sacred waters of Ganga's river. So in a nutshell, this whole site was frequently visited by the political class, very famous among them. So summing up all the wisdom of my lecture, it is like the landscape of Nandishet. It became a tirth on the account of its association with Shiv and his chief gun Nandi. Mount Harmukh is the Kailash of Kashmir. Nankol is the sacred lake where Nandi did his penance. At Jesht, Shiv manifested as a Swambhuling, and his and Nandi's image was installed at nearby Bhutesh by sage Vashisht. And then frequent visits and donations by the royalty of Kashmir. It transformed this tirth into a very large complex, the ruins of which are today a testimony of the grandeur. Also adding to the sacredness of the landscape was the presence of Ganga in the form of Ganga river, which originates from the Ganga lake at foot of Mount Harmukh. And the imagery of this Gangbal at the foot of Mount Harmukh, it replaced the cosmic descent of Ganga on earth first in Shiv's matted hair, who released his sacred water in gentle streams. And this annual pilgrimage to the lake by Kashmiris, they highlight its importance in the Kashmiri culture, which is akin to that of Haridwar for subcontinental Hindus, where they perform Shraddh and funerary rites for the deceased. Thank you.
Thank you, Srinivas Garu. I wish Neha ji was here in person. I would have thanked her for a personally enriching presentation, because Gangabal, Harmukh and all have been a part of my childhood memories, but because of the persecution, genocide and the exodus that was caused due to that, not a lot of oral history could be passed on. Like when you are busy with trying to fend for yourself and see where the next meat is going to come from and where you're going to live and all, then these things unfortunately take a backstage. So we have a few bhajans also in Kashmiri about Harmukh, and I know few members of the community who take this annual pilgrimage to Gangabal. So yeah, it was very gratifying personally. Are there any questions or any comments from the delegates or panelists for Neha ji which we could pass on? If not, then we will now move to the next presentation, which is by Sri Arvind V. Iyer ji. He'll be presenting his paper on Gunatraya in the Gitartha Sangraha, a polymathic reading from Kashmira. Introducing Arvind ji. Mr. Arvind V. Iyer has a research background in computational neuroscience and biomedical engineering. His interests as an independent researcher include Indian languages, appreciation of classical performing arts, and contemplative practices. We welcome you, Arvind ji, and look forward to your presentation. The stage is all yours.
Thank you, Dimple ji. Srinivas ji, could we have my slides up, please? Om Tat Sat. This presentation is about the three gunas, Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas, as treated in the Bhagavad Gita commentary called the Gitartha Sangraha by the renowned Kashmir Shaiva thinker Abhinavagupta. Next slide, please. The term guna is familiar to speakers of most Indic languages. Guna can refer to a mental disposition or temperament, or in the ordinary physical world refer to characteristic behaviors of objects or materials. More formally, the guna concept is traced to the Sankhya school of philosophy, which recognizes two fundamental realities. The first of these is the soul, or the dweller within the body, or that which can be called I in English or aham in Sanskritam. This is denoted by the term Purusha. Everything else that can meaningfully be called this in English or idam in Sanskritam is denoted by the term Prakriti and refers to the body and the world at large, which the soul or Purusha inhabits and experiences. The means of Prakriti binding Purusha, or the means of binding soul to body, are what are called gunas, which is apt considering how guna means cord or bond besides quality. This bondage of soul to body is said to occur in three modes. Through the pleasant brightness of knowledge, or the sattvika mode, the tendency for activity motivated by results, or the rajasika mode, and the tendency for ignorance and inactivity, or the tamasika mode. When all these modes of bondage are released and the soul is no longer bound to the body, that is liberation of the soul. This basic concept of liberation is not exclusive to Sankhya Darshana and is adopted across darshanas and sampradayas, and very prominently in Srimad Bhagavad Gita. The Bhagavad Gita has been the subject of numerous commentaries. A Bhagavad Gita commentary has been the traditional medium for exponents of any school of thought to proclaim their school's position with regard to the nature of the soul and bondage and liberation. And the Kashmir Shaivism school was no exception to this. Today, we'll speak of how the Tirthas Sangraha, a Bhagavad Gita commentary from the eminent Kashmir Shaiva thinker Mahamaheshwara Abhinavaguptapada, deals with the topic of how the bondage of the gunas is overcome and liberation is reached. This is a topic of ultimate human interest in all of Indic thought and culture, and is rendered distinct in a distinctly Kashmira voice in the Tirthas Sangraha. Considering Acharya Abhinavagupta's staggering contributions across disciplines from Tantra to aesthetics, the Tirthas Sangraha is a relatively brief work. The very name Sangraha in the title suggests that this work has the nature of a digest or a concise summary, unlike a bhashya, which is a more extended commentary. But even in such a concise work, the topic of gunas and the gunatita state of liberation receives pronounced emphasis. Abhinavagupta's mark as a polymath of encyclopedic scholarship is seen in this work in a somewhat unusual way. Instead of a torrent of details about the varieties and dynamics and drama of the gunas from the multiple disciplines of his expertise is seen in what details he chooses to ignore as he keeps his eye and our eyes on the final prize, the gunatita state of liberation. A literary feature of the Tirthas Sangraha is the presence of summary verses or sangraha shlokas at the end of each chapter. This is striking since most bhashya-style commentaries are almost exclusively prose works. The distinct voice of Abhinavagupta rings most clearly in these verses. Next slide, please. Let us begin by hearing in Abhinavagupta's distinct voice what is the essential teaching about the Gunatraya in the Bhagavad Gita. Lasad bhakti rasavesha, hina hankara vibrama, sthitopi guna sammarde gunatitas samoyati. Suffused with the essence of bhakti, devoid of egotism and confusion, the sage who has gone beyond the gunas is hailed in this verse as staying steadfast, even amid the stampede of the gunas. This is a final goal to be reached, and the rest of the presentation is devoted to how Acharya Abhinavagupta shows us all the way to the goal. Next slide, please. We will begin by considering each of the gunas in turn, starting with tamas. While all three gunas are causes of bondage, tamas is most associated with the perpetuation of bondage. Please note that in this and future slides, the numbers in parentheses refer to the Bhagavad Gita chapter and verse locations corresponding to the Tirthas Sangraha excerpts. So for the three defining characteristics of tamas given in the Gita, pramada or negligence, alasya or laziness, and nidra or sleep, Abhinavagupta gives his own working definitions to help aspirants clearly recognize and remedy them. The negligence to watch out for is the waste of any moment of this precious human birth, which is our best opportunity for liberation yet. The laziness to watch out for is delay in good deeds. Sleep is a state of total lack of any of the redeeming qualities of this birth, and hence something we should be most watchful about lapsing into. In the state of ordinary wakefulness too, tamas is present as ignorance. Even activities that otherwise have liberating potential, like yajna, dana, and tapas, sacrifice, charity, austerities, if done under conditions of ignorance of Shastra, are said to be tamasika and lose their liberating potential. In the grip of tamas, any effort towards gaining knowledge also is thoughtless and driven by impulses. Contentment is not a well-earned state and has nothing to do with actual accomplishment, and happiness is recognized only in sloth. Acharya Abhinavagupta goes as far as equating the guna called tamas to avidya itself, the primal ignorance which is the fundamental cause of all bondage. According to him, the Asuri Sampat, or the demonic inheritance which Bhagavan speaks of in chapter 16 of the Bhagavad Gita, is nothing but tamas. Next slide, please. The guna called rajas is what the Bhagavad Gita declares as having both kama and krodha, desire and anger as its aspects. Notably here, the Kashmir recension of the Bhagavad Gita has a few verses on the topic of kama and krodha in the 3rd chapter that are absent in the current critical edition. While commenting on these verses, Acharya Abhinavagupta provides a list of characteristics which can help aspirants recognize and remedy rajas in its expressions as kama and krodha. Rajas as kama or krodha operates in the sense organs, in the mind and the intellect, but is not detectable by the sense organs themselves. It carries the false appearance of happiness. It is expressed as pride and vanity about things like one's birth origins and antecedents. Importantly, it compromises even virtuous actions like yajna, dana, and tapas, which lose their beneficial qualities if undertaken with desire or vanity. When in the grip of rajas, efforts towards gaining knowledge are driven solely by the pursuit of pleasure. Contentment and happiness are both tied to material desire fulfillment. Such contentment and happiness are therefore of an insecure and inferior kind compared to what sattva has to offer. Next slide, please. Sattva, on account of being a guna, is a cause of bondage like the other two, but is the sort of bondage that still in some ways resembles liberation. Sattva is said to be recognized in operation when the sense organs function as channels of knowledge and learning. Therefore, even to access the guidance and understanding for how to reach liberation, sattva must be operative over the other two gunas. Yajna, dana, and tapas, which are compromised when undertaken under ignorance in tamas or desire in rajas, have their liberating quality uncompromised only when undertaken in sattva. When sattva prevails, efforts towards knowing all lead to a perception of unity. Contentment is based on the secure foundation of yoga discipline and not on the vagaries of desire fulfillment. Happiness in conditions of sattva has resemblances to ultimate liberation. The adjacency and compatibility of sattva with liberation is much emphasized by Abhinavagupta. He equates sattva to vidya itself, the fundamental means of liberation, and calls the daivi sampat, divine inheritance spoken of in chapter 16, as nothing but sattva. Next, please. The gunas have been studied one by one to recognize their distinct properties, but the purpose throughout is to overcome what is the common effect of all the gunas, bondage of the soul to the body. Throughout the Gita Sangraha, there is clarity that the gunas are all of Prakriti alone and not of Purusha. The bondage that is expressed through karma and rebirth and so on are all functions of this Gunamayi Prakriti alone. Purusha is like a lame person who can only witness what goes on, carried on the shoulders of a blind person, that is Prakriti, who can move and act but cannot witness. The gunas of Prakriti in the dance of karma and rebirth are all studied only with the purpose of eventually transcending them. When unbound from the gunas, Purusha attains a state like that of Ishvara or Bhagavan, the primal Purusha who is not bound by karma. A sutra from the Patanjali Yoga Sutra is apt to recall here, though Abhinavagupta himself doesn't explicitly mention it. Klesha karma vipakashe aparamrishta purusha vishesha ishvara. For the attainment of that state, which is gunatita, beyond the gunas, a clear pathway has been highlighted by Acharya Abhinavagupta. Next slide, please. One condition, if the journey on the pathway to liberation is to even begin, is to avoid negligence and laziness at all costs. In the plain reading of the Bhagavad Gita, the future course of a soul towards liberation or further bondage is decided by which guna is dominant at the time of death. Most commentators tend to stick to this plain reading, but Abhinavagupta offers a different reading and an important piece of advice here. According to him, what determines the future course of the soul is not the guna that was coincidentally dominant at the instant of death, but the guna under whose dominance the efforts of the person were most concentrated throughout the lifetime. So he advises anyone interested in liberation that throughout the lifetime, our efforts must be concentrated within periods of sattva dominance. Whatever effort towards liberation is undertaken is to be undertaken without the sense of I am doing this, and with the understanding that one is only witnessing the gunas of Prakriti at play. It is in this context that Abhinavagupta presents what in modern times is most often called the message of the Gita, of engaging in karma unselfishly, giving up any desire for fruits. The most effective means to achieve detachment from the sense of doership and fruits of action is to dedicate oneself wholeheartedly to the one being who is unbound by the gunas and karma, which is Bhagavan or Ishvara. He is very clear about how every thought and feeling is to be dedicated to this supreme being, who must be thought of as someone you can serve with love, rather than as a being beyond all thought and feeling and actions and attributes, like, say, the Advaita Vedanta conception of Nirguna Brahma Tattva. Next, please. Acharya Abhinavagupta gives several one-line self-reminders or verbal affirmations as aids for aspirants to maintain alertness and morale on this path to liberation. Here's just a quick assortment. While undertaking any effort during everyday life or social transactions, say, this effort is just an occurrence in my body, according to the nature of the body and senses, and I do not seek the results of it. When the guna dominating our experience alternates from one to the other, say, these are only bodily states which cannot perturb me. When motivation for engaging in new actions presents itself, say, what do I gain by this indulgence? Let me abide joyfully in the soul always. Next, please. So far, we saw from the inside what the Gita Sangraha has to say about gunas and transcending them. This is a quick view of the commentary in the context of other Indic schools of philosophy. Throughout the treatment, we see terminology from the Patanjali Yoga Sutra in use, such as Chittavritti, Klesha, and Abhinivesha. While dealing with the question of how the Gita's counsel for karma phala tyaga can be followed in a way that is compatible with Vaidika injunctions for yajna, etc., Abhinavagupta accepts and recommends the reconciliation presented in earlier Purva Mimamsa scholarship. The Uttara Mimamsa or Vedanta schools are, of course, the ones with the most visibly extensive tradition of Gita Bhashyas. Here is where Acharya Abhinavagupta stands with regard to the positions of Vedanta commentators on the nature of the Supreme Being and the ultimate means of liberation. He exhorts bhakti towards a personal God as a fundamental means of liberation, in contrast to making an impersonal Brahma Tattva the center of thought, as we have already seen. Next, please. While the appeal of the Gita Sangraha is remarkably free of sectarian limitations, the language and imagery are unmistakably and grandly Kashmir Shaiva. A statement of Krishna on how he reveals himself via Prakriti is translated, as it were, into Pratyabhinya Shaiva terminology by Acharya Abhinavagupta. Krishna speaks as Ishvara, who has himself manifested as samsara, or the phenomenal world, as a means of anugraha or grace for individual beings, via his own Vimarsha Shakti, which is his inseparable potency for self-awareness. The Bhagavad Gita's 17th chapter, the Shraddhatraya Vibhaga Yoga, declares the significance of the utterance Om Tat Sat. And Acharya Abhinavagupta passes this utterance in Pratyabhinya terms as follows. Om is a state where the entire phenomenal universe has subsided back into the Supreme Being, or the state where Shiva is in the Vishwottirna Avastha. Tat is the Ichha Swatantriya, or the free will of Shiva to present in the world or beyond the world as he pleases. Sat is the state where the Supreme Being is present as the world itself, or the state where Shiva is in the Vishwamaya Avastha. It is around this vision of Om Tat Sat that Acharya Abhinavagupta centers his vision of the Gunatita state of liberation. Next, please. It is fitting to conclude with Acharya Abhinavagupta's vision of the state of liberation and of the Supreme Being in his own words. Tena paramam prashantam rupam puraskritya ditsa yaksha titapsatmakecha taranga sangatam cha madhye kritya dana yajna tapa kriya karaka kalapa paripurna yat charamam vapu idam ullasitam etat khalu samam tritayam anargalasya swabhavikam rupamiti kasya kim kutah kena phalam syad. The supremely calm presence of Om Tat Sat is what is beheld by one who is Gunatita, while in the midst of Yajna, Dana and Tapas, which all occur in a desireless way, as if they are the radiant dance of a sanctified body, not plagued by such questions as what, whom, when, where, and how. Om Tat Sat. With that, I'll be glad to take any questions.
Nagaraj Karu? Arvindji, I really was completely hooked to every slide and whatever you were saying. I found it very, very gratifying. And the way you presented also, I mean, I don't want to get into the content of it, but it just vibed with me so much and resonated that I was completely immersed into it. So thank you for that. Nagaraj Karu, any comments, observations?
No, actually, as always, Arvindji is very meticulous and detailed and intricate in his analysis. That's what he did in this also. And today, actually, unlike Meghji's historical paper, most of the papers are going into the doctrinal discussions, theoretical discussions about Kashmir. So if people expected a lot of political and historical discussion, they would be disappointed to see these highly theoretical doctrinal discussions. But these are all scholars, good scholars and academicians. So,
but what we have lined up in the second half is a lot of application of things, the second half is a little different from the first half, and that's why we specifically, schedule the presentations thus. Thank you so much, Arvindji, once again. And now we come to the last presentation of this session. After this session, we'll be breaking for lunch and coming back with a very different perspective, a different set of topics on which there will be presentations by practitioners. I now invite Dr. Ramaratnam S.G. To present his paper on the Vedantic ideals of a 20th century Kashmiri poet. Dr. Ramaratnam S. Is the Vice Chancellor of JK University, Odisha. He's the visiting professor at Oxford University, Mauritius University. He has presented papers and conferences held in several parts of the globe. He has authored a number of books. You can find his work on ratnam.weebly.com. His latest books are Management Mantra, Sanskrit Drama, The Ritual Traditions of India, and the Yoga Sutra of Patanjali. Dr. Ramaratnam, it's an honor for us to have you present your paper here. The stage is all yours, sir, and we look forward to listening to you.
Thank you very much. Sri Gurubhyo Namaha. I will straight away begin with my paper. The slide number 1 can be displayed.
Srinivas.
Yeah, the next one, please. The brief introduction of mine. Next one. Yes, that is what the topic, the Vedantic ideals of a 20th century Kashmiri poet. That's going to be my topic. Next, please. Well, Kashmir has been a seat of traditional learning for centuries. It is no wonder that it continues to be so even now, although to a lesser extent due to various factors. Thus, in Zinda Kaul, 1884 to 1965, we have a modern poet who has imbibed the teachings of the Vedanta. Zinda Kaul was a poet, writer, and teacher. He composed in Persian, Hindi, Urdu, and Kashmiri. Kaul has also translated works of Kashmiri into English. He is affectionately called as Master G by his students. He actually belonged to the Srinagar area. He was born in a Pandit family, and he took to teaching in a school initially from his very early days. Kaul had passion for poetry. His collection of poems, Sumiran, won the Sahitya Academy Award in 1956. In fact, he was the first Kashmirian poet to win this coveted honor. Next slide. We will begin with his reference to the Supreme Being. We all know the Vedic quotations, Atma va idameka grasit, etc. And also the Brahma Sutra says that the Supreme Being, Supreme Brahman, is responsible for the creation, sustenance, and destruction of the world. Janmadhyasya yataha, the Sutra. The Bhakti tradition says that the Brahman has incarnated himself into various, it is his Leela, it is sport, divine sport, it is for his amusement. Next slide. So this is what Zinda Kaul says. Tajipavane deshu dramut, yor amut gindane, nachinasi jnana mor amut, yor amut gindane. Please forgive me for my Kashmiri. Well, the king Atman has his own will. He descended from the plane of pure spirit, and he has come here to amuse himself to his joy, like a dancing peacock. Well, the concept of incarnation is alluded to in this stanza. The illustration given is very appropriate and very interesting as well. The peacock dances of its own accord. Nobody can compel it to make it dance. Dancing is an expression of joy. When the Paramatman descends to the earth, it is not of his own will. I mean, it is out of his own will. It is his Leela, the divine pastime. Next slide. Why does he descend, or why does he make an avatar? That's because of his desire to amuse himself. Because he is Supreme Brahman, is of the form of supreme joy, Ananda. We have the Vedic quotation, Ananda Brahmet Vyajanat, Ananda Adyeva Khal Vimani Bhutani Jayante, Anandena Jatani Jivanti, Anandam Prayanti Abhisambhishanti, Taittiriya. So it is out of his own joy that he has incarnated himself. Next slide. In another poem, Kaul says, Desh Rust Amit Supanai, Jan Javahar Yar Amut. The Lord is beyond space, yet he accepts limitation of space. So has our Javahar, reference to Jawaharlal Nehru, has of his own accord accepted imprisonment and arrest for the sake of the country. Being a Kashmirian, it is but natural for Cole to praise Jawaharlal Nehru, who we all know as hailed from Kashmir. There is a Divya Prabandha poem which says, Kandinil Sitaminal Katunna Patta. That is, the Lord, after his own will, allows himself to be bound by a rope. He is beyond everything, but he allows himself to be bound by a small rope by Yashoda, out of his own will. This is Leela. In this particular poem, the poet has also reflected his national spirit with reference to Jawaharlal Nehru. Next slide. Kaul has made a lot of reference to the concept of Guru. The concept of Guru has a preeminent place in Indian context. The disciple will be prepared to do anything for the sake of the Guru, any sacrifice for that matter. And in this context, Kaul says, Gatu Pachaya Chandar Jan Nam Roop Aku Vok Kala Vigula Vasai. Just as the moon in the dark fortnight loses its digit bit by bit, so will I give away everything. Then including name and form for the sake of the Guru. The disciple is expected to imbibe the spirit of Vairagya. We have the Gita statement, Abhyasena Kaunteya Vairagyena Grihiyate. So he has to give up certain comforts and everything for that matter for the sake of his Guru. That idea is reflected here. Next slide. The poet further says, Pujay Vidha Keha Jinuma, Lochana Nivada Keha Manuma, etc. I do not know the rules of worship, nor believe that anything can hinder pure love. I might stealthily and silently imprint a soft kiss on the holy feet of the Guru. The very concept of Guru-Shishya relationship is brought about here. It is interesting that he says he does not know the rules of worship. Na janami katyam, na janami patyam, etc. We have heard such stanzas from the other poets also. A similar idea is reflected here. I might stealthily and silently imprint a soft kiss on the holy feet of the Guru. That is really interesting because he does not know whether the Guru will accept him or not, perhaps. So even if the Guru is hesitating to accept him as a student, he would still stealthily and silently imprint a soft kiss. That is the way the Guru is accepting the Shishya for that matter. Next. I find that Kaul is not just an isolated poet who is interested in Vedanta and the national spirit. He has left behind a legacy. Several poets seem to be influenced by him, although we cannot say for certain. Because the trend continues. The legacy of Zinda Kaul may be given a thought. We find unmistakable influence of Zinda Kaul on later Kashmiri poets. Some of them may be listed below. Sarvanand Kaul Premi, 1924 to 1990. He was again a Kashmiri poet. He was a journalist, research scholar, a Gandhian, social reformer, and independence activist. He lived all through his life in Jammu and Kashmir. He brought out works like Bhakti Kusum, Mother Devi, and Rup Rani. He has also translated Bhagavad Gita into Kashmiri language in the verse form. In one of his poems, he says, next slide. It will never be that love will be lost. It will never be that moon will be shattered. Lie can prevail for a moment, but it will never be that truth can be vanquished. We know several statements about Satyameva Jayate and things like that, which are traditionally recited in our tradition, in our culture. The same idea is reflected here. Sometimes it may appear that lie can prevail, but it's only momentary. Ultimately, Satya alone will win. That is reflected in all our stories. Dharma will prevail. Satya will prevail. Next. Before that, on a fateful day of 29th April 1990, Tom Premi, along with his son, was martyred by unknown gunmen in his own native village. But the songs of Premi, which are full of compassion, brotherhood, and patriotism, will echo in our ears forever, reminding us of the great human being that he was. A fearless soldier of pen, Premi has never been afraid of the stand that he has taken and his concept of universal brotherhood and his patriotic spirit. He once wrote, I'm not going to read the original, I'll read the translation only. Being a hope of the hopeless, I am being trampled upon. Are you also facing the typhoon like me? It talks about the struggles the Kashmiris, particularly the Pandit, people belong to the Pandit families, faced. But again, the spirit of courage and faith that is introduced into this poem. Don't lose your hope. In spite of the struggles, or even a typhoon hitting you, you should be standing up against it. That idea is reflected in this particular poem. Then we come to Abdul Rahman Rahi, was born in 1925. He's a Kashmiri poet, translator, and critic. He was awarded the Indian Sahitya Academy Award in 1961 for his poetry, and he was also awarded Padma Shri in the year 2000. And he got the Jnanapith Award in 2007. In fact, he is the first Kashmirian writer to be awarded the Jnanapith Award. It is the India's, as we all know, highest literary award. It is for his poetic collections. He was also offered with Sahitya Academy Fellowship in the year 2000 by Sahitya Academy for his poem Shadows. So I may quote just one stanza from his poem Shadows. Next slide. All gods are mine own shadows. All monsters like my animated self. Rahi is fire-eating lunatic. It may look somewhat archaic and somewhat puzzling for Rahi to use the words like lunatic, I am a lunatic, fire-eating lunatic. But if we analyze his mind, then certain things, many things will be reflected in it. For example, when he says, all gods are mine own shadows, just revert it. The man is only a shadow of God. That idea will be reflected. We have in a number of places where this idea is reflected. God has created man in his own image. We will come to that a little later. If you have time, I will explain that. Next slide. Ghulam Rasool Santosh, 1929, born in 1929 and lived up to 1997. Also known as he preferred himself to be called as Santosh. And he was a prominent Indian painter and poet. He was best known for his themes inspired by Kashmiri Shaivism. In 1979, he became the recipient of Sahitya Academy Award for his poem titled Be Sog Ruh. We need not speak much about his love for that native Indian tradition. His painting will reveal all that. He had the spirit of Kashmir Tantra running in his blood. Next slide. This is the one that I refer to, this painting. The Shakti cult is evidently prevalent in that. The chakra concept and Shiva Shakti Aikya. We know from Saundarya Lahari, Shiva Shaktiya Yukto, Yadi Bhavati Shakta Prabhavitam, Nache Devam Devo, Nakalakushal Spandita Bebe, Atastam Aratyam Hariyara Varinchadi Birabi, Pranatum Stotum Makatam Akritapunya Prabhavati. And Swami Vivekananda once said, with particular reference to the Shakti worshipper, do you know who is the real Shakti worshipper? It is he who knows that God is the omnipresent force in the universe and sees in women the manifestation of that particular force. Shakti is power. We had earlier referred to Zinda Kaul's concept of Leela and his supreme being. And it's about his concept of Guru. We know from the tradition, Kushabdastu Andhakaraha, Purushabdasta Nivarakaha, Andhakara Niroditvat, Gururitya Vidhiyate. Gu refers to ignorance, the darkness of ignorance. Ru is representative of the term Runadhi, removes. Since it is Guru who removes the darkness in the form of ignorance, he is called Guru. It's a well-known statement. The same idea is reflected in Zinda Kaul's concept of Guru also. Similarly, we have other stanzas like Jnana Timirantasya, Jnananjana Shalakaya, Chakshur Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurvaya Namaha. In another poem, Zinda Kaul, I'm coming back to the same poem, that aspiring for benefits from the service that you do is like erecting a mosque initially and then demolishing it for the sake of profit earning mall. You convert it into a mall or demolish it, build a mall. How ridiculous it should be. So he says, expecting personal benefits from your deeds is like that. So the concept of karma theory, the karma yoga is reflected in Kaul's poem. In another poem, Kaul has said, time cannot go backwards. Summer after autumn is not possible. The winter cannot be avoided. We know about the Kashmirian winter. So this idea is derived from its reflection. It's a reflection of the famous Bhagavad Gita shloka, Matra Sparshast Kaunteya, Shitoshna Shukadukadaha, Agama Payanaha, Tesham Tan Titikshasva Bharat. Your Sukha and Dukkha are also like that, like seasons. They come and go. One should not be perturbed by them. Paul's reference to the same idea. Time cannot go backwards. Summer after autumn is not possible. Is indicative of the same idea. And we also refer to Rahi. He says, all gods are mine own shadows. As I said, it is another way of putting the same idea that is found in Genesis Bible. God created man in his own image. So this relationship between God and man imparts harmony, intelligence, and design to human life. It enhances the human spirit. As we see in the Bhagavad Gita, Uttharayad Atmana Atman, Na Atman Mahasati. Atmaiva hi Atmano Bandhu, Atmaiva Ritur Atmana. And also we have the famous Advaitic statement, Jivo Brahmaiva Naparaha. We think limited, and so we remain limited. But we must remember the statement, the Upanishadic statement, Amritasya Putraha. So to realize this idea, we have to end cravings for the material things. Vihaya kaman yasatman, umaushirate nispruhaha, nirmamo nirahankara, sa shanti madhigachati. On the other hand, if we run after the material things, we will end up nowhere. Again, I may quote from the Bhagavad Gita, Dhyayato Vishayat Pumsaha, Sangasteshu Upajayate, Sangat Sanjayate Kamaha, Kamat Krodho Vijayate, Krodhat Bhavati Sammohaha, Sammohat Smriti Vipramaha, Smriti Pramshat Buthinashaha, Buthinashat Pranashyati. And Rahi says he is lunatic. That is only in apparent way, because Sri Ramakrishna was considered as a lunatic by some of his people. So we must know that this is how the world looks at great personalities. They are not aware of the spiritual personalities, but they consider them as lunatic just by seeing their behavior, their apparent. It's a paradox. There is a statement in Tamil which says, Kalyanam pannal paityam teliyum. Paityam telinjal kapranda kalyanam pannal. That is only if the lunacy is cured, he can be married. But there's also another statement, only if he got married, then his lunacy will go. So the paradox. And he calls himself the fire in himself. It refers to the fire of knowledge that a human being is capable of. And with reference to Santosh, that poet Santosh, painter poet Santosh, and about his painting, we have the statement from Devi Bhagavata. It says, the Devi says, I am the creator, I am the destroyer, I am Brahma, I am Vishnu, I am Shiva. The concept of mother gods, that is reflected in his painting. So this is how the Kashmirian poets, even today, they are keeping up the tradition of the overall Indian culture and tradition. And in my opinion, Zinda Kaul has definitely influenced the later poets, and that legacy of Zinda Kaul is really praiseworthy. And this is the point which I wanted to say with reference to the tradition of Kashmir. Our tradition and culture, Kashmirian tradition particularly, has not died completely, but it is still living, though to a lesser extent. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Next slide. Last.
Thank you, Dr. Ramaratnam. Nagaraj Garu?
Yes, as always, Professor Ramaratnam comes up with that erudite presentation. As you have rightly scheduled all the similar papers in the same session, this also matches with the other presentations, which are purely doctrinal discussions, theoretical, philosophical discussions, and there is a philosophical comparison between Kashmiri poet and the general Vedanta philosophy. His erudition, his multilingual scholarship, and his polymath scholarship, everything is coming out through the paper, and it's very much matching with the theme of Kashmir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Nagaraj Garu. Thank you, Ramaratnam sir. So we will take a break, and we will resume the conference at 2 p.m. In this second session, we have something more in the application side. We have a paper on handicrafts from Kashmir and what happens when we don't know our own heritage. That will be presented by Dr. Balram. Then we have a young scholar talk about the psychological impact of Sharada Lipi. We have another session on Sharada Lipi, this time by Shri Rakesh Kaul, who is the director for Core Sharada Team Foundation, who have done phenomenal work in the revival of Sharada Lipi in the last few years. And then we have a very interesting, a very contemporary kind of a paper by Dr. Rajashekhar Krishnanji, who talks about leadership principles from Rajatarangini. So this is going to be a very, very interesting second half. It will match the first half for sure. So we look forward to seeing you all at 2 p.m. sharp. Thank you so very much for being with us all this while. We will resume at 2 p.m.
Thank you very much.
Hello, sir.
Let's all settle down. There's still a few minutes to go. So, thank you all for joining us in the second session on this Indica conference on Kashmir, the cultural epicenter of Bharat. We are ready to resume the proceedings. Nagraji, would you like to say something before we move on to the next speaker?
No, I will do what we planned for the morning. I will do the Sharada Devi prayer that you brought.
Absolutely, absolutely. Wonderful. So maybe all can unmute their, at least the microphones if they're not comfortable with putting the video on, but at least the microphones on and Nagaraj Garu will be leading us in this prayer.
Okay, would you repeat? Or shall I do it?
Please go ahead.
No, please repeat.
No. We will. So essentially, Nagaraj Garu will lead us, and we will, now that we are resuming the proceedings, we will begin with an invocation of Devi Sharada, my favorite Devi, but Nagaraj ji will recite and we will follow. Is that how we do it, Nagaraj ji?
Yeah.
All right.
Namaste.
Namaste.
Sharade Devi.
Sharade
Devi.
Kashmir Puravasini.
Kashmir
Puravasini.
Tvamaham. Prarthaye Nityam. Vidyadanancha. Dehi me.
Thank you so much, Nagaraj ji. Someday we will have a session where you will just recite shlokas and poetry and we will just be enthralled. So we have delegates joining too, and Padmini ji, you are the speaker and you're ready. So thank you everyone for joining us again. We begin the second session with a presentation by Dr. Padmini Tolat Balram. Her presentation is on Pashmina and Kani shawls of Kashmir. An illustrious figure, Dr. Balram is a visiting professor at Shashi Creative Institute of Design. She was professor of design at Vishwabharati, DJ Academy of Design, and has taught at NIT, NIFT, and CEPT University in India. She was invited by universities and museums in Japan, China, South Korea, Thailand, and USA. Her research experience started as a field researcher for Dr. Lotika Vardarajan's book South Asian Tradition of Kalamkari in 1976. This was followed by documenting and reviving natural indigo and its use, natural dyes of Northeast India for DC handicrafts, AI dyeing of Bastar and Korapat, a comparative study of Indian and Japanese indigo, confluence of culture, amongst others. Her PhD thesis on movement of textiles between India, China, Korea, and Japan, textile route from India to Japan via China and all. She's studied the travel of Indian chins from India to Japan and its impact on starting Sarasa in Japan. She was a research fellow of Japan Foundation thrice, 1995-96, 2006-2007 and 2019, Asia Scholarship Foundation, Fulbright, Nehru Trust for Victoria and Albert Collection. She's also worked as a consultant for UNDP to revive natural dyes of Uzbekistan, DC handicrafts and handlooms. She's widely lectured, published and held exhibitions. She's carried out research on woolen handlooms of Jammu and Kashmir just before the persecution and exodus happened. Her paper Pashmina and Kani Shawls of Kashmir is mainly based on her field research in Kashmir and literature survey on Pashmina shawl. Welcome, Dr. Balram. The stage is all yours. Let's begin. Would you like us to share the deck, or would you be...
Srinivas Garu, do you have her deck with you?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Yeah, please do. Please share.
Yeah. Madam, you are on mute. Kindly unmute yourself.
No, I've unmuted. Okay, I will be unmuted myself. Okay. I'm unmuted.
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
already
We can hear
unmuted.
you. Yes,
Can you hear
ma'am.
me?
Yes, we can
I'm
hear
We are
you.
able to hear you,
myself.
but now you're again muted. Please be careful
Can you hear me?
with the mute button.
Yes,
Can you
ma'am.
hear me?
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you, ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm unmuted.
Please proceed. Please proceed.
Okay. Hello. Can you see?
Yes, ma'am. Now, Srinivas Garu?
There's a problem with her internet connection, it seems.
Padmini ji has joined us
She's
again.
again joining, yeah.
Yeah. 1 second. No worries. Padmini ji, can you hear us?
Dr. Padmini ji, your audio is not yet
Can
connected.
you hear me now? Can you hear
Yes.
me now?
Yes, ma'am. We can.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Please go ahead.
Please go ahead.
You just share. I think my internet is going.
Okay, please proceed. Please start speaking. Are you able to see the screen?
I don't think so, sir.
Okay, let us go to the next speaker.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Anandu ji, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
So just give me a minute.
Can you please share the screen of mine so that I don't have to. My internet is getting unstable when I'm
Are you able to see the screen, ma'am?
trying to share. If you can
No.
share the screen, I'll
Yeah,
speak.
we will share, but are you able to see which slide is there on the screen? Are you able to see that? Padmini ji, are you able to see the screen? No, Padmini ji, you can join later once your internet gets revived.
I think she is muted. So what we'll do is, let's just, Padmini ji?
She's not connected properly.
Okay, so then we will have to move to Ananduji's session. So let's first, let me just talk about Ananduji. T.G. Anandu Krishnanji is a research scholar in Vedic sciences. His thesis is related to setup of an indigenous or Vedic model of political union in the Indian subcontinent for contemporary times. From my recent acquaintance with him, I understand that he has a bachelor's in physics, then he moved to a master's in Vedic sciences, and currently he is in the process of defending his thesis. And he is interested in Indology and has been undertaking research on certain themes related to Kashmir in the last few years. Here, Ananduji has also published 2 articles, and he is a practitioner of Indian classical arts forms. Today he is amongst us to present his paper on the psychological impacts of re-implementing Kashmiri script Sharada. So, without further ado, Ananduji, the stage is yours.
Anandu was our student in our first IKS course batch, postgraduate course at MIT School of Vedic Sciences. He was the first batch PG student there. He is a Bharatanatyam dancer also. Currently, he is doing PhD on Chanakya's Arthashastra as a model for international relations from the same MIT School of Vedic Sciences. I saw him without mush. Now I'm very glad to see him with mush. Please proceed, Anand.
Thank you, sir. So, myself, Anandu Krishnan, and my title is The Psychological Impacts of Re-Implementing Kashmiri Script, Sharada in Kashmir. So, before entering to the topic, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to present this paper. And also, I'm grateful to the team Indica, the organizers, for organizing this conference because this is a kind of like in the contemporary situation after the abrogation of Article 370, this kind of conference should take place and should be in the discussions and all. So it's a great thing, and yeah, so we'll go to the content. So the psychological impacts of re-implementing Kashmiri script, Sharada in Kashmir. Is the screen visible to all?
Yes, Ananduji.
Yeah. Okay. So before entering to the content, I would like to mention that Sharada script or Sharada Lipi has actually been taught in the universities of Himachal Pradesh and in Haryana. And there is a special chair for the Sharada, and even there are many diploma courses in recent times for this Sharada Lipi. But this paper is actually focused on the valley of Kashmir, not even the entire UT of Jammu and Kashmir, particularly the valley and the people living over there. So scripts always play an important role in reclaiming one's identity, either indigenous or communal in a geopolitical context. There are mainly 3 psychological impacts of re-implementing Kashmiri script or Sharada in Kashmiri language in Kashmir. Why particularly mentioning Kashmiri language means there are other communities like Pahadis and Gujars living in Kashmir. But as a hello?
Yes, proceed.
Yeah. So as a mainstream, this paper is particularly focusing on the Kashmiri language. The use of Naphtalic script, which is writing from right to left, are similar to the Arabic and Persian script in the valley, is one of the psychological factor that promotes their communal identity of being Islam, which helps in reclaiming its closer relation to Pakistan, as Pakistan dominates as a state for the Muslim cause in the subcontinent than India. As we all know that the main cause of partition was the formation of Pakistan was for the safeguard of the Muslim interest. So the use of Naftali script in the entire UT of Jammu Kashmir, particularly in the valley, due to its majority of the Muslim population, will help them to reclaim its closer relation to Pakistan. So there are 3 psychological impacts for re-implementing the indigenous script or Kashmiri script. Before entering into that, let's understand the communal expressions in the valley. Kashmir, due to its majority of the Muslim population and the campaigned interests of Pakistan, made the valley more communal, which overruling the identity of being a normal Kashmiri. Now, we can, while we are into the valley, we can observe the scenario like being like, for instance, like a Keralite or a Maharashtrian. When we are entering into the valley, we can see like a Kashmiri Musliman or a Kashmiri Muslim, which is overruling their normal identity of being a Kashmiri. While Kashmir follows Urdu as the official language with the Nastaliq script, it shows more geopolitical connection to Pakistan than rest of the India. While we are looking in the geopolitical map or the South Asian map or the Indian subcontinent map, we can find that apart from the J&K region, all other states, including even Bhutan, Nepal, or even Bangladesh, we can see that the scripts are more connected to the Indian traditions. Their indigenous, they have maintained their indigenous touch, that the scripts will be writing from left to right, which is also known as the Abugida writing system. Whereas in case of Jammu and Kashmir region, and as a continuity to the Pakistan, we can find their connection closer to the Arabic, the Nastaliq script, which begins from right to left. In contemporary scenario, within the valley, use of Hindi and Urdu language are visible in the religious context of Hindi for Urdu and Hindi for Hindu and Urdu for Muslim. Whereas Hindi is written in Devanagari script, which starts from left to right, whereas Urdu in Nastaliq script, which begins from right to left. Coming to Kashmiri language, which is taught in Nastaliq script, along with arguing their communal connections with Pakistan, they commonly claims for their geographical connectivity with Pakistan. We all know that before the partition, to go to the valley, most of the people choose or prefer the route by going through that Islamabad, that side, because the Pir Panjal range and all, it's like only the Jawahar Tunnel was the only source to reach Kashmir. Recent times there are other constructions, even railways are getting off to reach the Srinagar, but the Jawahar Tunnel was the only connection. We can see that they also used to claim this geographical connectivity and claim the disintegrity, showing that disintegrity with the rest of the India. So implementing Devanagari script for Kashmiri language is a possibility to connect Kashmir with rest of the Indian scripts, but it's not a solution to prevent the communal identity, whereas it will also generate more communalism among Kashmiri Hindus and Kashmiri Muslims in the valley. Almost after 90s, according to some sources, there are almost 800 families still living in which they have not migrated, and there are more than 7 colonies in the valley of Kashmir. So even the Hindus who are living, or the Kashmiri Pandits who are living there, if we are focusing implementing Devanagari script for Kashmiri language, it will again classify the Hindus and Muslims instead of being a Kashmiri. Also in academics or in schools, if it is optional for choosing the script, Kashmiri language will be in more preferable in Nastaliq, as the majority of Kashmiris in the valley are Muslims. If the optional is not in preference, then the forceful implementation of Devanagari script for Kashmiri language may lead to protests in the initial stages. This is again due to the communal identity overruling their indigenous identity. Let's go to the 3 psychological impacts through the implementation of Kashmiri script in Kashmir. Number one, identity of being Kashmiri, a priority. As discussed before, due to the Pakistan campaignings and all, there have been a closer relation, not the entire Kashmir Valley, but due to these campaignings, we can know that there are a kind of approach like the Kashmiri language being written in Nastalics and their communal relation with Pakistan and their separatist mentality and claiming for Islamic Republic of Jammu and Kashmir. When coming all these things together, the lack of indigenous script for indigenous language is a psychological factor which make them connect more towards Pakistan. So re-implementing Sharada script or Kashmiri script will promote the indigenous identity for indigenous language. This is the first psychological impact, identity of being a Kashmiri. So this is Gupka Road in Srinagar. Here we can see that that I will just use the cursor. Here it is written in Sharada, the Kashmiri script, mentioning welcome. I think it's to be pronounced as Kusam Deed or Kusham Deed. It's in Kashmiri. So it is written in Sharada script, but in Kashmiri language. The second psychological impact, a relation with the rest of the indigenous scripts, Abhidha writing system. So by the implementation of Kashmiri script being written from left to right, not only promotes the classical identity of Kashmiri language, instead the script also have its continuity with the rest of Indian scripts, which is similar to the Abhidha writing system, that is from left to right, than from Pakistan Nastalic. This cut off the geopolitical continuity of Pakistan to Kashmir in terms of Nastalic script. So, which I have mentioned before, when we are looking at the geopolitical map, we can see that the connection of Pakistan and it goes along to the Jammu and Kashmir region. So while the reimplementation of the Sharada Lipi or the Kashmiri script, it will relate more towards the rest of the indigenous scripts, the Indian scripts, which begins from left to right, and it will cut off the geopolitical continuity of Pakistan in terms of Nastalic script. Third, phonetically connected to the indigenous Indian traditions. It is also to be noted that along with the learnings of Kashmiri script to the Kashmiri language, the upcoming generation will be following the phonetics of Indian alphabets A, A, E, E, instead of phonetics of using not Urdu alphabets, the Arabic Persian Alif, Be, Pe, Te. So if you are communicating with most of the Kashmiris, we can know that once we are trying to explain them the alphabets, they are not able to catch up. But if we are like if you are talking to a Marathi and giving a Malayalam script, they are able to we are able to explain them because they know the Indian alphabets A, I, E, E. But in the case of Kashmir, it is not possible. So the third psychological impact is that the upcoming generation will follow the phonetics of Indian alphabets and psychologically will be connected more towards the Indian or indigenous tradition. In both the Indian or indigenous tradition, both will create an integrity of the nation, will promote the integrity of the nation. Choosing custom or communal examples within Indian subcontinent. There are two political examples within Indian subcontinent with regards to the indigenous or communal identities, Bangladesh and Maldives. In case of Maldives, it was once part of the Vedic or Indian tradition with stories of Rishi Agastya in their folk tales is being now diminished. Due to the Arab, African, Islamic influences in the island country, gradually created a separate identity of their indigenous culture. Implementation of Nastalic script was one of its main factors. Today resulted to a complete Sunni Islamic state. We all know that the Maldives script was known as Divehi Kuru script. But now even the name have not been changed, but the style of writing have been changed from Indian script tradition towards the Nastaliq script, because they have now they are writing as similar to the Arabic or the Urdu tradition, which begins from right to left. And now we know that even you have to be a citizen of Maldives, you have to be a follower of the Sunni sect of Islam, and it's completely a Sunni Islamic state. So this implementation of Islamic state, or the establishment of Islamic state, happened maybe some years before, but at the initial stages, their script and implementation of the script and the change of the script have been taken as the initial steps, which resulted in the formation of the Sunni Islamic state. But in case of Bangladesh, it became independent from East Pakistan, which was due to their superiority in their identity of being a Bengali than their communal identity. We know that in case after the partition, Bangladesh was struggling to revive their indigenous identity, or to overcome their to show their Bengali identity, which being overruled by the Urdu identity. So even though it is a Muslim majoritarian state today, it officially follows their Bengali or Bangla or Bengali script rather than its communal script. Here, choosing custom or communal in the sense is not being an issue of being a follower of a particular religion, but the thing is that what should be our priority in choosing either our indigenous identity or our communal identity. In both the case of Maldives and Bangladesh, script played a major role in reclaiming one's indigenous or communal identity. This is the map where in the red color I have been circled, which shows the Bangla script. Actually, it's Bengali script, but due to the formation of Bangladesh, they have just changed the Bengali to Bangla, a separate identity, but still they follow their indigenous traditions and their continuity to the Indian script tradition. But in case of Maldives, we can see that Divehi Kuru script, which was now it's been writing from right to left, not following the Indian tradition. And at the top, the Pakistan and Kashmir, the continuity of Urdu and it extending from this Baluchistan, Sindh region to the Kashmir and Jammu and Kashmir region. So conclusion. One of the way forward for the psychological integrity of Kashmir is to promote Sharada in the name of Kashmiri script. This can reclaim the indigenous identity of Kashmir, as similar to other Muslim influencer states like Kerala, West Bengal or Tamil Nadu having their own scripts. We know that Kerala, West Bengal, such kind of states are having good Muslim population, but there we cannot find a particular script, even though they've studies in their madrasas, this Arabic things and all, but the Malayalam script or the Bengali script is not considered as an Hindu script or a script for some other community. It was in general like a Malayali script or a Bengali script. So the forward way for the psychological integrity of Kashmir is to promote Sharada in the name of Kashmiri script. By reviving the Kashmiri script for Kashmiri language can promote the cultural continuity through the above psychological impacts and may keep the communal identity behind. As of now, an NGO, Sanjeevani Sharada Kendra, which has been centered in Bodhi in the Jammu division of Jammu and Kashmir, have been recommended for the Director Board of Education in Jammu division for the implementation of Sharada for Kashmiri language in the Jammu division. I think last in 2021, in around July, in the month of July, they have recommended, but there was no action till date. But the same thing should happen in the Kashmir division too, and which will be a step for to show the more to create an integrity to the national integrity thing. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Anandu. You may stop sharing. Nagaraj Karu, any comments, observations, and the delegates, panelists, any queries or inputs for our young scholar?
Yeah, it's a very brief and short presentation with a very short focused argument, a very as juvenile as he is. Let us see. Actually, yeah, it's a policy suggestion for Kashmir administration, and it's a good suggestion. Anandu, good work. Like your other works on Chanakya Shastra and others. Congratulations. Questions? Any questions in the question and answer box? No. Okay.
I have a question. May I ask? Well,
Okay.
I had already made Ananduji. Have you discussed it on ground? Because you told me that you have been to Kashmir on quite a few occasions. Have you discussed it with people based in Kashmir ever, or do you intend to do it later? Could you tell me more about that?
I've been discussing, interacting with people, even in scholarly fields in our JNK Academy, and even the village people also. Just to understand their intention. And what I came to know that most of the people not even knowing about there was a script, and it's like their indigenous script. When he was discussing or explaining about this Sharada thing, they know about Sharada Mata, but about the Sharada script, when they are just into Kashmiri language, they are writing the Nastalic script. So I came to know that it's a like kind of thing in the Hawa mein hai aaj. But in the scholarly circles, people are aware of that. And I just forgot name. He is located in the Udi region, and he wrote a book in Urdu. And it's about the importance, the necessity of Sharada in Pahadi and Kashmiri language. Just forgot his name, sorry. So there are people even being ready to accept such things, but it's up to the government, like how it's up to the government, the other decisions and all. And
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, then we have Padmini ji here with us. So Padmini ji, are you ready to present your paper? I will ask you to unmute yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you, ma'am. Are you seated comfortably? Should we begin?
Yeah, you share the screen. If I can't see also, I have my screen and I'll speak from it.
Sure. So should I ask Srinivas ji to share the screen?
Yeah,
Okay.
you can.
Srinivas Garu.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present my talk today. And I'm going to talk about Pashmina and Kani shawls of Kashmir and how they abroad and they were exported so much, and then they came here, and when they reached Europe, they became a big fashion, and so much money was actually coming to India. So British and other European companies wanted to make them their own and sell them, and how that gave a birth to paisley shawls. And unfortunately today, everybody is actually talking about the mango motif, which is known as for Kashmir, is called paisley motif by even Indians. Even today, I saw one student talking about paisley motif. Now, why do we have to do that when we have all our motifs? We have to understand our own heritage. Now, I will show you the whole journey of that. And this is my next slide, where I'm trying to introduce this Pashmina and Shatu shawl of Kashmir.
Srinivas ji, next slide.
Next slide, please. And this is Pashmina and Shatu shawls of Kashmir were world famous, and they are the finest wool khadi of the world. Now, the Pashmina means gold, soft gold in Kashmiri, which makes us understand that Pashmina wool and shawls were considered highly valuable, just like gold. And there are several references of Kashmiri shawls starting from ancient period and their demand all over the world. Trade of Pashmina shawls of Kashmir during ancient times, shawls were traded to China and in the East and the Central Asian countries, as well as Europe and in the West. And then Chinese and Roman literature reference have mentioned Pashmina shawls of Kashmir. Now that really puts us back to at least beginning of the century and also BC areas. BC years, before the Christian. And then there is Emperor Napoleon Bonaparte on his way back from his victory to Egypt and that side, from returning back from Egypt, bought a Kashmiri Pashmina shawl to his wife Josephine. And she admired it so much that she later bought so many of them, and minimum at one time she had 300 Kashmiri shawls with her and even many more. And then she made a large collection and made a fashion statement. She started making her dresses with it, draping it, and then all the magazines and newspapers advertised it for her. And then this how the whole France was kind of going crazy over Kashmiri shawls. This spread popularity of Kashmiri shawls in France and Europe, and which increased their demand. Now, Pashmina, what is Pashmina shawls? Pashmina wool comes from goats. Normally the wool is given by the sheep, but then these Pashmina goat, and why they are very expensive shawls and why they are expensive. Pashmina goat, the wool is not like all over the body of the goat. The underbelly wool, that is under the hair, there is a small fleece which is collected, and then that is kind of used for making Pashmina yarn. And there are two varieties of goats. One is Pashmina goat as well as Changthangi goats. Now, these Changthangi goats are in Ladakh near Changthangi. That's why they are called Changthangi. Now, history of Pashmina in Kashmir.
Next slide, Srinivas Garu. Padmini ji, are you there?
Her video is stuck, sir.
Padmini ji, are you there? Are you able to hear?
Sabha Parva of Mahabharata, 4th century BCE, where it is mentioned that King Yudhishthira had received Rankava woolen fabrics from King of Saka, who ruled Kashmir at that time. Then Sanskrit and Pali literature has mentioned that Rankava was a type of woolen fabric prepared from wool of Ranku. Some writers identify Ranku as a type of wild goat, while some others as Tibetan Pashma goat. That is, the scientific name is Capra siberica, because these goats were also available in Siberia and Central Asia. And references of Kashmiri shawls in foreign literature and by foreign travelers include Chinese Book of Han, dated
next slide,
dated 111th century, 111 CE, where history of China from 206 BCE to 23 CE is mentioned, and it mentions that Kashmiris and their skill of producing fine fabric. Now, Xuan Chang, a Chinese pilgrim who stayed in India for 64 years, starting from 596 to 664 CE, he said that shawls were locally known as kambal in India, and he wrote about them, calling them Kai Po Lo. And then you have also author from Arabia, Ibn Batula, who mentions that fine fleece of goat using word mariz. He wrote of a gift exchange of Kashmiri shawl between Emperor Shun of Yuan dynasty and Muhammad bin Tughlaq, the Sultan of Delhi. Now, Bernier, who came to India in 17th century CE, has mentioned of mass production of Kashmiri shawls. When we go to the next slide, you will be able to see the history of technique used in production of Kashmiri shawls. Now, there are three types of Kashmiri shawls that we find from the earlier time to now. Three types of these are using two different techniques. One is Kani shawls, which are woven using hand inlaid. They're woven shawls and they are hand inlaid. Using small wooden sticks. They are like needles but without holes. And they are called Kani in Kashmir. Therefore, these shawls are called Kani shawls. Then Amlikar shawls. Now, shawls, Amli in Kashmiri means embroidery, and Kar is the work. So, this is shawls which are embroidered using needle and thread are called Amlikar shawls in Kashmir. A combination of Kami and Amlikar shawls were also there. So, first started Kami shawls, then the embroidery was introduced in these shawls, and the only outlines were prepared using Amli. That is the embroidery. And later on, they was made completely using needle and thread, because the reasons I'll say later, so I'll come to that later. History of beginning of Pashmina shawl making in Kashmir. Now, I've shown you this, but as per European views, most of the websites, including in Encyclopedia Britannica, attributes origin of Pashmina shawl to 15th century CE, according to tradition. And this is into inverted commas I have written from Britannica's website, that according to tradition, the founder of the industry was Zain ul Abidin, a 15th century ruler of Kashmir, who introduced weavers from Turkestan. And he was known as Akbar of Kashmir, and European writers such as John Irwin and Frank Ames believe that twill tapestry technique used for weaving Pashmina shawls were introduced by weavers of Turkestan, brought by Zain ul Abidin. Now, as I have already given you some references, and some more references are here, which shows also early export of Kashmiri shawls, which is much, much before this 15th century CE. If they were not made, how were they exported? Then woolen shawls of Kashmir had also reached Roman courts of Caesar and Nero. And this means it is 54 to 68 CE. That is so much earlier. And then as per Moti Chandra, and he's very well-known author of India, and 11th century author Kshemendra has given important clues of twill tapestry technique in Northwest India. So it was already existing in Northwest India in 11th century, so it couldn't have been introduced in 15th century to India. This is Bilana, a contemporary of Kshemendra, also has mentioned the women of Kashmir are said to have worn the shawls of goat hair, and it was known as Patikarana Kavanam. So, emanating the fragrance of musk. So, it was not only the woolen goat, wool was from goats, but it was also fragrant. And then Alauddin Khilji in 1296 to 1316 is his time, and Pashmina shawls were already available. So they were already available before Zain ul Abidin started he started some kind of industry at that time in Kashmir, but Kashmiri shawls were already woven before that. So I would then go to the next slide. Hello, please put the
yes, next slide, yes.
So this is the second part, which is Pashmina shawl industry in Kashmir. Now, layout of first I would go for the layout of a traditional Kashmiri Kani shawl. Now, normally this is a simple layout. The first I'm showing you a traditional layout of Kashmiri shawl always include one is pallu on both the sides, and then there is a this is created by repeating mango design, mango pattern known as Badam and Kad in Kashmir. Now, this particular pattern later people they started calling it as Paisley's pattern because it was reproduced in Paisley in Scotland. And unfortunately, many times all our youngsters and even the many people of India also starts calling it Paisley shawl. That is very bad. And two fine borders were placed on both the side, also running above the pallu. And then on all the four corners at angle of 45, you can see the motif of mango, which is also woven there. Now then there is, so these are the kind of things that were done. Now next slide, please. So then it is the boost to the Pashmina shawl industry of Kashmir in medieval period. So that during the medieval period, Kashmiri shawls got a boost as it got royal patronage. It is believed that the Karkhana production houses were set up, supervised under royal patronage starting from 12th century CE. Over there, Britishers have said that this Karkhanas, during the Zainuddin's time, that is 15th century. So that Karkhanas were also started before by 12th century in Kashmir. So then that is the workshop, large production houses. Then later Pashmina shawl production was extended also beyond Kashmir and Swat Valley, now taken over in Pakistan occupied Kashmir, to Punjab, including Lahore. So they were then spread over because so much demand was there. So many centers opened up. Then characteristics, next slide please. Characteristics of Pashmina shawls and their use during medieval period in Kashmir. So that is the Pashmina wool for weaving shawls was hand spun and dyed using natural dyes, which yielded very rich and fast colors. Various patterns were woven. Each pattern had its individual name. Pashmina shawls were made of kings and works done were very intricate. They were also used as articles of royal gifts. So now that's the reason we found certain references of Chinese emperor receiving Pashmina shawl from Kashmir. And then next slide, please. So during the Mughal period, there was a lot of there are different characteristics also came in. The Pashmina wool for weaving the shawls was handspun, and that I said. And then during the Mughal period, during the patronage, there was a lot of patronage given and supervision of Emperor Akbar and Jahangir, later on Jahangir, Shah Jahan, as well as Aurangzeb. The Kashmiri shawl industries, Pashmina shawl industries flourished. It flourished and new patterns were added. Akbar introduced dress materials used for making and stitching jama and choga. Now these fabrics are now known as jamawar. Means jama is the name of the costume and war means the fabric used for that costume making costumes. He also wore dorukha shawls. So now what is dorukha shawls? These were made by joining two shawls together back to back. He also introduced mayan, which were used as stalls and waistbands, and the floral motifs to weave fup shawl. Now what is fup shawl? Fup shawl is where the pushpa, the word pushpa made into fup, and that is where the motif of flowers were introduced. Then Pashmina shawl industry flourished during Jahangir, Shah Jahan, Shah Jahan and Aurangzeb's period too. And then Emperor Muhammad Shah, 1720 to 48, bought one Pashmina shawl, one special motif Pashmina shawl. Every year one shawl she bought, and that specific with having specific floral buta. This shawl costed rupees 40,000 rupees in the first half of 18th century, where people can live with 3-4 rupees in a month. Then 18th century, and weavers named that Bhuta pattern as Muhammad Shahi on his name. Then use of Kani shawls in Kashmir during various periods. Portrait of Sayyid Raju Kwatal and a Mughal prince painted in Deccan school style depicts Kashmiri shawl draped by him, Golconda. This is from Golconda, 17th century CE. Then oil painting of canvas depicting an Indian painted by Anne-Louise Giroda-Trizon in 1807 shows Indian wearing Kashmiri shawl having 6 rows of, now they say pine motif. It is written. That's exactly why I wanted to point it out. So they call pine motif in this particular, where from the book that I have taken this photograph. But it is not pine motif, it is mango motif. Afghan and Sikh period. After Mughal rulers, Afghans ruled Kashmir, they took keen interest in trading Kashmiri shawls. Sikhs took over Kashmir from Afghan rulers in 1819 and ruled over a few decades. Kashmiri shawl was a dress code of their court and also must in Sikh wedding ceremony. Miniature paintings of Sikh period show multi-purpose use of Kashmiri shawls. And you can see some photographs. This is choga on the right hand side, the dress which is choga and with Kashmiri, made with Kashmiri pashmina, jamawar, and then this is court of the king of the Sikh period, and they are both wearing Kashmiri shawl. And this is British Empire time. During the British Empire time, Kashmiri shawls made European markets Kashmiri shawls made for European markets started appearing. And unique figurative shawl woven in Kashmir having 200 human and animal figures is now there in abroad in a collection, and maybe it was woven to win European Expo competition circa in around 1885. And British, there is another this thing, the Kashmiri shawls from India were status symbol, now they had become, in Europe during 1800s, and few are as like rare examples. As woman example, that which I showed you was a rare one, where there are 200 people, figures were taking part in drinking, smoking, dancing, and falconry in Indian princely scene that enlivened the shawls, borders, and 4 dark stripes. So these are kind of things that are kind of done, and the extraordinary woven shawl was probably made to dazzle the jury for European juries to get prize or whatever. Now the third part is Kani to Amblikar. Now how beginning of Kani to Amblikar shawls. Amli means, as I said, embroidery, and Kar means work. And then heavy, the reason of there are 2 reasons of Amblikar shawls starting, embroidery being introduced. One was heavy text was levied on Kani shawls by Afghan rulers. So they made, those made shawls very expensive. So then the market goes down. So to compensate, they started adding certain parts of embroidery to reduce the cost of weaving. So this was the second this thing, because embroidery was faster to do than the weaving with Kani, and it could be done anywhere. You didn't have to worry about the technology for that so much. So therefore, initially Kani shawls were made where outlines were embroidered, that reduced the number of Kani and therefore became faster to produce. Now these are some of the other figurative shawls and all, and that also made possibilities of different kind of shawls coming up. Amblikar also gave more possibilities to create new designs and products using pashmina. One of the such product is Pashmina map shawls, where the whole map of the city is done. And this is one of the map shawl, close-up of some part of a map shawl. Then export of Kashmiri shawls, India to Europe. Initially, like this is Napoleon's wife, Josephine. She's wearing Kashmiri shawl. She has made a dress and she's also draping another Kashmiri shawl. And this is the border of that particular Kashmiri shawl, which is close-up of it. And this is how like these were promoted. And now this is use of Kashmiri shawl by aristocrats. That led to aristocrats using these shawls. So they were all very willing to pay high price and buy these. And this is Patapati shawls, also sold as Khatras moon shawl, where the moon type of figure is placed in the center and all four corners. And these are in stripes. And these white and red stripes with the motifs in between are done. And you can see the same shawl being worn by European here. Then this is the fashion magazines showed how to wear Kashmiri shawls, and these are the magazines using illustrating in Europe the fashion magazines of 1809, 1811, and 1820.
Are we coming closer to the winding up?
I'll just quickly run through. Then handcrafted Kashmiri Pashmina shawls to machine-made Paisley shawls. And these are like beginning of machine-made Paisley merino shawl. Now the difference was that Pashmina shawls were used for making, Pashmina wool was used for making Pashmina shawls. Now when they carried, Britishers carried Pashmina.
Madam, please look into the computer camera. We are able to see only your side. We are not able to see your face.
Okay, now
but I don't know where you have the matter. The matter is probably not on the computer screen. So
no. Please see there is a screen on beginning of machine-made Paisley merino shawl.
Please look into the computer. Please look into the computer camera.
I'm looking into computer straight away. But I am in. Okay, can you see me now? Okay. Hello.
Please keep this view. Please keep this view.
Yeah, okay. So then this is, you are on the wrong,
Kotiji, please move to the next slide. Kotiji, could you please move to the next slide so that... Next, please.
Next, please.
Another.
Next, please.
Yes.
Next,
yes.
Next one. Now I am right. Okay. So now this is due to the high demand, they wanted to produce it there. So they carried many Kashmiri weavers to Paisley, where there were shawls, mechanized lace making shawls, looms. So then it is so they started making designs there. They made them do designs there, and they started copying. They wanted to use Pashmina wool, so they carried 300 Pashmina goods also. But they all died there. So they could not kind of make Pashmina wool. Then they tried carrying Pashmina wool from here. But Pashmina wool being very, very fine, when they put it in the machine to spin it, because they didn't have that kind of skills which Indian craftsmen had, to either weave or either spin this yarn, they all broke. So they started using them all over the economy a lot, and they became very rich, of course. And then effect of Pashmina. So this is the effect of Pashmina shawls on Kashmiri on export. And then Kashmiri shawls in 1888 and 89, when I did my research in Kashmir and there was the first bomb blast started there at that time. I went to Kanihama village, and this is the Kashmiri, government center, and you can see the kanis. These sticks are kanis. You can see the black and white photograph of Kani, and this man is weaving with Kani. And there's multiple Kanis used.
Next slide.
And then next slide, please, Srinivas ji. And then there is a talim. Please go next. You can see Kani. And then next slide, please. Now we can see talim. Now what is this talim? This talim has so many, you can see so many figurative things. Each line of this talim, this is the page number 88 of this talim. These talims were made by the designers of Kashmir, and then they send out, the master weavers send out this particular thing. When a factory is there, karkhana is there, many weavers sit around and he sings, and all of them weave the same line. And then the singing will be something like 1 up and white color, 2 in pink, 3 in red. This is, I did the translation of it with his help, and this is how I've categorized to show the differences. And then mango motifs, this is which they call keri kad, and then ek kad, this is do kad means do, say, char, panch, like that they were done. And this is below is the new design. Now next slide again. When comparison between Kashmiri handmade Pashmina shawls to European machine-made copies of merino wools. Now here, this side, you can see Kashmiri shawl, which was very elongated. Later on, the elongated mango motifs started appearing, and this is in patka, woven in, and then later it was copied in, this is in Kashmir. This left side is the Kashmiri one, and the right side is woven in paisley. You can see the copies of it in Scotland. And then this is Kashmiri shawl. Now black and white is the paper design, and then the weaving, how it should be, color is filled to show how the color should be added. And this is done also in paisley. Then the next one is impact of European copies of Kashmiri shawls. And where they were copied in England, France, Germany, Italy, but they were sold as Kashmiri shawls. And this is what brought, and thank you very much. I hope I hurried up a little bit, but I hope it was okay.
Thank you, Padmini ji. It was a very good topic. It was very valuable for the conference, but I have decided after your second presentation in our, I think third in our conferences, that I have to talk to Pranav and Saurabh, both your sons, to give you a training in technology, rehearsal. This is definitely your, actually, I would blame only them because of your age and all that. We can't expect more from you, but they have to take care. They probably have to train you in using technology better. Now, the way your face is looking to us, it was not there throughout the conference, throughout your presentation. Now you are able to see us. Now your entire bust image is looking at us, but that was not there. But those are technical issues. Those are, and also the way you use your technology, your scholarship, your amount of knowledge, your erudition, your field work, all this, how I wish it matches the technology used from your side. And now to the content. Are there any questions from the audience? Dimpleji, did you find any questions, any discussion?
Not really, but I have had the good fortune of interacting with Padmini ji in the last few days, and what I understood from her, and she said that the reason she submitted her paper was to highlight the fact that if we are unaware of our own heritage, then we will end up accepting what others thrust on us. So for example, if the almond motif or mango motif is ours, it is really sad and disheartening to see Indians refer to these as paisley and pine and all, and attempt very modern, when the fact, as you rightly said, that circulation that you said happens from north to south and east and west, and this is going from India to out, and then it's coming back to us regurgitated, and we are kind of accepting it. So I found that very interesting and insightful and thought-provoking. Yes, technology has been a challenge, but we'll see before the next conference. Whenever Padmini ji comes for the next Indika conference, we will make sure that she is a pro by that time. Should we move ahead in the interest of time? Thank you, Padmini ji. Thank you so very much. I really appreciate you taking the initiative. Now we will move on to a paper on leadership principles from Kalhana's Rajatarangini by Dr. Rajshekhar Krishnan, who's a coach and seeker. And He has been a lifelong seeker of spiritual wisdom and is an ardent devotee of Bhagwan Sri Raman Maharshi. Rajashekhar ji is an engineer by qualification and a corporate trainer by profession. We are privileged at Indica courses to have him as one of our faculties. He's conducting a very successful course on Sri Ramana Maharshi life and work. So it gives me double the joy to invite Rajashekhar ji to present his paper in this conference today. Rajashekhar ji, over to you, sir.
Dakshinamurti Sarambham Shankaracharya Madhyamam Ramanacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. Thank you, Dimple ji, for the opportunity, and of course Nagaraj ji and Harikiran ji to present today leadership principles from Kalhana's Rajatarangini. Yes. So this is the plan of my presentation. I will be looking at very briefly at Kalhana and Rajatarangini, with specific reference to some of the items that make sense in the context of the paper. Then I'll be presenting the rationale of the paper. And then, of course, the Rajatarangini has 8 tarangas or 8 rivers, so to speak. I'll be only taking up the first 4 for analysis, and there'll be a total of 7 cases that will be presented in the course of the paper. And then inferences and conclusion and Q&A. That's the plan. So the points that I want to highlight about Kalhana was that he never held any office, the last 2 bullet points, or official position, and yet he had access to a lot of court records, and therefore his history is taken to be fairly authentic, number 1. And, he was very well educated, which makes sense because he studied the Mahabharata and the Ramayana and all the other Dharma Shastras, the Manusmriti that was available to him. And therefore, we find that is going to be the driving pivot of the research that will be presented. Then, and then about the Rajatarangini, the whole point is, why should I call it Kalhana's Rajatarangini? Because you would see in the last sequels, there are Jona Raja's Dutiya Rajatarangini and Shirvara's Jaina Rajatarangini. So we refer to it, normally when you say Rajatarangini, it refers to Kalhana's only, but the history of Kashmir has been recorded all the way till the 16th century, as we can see, and therefore that speaks of the large continuity of information and cultural and economic principles available to us, and that is the key also to our current espousal of the cause. Now, the rationale of this research paper is that since we are talking about leadership principles, Rajadharma, as it is called. So leadership is a new discipline, probably about 100 years old in the West, but Rajadharma has always been the code of conduct for kings. Now, taking a leaf from the study of economics, you have economics which is normative and economics which is positive. So a normative discipline prescribes what ought to be, and a positive discipline is empirical in nature, and therefore there is a narration of actual standards of behavior. So in Rajatarangini, we would find that there is a positive description of the various historical events, from where Kalhana himself has enunciated a few principles of leadership, and we can also extract that. So that would be section A or part A, where we would be looking at the actual historical incidents and some of the comments made by Kalhana. Then the normative part of it, which is point A under point 1, will be the point B under section 2, where we'll be drawing up relevant normative leadership behavior as is enunciated in Chanakya Sutras, Arthashastra, as well as the Valmiki Ramayana and Vidurniti Mahabharata, where obviously we would find a kind of resonance, hopefully. And the interesting thing to keep in mind is that whenever there's a consonance with the Arthashastra, we should be proud of the fact that the principles are very much the same, on account of the fact that the Arthashastra would not have been available to Kalhana for reading because it was discovered only in 1908 by Shama Shastri. So any consonance with Arthashastra is indeed amazing. And of course, we will be situating these leadership principles in the current context of leadership in business and politics, so that we have a flow of a positive historical incident to a Rajadharma tenet, to a context in current business and politics, more of business than politics at this point in time. So the first case that I take up is of King Gonanda III. And the context is that there was a lot of disorder in the kingdom and he restored the performances of pilgrimages. Now, these are actual verses of the Rajatarangani that you find. And what I have behind them is the actual Taranga and the verse number. So it gives you a feel of, Kalhana's, of course, this is the translation done by not Stein as mentioned earlier on, but it is a translation which is done by R.S. Pandit, which is published by the Sahitya Academy. So in this historical event, King Gonanda restored order. He brought back certain, practices that had been banned or that had fallen to dilution. And there is this little tenet that has been given by Kalhana himself, which is bullet point number 3, that those who intent on a policy of harassment of their subjects perish with their families. Now, let's look at this in terms of a Rajadharma tenet. So we have the Viduraniti saying on the left side that if a king follows the righteous norms of traditionally well established by the wise, his empire prospers, the earth under his control produces more, and his wealth multiplies. Now, how do we understand this in the 21st century Bharat context? We have Deepak Parekh, the well-known chairman of HDFC, in an interview in a book called Business Mantras by Geeta Piramal. He says core values are not subject to compromise and reinterpretation as the environment changes around us. They are immutable through time and circumstances. And then the interview continues. So we can see that the principle enunciated by Kalhana, reiterated by Viduraniti, is also being demonstrated by Deepak Parekh, and HDFC is one of the most successful corporate organizations in current times. Then we go to case number 2. It's a case of King Nara, who was also called Kinnara, and you can see that this is in the period before the current era. Now, the issue here is that this particular king had a vice of sensuality, and he began to harass a lady and try to seduce her through emissaries. And when all failed, imagine, he goes to that lady's husband and begs for her from him. Now, he also sends his soldiers. So the story is, of course, he sends his soldiers, and the husband and the wife manage to escape. The girl's father or the lady's father is an important chieftain, a Naga, and he is told, and in blind rage that his daughter and his son-in-law have been harassed in this fashion, the Lord of the Nagas, and you can see that in bold, when the couple approached him and facts were reported to him, the Lord of the Nagas, blind with rage, sallied forth from the pool. He burned down the entire city. And therefore, the tenet that Kalhana prescribes to us is passionate lust may be a mere trifling fault in kings, in the opinion of persons of narrow vision, but nevertheless, what befell this one as a consequence of it has not been seen by anyone anywhere else. Now, what do we find? We find that same Rajadharma is being enunciated by Tirukural. He who prizes virtue and weal won't foolishly chase another's wife. Then we find in Viduraniti also that, sleeping with another's wife is definitely not called for. And the Sundarakanda, we have this very famous conversation of Sita with Ravana, where she says, I cannot be your wife. Observe the rules of right conduct approved by good men. Just as your wives deserve to be protected, so are the wives of others also. And it goes on. So the Sundarakanda proceeds. And therefore, what do we have in current times? We have this very, very, stifling incident of the chairman of the Saravana Bhavan, who, unfortunately, ran after someone who was married to someone else. And he had them kidnapped, and ultimately, the husband was murdered. And in 2004, the Sessions Court sentenced him to 10 years RI, and subsequently the High Court convicted him for life imprisonment. If only he had known that this is the truth and reality of someone who is a chairman, he would have been better off. Now we go to case number 3, and I will be proceeding fast because I want to reserve a little more time to case number 7, which is about Lalita Aditya, the most famous king of Kashmir. So here the situation is that of King Tunjina, and we are still in the era before Christ. So there was a calamity that befell the empire or the kingdom when he was in charge. And there was a famine, there was a dire famine, and the king was moved by compassion, when he saw that all the people were starving and were dying. So he actually went on foot. He dispensed with the ushers and he went on foot, and from his own personal money, as well as the accumulated riches of his ministers, he brought food, accompanied by his wife, day and night, restored human beings to life. And then he had the crematoriums running for people, who had to be cremated. Then, and, he lands up with absolutely no money. And, seeing that he was running out of money, running out of, storage in the granary, he was feeling terrible. And he was telling his wife, who now enters the story, her name is Queen Vakpusta. And then he says that, look, I'm feeling so bad, I would like to commit suicide. Then the queen says that, what is the use? Where does she say that? She says, if the ability to cut through insurmountable difficulties is absent, O protector of the land, what then in the great is the mark of their greatness? So, she therefore, inspires him, and Queen Vakpusta is still revered as a very famous queen. And of course, the king desisted from the attempt at suicide. So we have two issues here. One is that of handling a calamity, handling a famine, and then the courage that is given by women. So we have, therefore, two tenets that we can derive. One is from the Shanti Parva, which is on Apad Dharma. So it says that if you lose heart, you succumb to calamity even before it strikes you. You might even commit suicide. Therefore, do not let willpower abandon you. That will keep you alive by giving you hope. If you remain alive, you can do good deeds in course of time. So that is, of course, echoing what was said in the earlier slide. Then we have in the Arthashastra, amazing, a whole tome on how to handle famine. So Kautilya says, distribute to the public on concessional terms seeds and food from the royal stores, share out from the royal food stock, and many others. So we find that there is indeed something that the king did, which was in alignment with the Arthashastra. And then, of course, we have in the Chanakya Niti, the whole role of women. So the Yaksha Prashna says, who is the friend of a householder? The friend of a householder is the wife. Who is that friend given by gods and destiny to man? The wife is the friend given by gods and destiny to man. And Chanakya Niti says their wisdom is 4 times and their courage and daring is 8 times. So we need to keep that in mind as a tenet. And what do we have in the current times? We have in the current times Ramcharan, that is in 21st century Bharat. Ramcharan, a renowned management consultant, he talks about 6 qualities of leadership that are there for hard times, particularly. It's from his book called Leadership in the Era of Economic Uncertainty. So honesty, credibility, ability to inspire, real-time connection to reality, realism tempered with optimism. So real-time connection with reality is going on foot in the kingdom. Realism tempered with optimism. The king had it. And then boldness in building the future, the queen had it. So therefore, we also have Kiran Mazumdar Shaw saying, if you don't struggle, there are no real results. Only when you come out of the struggle will you succeed. So that is indeed, again, demonstrating the continuity in case 3 of King Tunjina. Now we go to King Meghavahana, a very, very interesting king who actually espoused the cause of non-slaughter. So non-slaughter essentially means that you don't consume meat, because slaughter is for consuming meat, or you go on shikar. So it's not mentioned very clearly whether it was for food or whether it was for shikar, but I presume that there was not much of shikar happening in Kashmir. And therefore, my inference is that when non-slaughter is being referred to, it refers to non-slaughter for food. And therefore, in order to compel rulers to desist from violence, he actually went on a campaign with his soldiers to conquer kingdoms and tell the kings there that, look, you must not slaughter animals for food. And therefore, having overpowered the kings, his valor, then on the principle of non-violence, then he pondered on a plan of invasion of various other things. So primary for him was the fact that there was a need to impose or to spread the idea of non-violence and kindness to animals. So that's the historical event. Then we have the Tirukkural saying, how can he be kind who fattens himself on others' fat? Of course, this is purely on the non-meat eating philosophy. And all living things will hold their hands and bow to one who refuses meat. And Manusmriti generally says that Purification and suppression of sensory powers is the duty of all 4 classes in a nutshell. So that's King Meghavahana. Then, of course, we have Mahatma Gandhi, who was always opposed to meat eating, and he was in favor of cow protection, because cow protection is obviously meant to demonstrate 2 things. One is, of course, non-slaughter for the meat of the cow, and second is to demonstrate protection for the whole of the dumb creation of God. So we have this example from 21st century Bharat. Then I go to King Durlabha Vardhana, which is an interesting story. The story is interesting because of the fact that Durlabha Vardhana was actually the keeper of the stables of the king. So horses were an important aspect of the army. And since the king, who was actually King Baladitya, did not want his daughter to be the queen for some reason, he had her married to a commoner like Durlabha Vardhana so that their progeny could not be the king, because commoners do not become kings. So there is this forced marriage between Durlabha Vardhana and Princess Angalekha. And Angalekha, the princess, obviously does not, respect Durlabha Vardhana, though Durlabha Vardhana was a very, very well-mannered and a very, very intelligent young man. And unfortunately, Angalekha starts having an affair with the minister Kanka. And in course of time, the Durlabha Vardhana, shrewd Durlabha Vardhana, detected her change in affection. And, one fine day, he actually catches them in the act, and he flares up in anger. So as he was about to strike, he was thwarted by the reflection, and he considered that he had relieved himself as if by striking and smiting. So though he was angry, he controlled his anger. And here is a point being made by, Kalhana, which is, who else but he can be considered the leader of the self-possessed, by whom are absorbed the severe pangs of jealousy. So Durlabha Vardhana had an opportunity to actually kill Kanka, but he just leaves a note on a sleeve saying that you have not been slain, though you deserve to be killed. And then, Kanka, the minister, realizes and is grateful. And when King Baladitya dies, actually, Durlabha Vardhana is made the king, and he is the first of a new dynasty that took over the Kashmir fortunes, called the Karkoteya dynasty. So that's the amazing thing. And when this king became the king, when Durlabha Vardhana became king, he hid the unchastity of the queen, and therefore, he projected his image. So what do we have to learn from here? That firstly, a man, though born low, is superior if he is found of sound moral character. Then about Angalekha, is it enough to declare that one is born in noble? This is from Mrichakatika, which is a famous play by Shudraka. Don't briars and thorns flourish in fertile ground. So just because someone is royal, it doesn't mean that their progeny will be royal. Then there is a telling comment in Subhashita Ratna Bhandar, which is youth, wealth, and position and indiscretion. Each of these is enough to create havoc, but if they are found together, one can imagine what happens. And Vidurniti, of course, says that lust and anger will do away with the sense of discrimination. So what do we have here? We simply have Prakash Tandon, who was the first chairman, Indian chairman of Hindustan Lever, Unilever, who says, as for qualities, I would say unhesitatingly that what one expects first and foremost from a chairman is character. It is that integrity of the man, that intellectual honesty and objectivity, that courage, which makes an organization trust him. So therefore, the king, the chairman, the MD must be a person of character. And that is what has been emphasized as a common thread that we have. And of course, on the aspect of the forgiving nature of the king, M.K. Gandhi says, only the brave can forgive, the weak are unable to punish. So in their case, the question of forgiveness does not arise. So I think I am overshooting my time. So I will not go through case 6. I will simply rush over to case 7, which is about Lalitaditya. You can see he had a huge kingdom. And this historical event, it's in 4 slides. It is actually a document of governance that he shares with his ministers. So it is delegating the governance to them. And it's an amazing document where he talks about taxation, where he talks about succession planning. So I'll only take up one aspect, succession planning, where he talks about his 2 sons, Kuvaladitya and Vajraditya, which is at the bottom. and he speaks of them being different. And then he says the elder one should be crowned, the younger one should not be made the king. But he does further succession planning by saying, among my grandsons, the Jayapida, who actually becomes a king later on, should be instructed, may you be like your grandfather at all times. So though he remained at a distance, King Lalitaditya, otherwise he could not have managed that huge kingdom, has been able to put through with ease even the affairs of the state, which is very difficult to arrange. So what do we learn from this? What are the tenets? See, in Rajadharma, we'll take the Arthashastra. So sons are of three kinds: wise son, lazy son, and wicked son. That's what Chanakya says. And therefore, the rules of succession have to be planned according to what kind of son you have. And of course, we have other aspects on the various principles of governance from the Chanakya Sutra, Valmiki Ramayana on the ministers. So what do we have in modern times? We have this huge inventory which has been made by the professors of management, Preetham Singh and Asha Bhandarkar, on, so Lalitaditya was a change agent because he conquered a huge area of India. And therefore we have 30 different, and if you look at these qualities, he had high credibility, he had a global mindset. You find that what is currently deemed to be the characteristic of a change agent, a big business leader, were the very same characteristics demonstrated by Lalitaditya, the most well-known king of Kashmir. So with that, I come to the final slide, which simply is to prove the point that Radhatarangani provides a fascinating array of historical information and incidents, which provide living examples of leadership in action. The leadership principles behind these incidents are timeless tenets, which are also found in the classical literature of India. These are creditably validated by contemporary lessons and insights on leadership ethos and behavior in business and politics. Hence, the Radhatarangani can and should be used as a manual of leadership development, apart from being read as a historical treatise with a delectable poetic turn of phrase. So with these, I rest my case. I will stop the share and will hand over back to the coordinator.
Nagraj Karu?
Oh, okay. Great. Rajshekhar-ji, as always, has been so professional in his presentation and kept time very well. And actually, I think it is destiny that the example from all over India for the possibility of a historical work in the past came from that region which historically lost its Hindu identity to a large extent. In the other parts of India, even if there was no historical work, now contemporary historians are able to dig back the history. Without Rajatarangini, Kashmir would have lost all this portion of its history because of what happened later. And that was the destiny. The Devatas above knew what was going to happen, and they created Rajatarangini and Kalhana, basically. And at Indus University, Mitchell ji keeps conducting leadership courses based on Krishna Devaraya and other historical figures. Srinivas Reddy teaches those courses. And this is similar to that. It's a history-based leadership course. Otherwise, we have Itihasa-based, Purana-based leadership discussions. But this is a history-based leadership discussion. I think if he comes to know, Michelle ji will invite you there at Indus University to teach leadership classes based on these historical figures. Thank you very much for enlightening us in this direction. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rajrekha ji. Do we have any questions? Oh, we have something in the Q&A box. Okay. Rajrekha ji, would you like to respond to Mohan Tyagarajan ji's question? Are you able? Yeah.
Okay. So I have highlighted in the examples that I've given certain positives and certain negatives. Now, the 8,000 verses are full of a lot of negatives also. So leadership is both what you do and what you don't do. So for the sake of inspiring people, I didn't go for the negative stories. So the negative stories were the ones that resulted in the invasion that could not be surmounted. So therefore, you do have a point. So it's not that leadership is learned only by positive examples. When I say positive, I mean, elevating examples. It is also learned by failure. So there are a lot of failures that are there in the Radhatharani, which have been accurately documented. But I think that is the subject of a full leadership course, because in modern leadership language, we call the traits that help you or the traits that derail you. So these are all derailing factors.
So Rajashekhar ji was expecting a unscheduled kind of a power cut, because they had a timing and they weren't sure when the power cut would happen. Therefore, he had requested me to move his speaker slot. I believe that might have happened, and that's why we are not connected with him apparently. So in case he's back, we might ask him to resume his response, or probably we can ask him to get in touch with us and share this. Also, before we move to the last speaker for the session, I just wanted to request all the delegates, attendees, panelists, if they have any questions after today's conference, when they watch the sessions or the recordings of this particular conference, please feel free to mail us your queries at namaste@indica.org.in, and we'll make sure that the presenters receive the queries, and whatever responses we get from them are passed on to you. Also, please follow Indica on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. You can also visit indica.today, bookmark it, sign up so that whenever any articles are posted, these papers are posted, you get to know of it. So for real-time update on the entire proceedings, I think the best method would be to follow us, Indica.org, on social media, and that would be there. So now, I had in the beginning mentioned that we would have 3 invited speakers. We began with Padma Shri Subhash Kakji, then we had the young IAAS Neha Mittal ji. Our concluding presentation for the day is by Shri Rakesh Kaulji, and I have known him for a really long time, and that's my fortune. Rakesh ji is going to talk about the work that his core Sharada Team Foundation has done in service of Sharada Lipi. Rakesh ji is a veteran of the healthcare IT sector. He is the director of Core Sharada Team Foundation. Under his guidance, the team has been working relentlessly for the revival of the Sharada Lipi. They have taught thousands of learners. This dedicated team of volunteers is focused on the resurgence of this sacred script. Rakesh ji has conducted various workshops and seminars for the revival and awareness of Sharada Lipi. Core Sharada also publishes Matrika, a quarterly magazine published in Sharada Lipi itself. They have also developed an Android app and keypad for Sharada Lipi, and are currently collaborating with scholars to translate many unexplored Sharada manuscripts. There's a whole lot of work that has gone into all these years that the Core Sharada team has been working, and it would take a really long time if I were to go in depth in that. So when I had said that the second part would include speakers who are on the application side, here is a live example. Without further ado, Rakesh ji, the stage is all yours.
Yes,
are ready.
You have to allow me to switch on my video.
Absolutely.
Oh, yes. Okay. Am I audible clear?
Yes, sir. Bilkul.
Okay. Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the Indica Academy for giving me the opportunity to talk on behalf of Core Sharada team. The topic today, what I'm talking about, is our service to Sharada Lipi. Whole day I have been listening to various scholars who have spoken. I spoke to Subhashi and many other speakers who have spoken. And this is a wonderful conference which talks about Kashmir in whole, what Kashmir was all about. It was, we listened about the philosophical aspect, we listened about the art, we listened about the historical aspects and all other aspects of the subject today, which is the Kashmir. So before I start my presentation, I would just give a little bit background about It was Maharana Pratap who used to basically come to Kashmir to visit Swami Ram. Swami Ram was a Shaivite guru. I can say Param Guru of Swami Lakshmanju Maharaj. And it was that time the vision of the spiritual guru who instructed Maharaja Pratap Singh to have a library, because it was found necessity that time to protect all these manuscripts, whether it is on Kashmir Shaivism or whatever. So it was that time, it was 1898 when the Rambir Library in Jammu was set up. The main intention was of preservation of these manuscripts. It was because of this initiative, I can say when the first book, which was published and well known in the Western world, which was about the Kashmir Shaivism under the series of texts and studies. This book was published in 1914. And that was the time when the Western scholars understood that there is some philosophy called Kashmir Shaivism. And that is where, like today, we heard about so much about Kashmir Shaivism. This is just one aspect of it. But that was a time when the window was open to the outside the country, where scholars were interested, and they, after Swami Ram's, then it was Swami Lakshmanju, where most of the Western scholars came and they studied Kashmir Shaivism under the guidance of Swami Lakshmanju Maharaj. So this was the journey where I can say it was one aspect of Kashmir Shaivism. But for us, for me, when basically my topic today is Sharada script. When we left Kashmir, when we migrated from Kashmir, it was a voidness for us as a community, because we always wanted to basically look at what is that we had lost because we migrated, and we were all in Jammu, and then I was working in Bangalore, and then started looking at the historical aspects and understanding more. Honestly, I have to be very honest here to the audience that I do not know about Kashmiri Shaivism when I was in Kashmir. I was just 15 years. I never visited to Swami Lakshmanju's ashram there. Neither I was knowing about Sharada Lipi. But yes, Sharada Lipi, if we know, Kashmiris, if whatever they know little bit about Sharada Lipi, at the time when we had an exodus from Kashmir, it was in our Panchang, which is published every year. And in the Panchang, every year from last 300 years, they have been publishing one page of the Sharada alphabets, and that was one. The other one was our horoscopes. I can say till my generation, our horoscopes were there in Sharada Lipi. So it was always curiosity, what is this script all about? And I was in Bangalore, Dimpleji knows. I think it was a very small team, I can say 9 years back. And then I got an opportunity to learn the script. And after I learned the script and then we started exploring about the script, I can say this was a whole ocean in front of us. I will also try to have my presentation to the team about what all things we do. But it was an eye-opening for us that there is so much things which people do not know about Kashmir. I think that was all hidden in these manuscripts. I can say there were many manuscripts. We also know there were, because of all the Islamic invasions and whatever happened in Kashmir, there were so much of the texts which had already lost. We had lost so much thing. Now, whatever is left, whatever was left, in these manuscripts, they were either in some public libraries, or even today they are in the personal custodies of some people in Kashmir, or there are different libraries where these manuscripts are. But yes, historically, I think it was like when we today speak about Kashmir as a civilization, as a Sharada Peetha, where basically we say it was a center of knowledge. And if you have to cut the civilization, or if you have to destroy the civilization, you have to basically first attack their language and their scripts. So that was the reason that for all the reasons, political or whatever reasons, that this script had gone extinct. 9 years, 10 years back, when we were starting looking at who will teach us this script. First of all, we did not know also what this script was all about. But yes, it was a thirst of the knowledge which we want to gain. And then I can say Dimpleji and me, we studied with the same teacher. So I learned the script and we had few more students. And it was a very small group. And then the experience of learning the script was, I can say, very divine. I do not know, I cannot express that in just words, but I can say it gave us enough of experience, spiritual, personal, to see that there is something beyond this script, what we are just learning, E, and all these 52 alphabet. It was not just that script. And with the journey, we found that this script, all these manuscripts, I think this is a time for us. It is our identity, and we have to work on this revival. And I will just, Dimpleji, can I present my slide?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yes, thank you. So, I will love to show, give a little background, and then 1 minute. So, is the slide okay? We had. Okay. It's moving, right?
Yes, indeed. We are at Sharada worshipped in Kashmir.
Yes, perfect. So this is just a background. So this was the Sharada we know, and it was the goddess of learning. And the right side, what we have painted, it was done. We basically copied this concept from one Western scholar who had written about the Vak in the Brahmi Lipi. And this is the Malini, which is painted. And this Malini is painted by the Sharada script. And this picture itself depicts how beautiful this script is. And coming to historical background about Sharada, as based on the carbon datings, what we found, it is found as the last manuscript which was found is 3rd century AD, which was about Bakshali, the text of mathematics. In fact, that was the text which defines the zero. That I am talking about the oldest manuscript based on which we can right now today predict it is 3rd century AD, but our journey, our understanding for this, that it can be a little bit older also, which I will come to that. So we have limited time. I will try to restrain myself within the 20
Please
minutes.
take all your time, Rakesh ji. You are especially invited.
Sure. Thank you, Dimple. So about this script was very predominant in all the northern part of India, which includes Central Asia also, which includes Pakistan, Punjab, and even the Afghanistan. The last manuscript which I spoke about, which was Bakshali, was found in the regions of Afghanistan. And yes, it was the script which Kashmiri Pandits used. And it was also, last week we gave a presentation in Punjab University. And it was surprising for me that many people do not know that Gurumukhi is basically derived from Sharada Lipi itself. The Takri, the Siddham, the script which Buddhists use, they're all derived from Sharada. And whatever manuscripts we have today available, I can say most of them digitized, many of them are not digitized. 99% of those manuscripts are Sanskrit manuscripts. Just, I can say, less than 1% are Kashmiri manuscript, especially like example Lalwak or Bhavani Vak or different other little philosophical texts. But majority of these manuscripts are basically all Sanskrit. And these manuscripts have a lot of potential to explore the whole window of the knowledge to the whole world, I can say. And this was our motivation, because when we looked at the intensity, the potential of these manuscripts, we want to open it to all. We did not just want that these manuscripts to be restrained only to the research scholars or the manuscript logists who just know the manuscripts and can read it. Our goal, whatever we have been working from last 9 years is the revival of the script. When I say revival, I'm talking about bringing it back to the life. Because scientifically also and historically also, when we looked at the script today, when we have Devanagari, when we have Uriya, when we have Kannada, we do not see any reason that these manuscripts, this Sharada Lipi should not exist. So that was our motivation. This is just one picture. When I spoke about 3rd century AD, it is not just. In fact, this revelation came to us in one of the class. This is a paper on the manuscript. So this alphabet E is also explained by Adi Shankaracharya himself in Saundarya Lahari. Mukham Bindu Kritva. So, and this was one student who when he learned Sharada Lipi from us, and then he pointed out that he always used to guess what is this alphabet all about, what basically this shloka is all about. And when he learned Sharada, it was basically, then he understood it is about the letter E. The point which I'm trying to say is, it can be much older also. When we have Adi Shankaracharya also explaining about this character, we have Abhinav Gupta also mentioning in many different texts about different alphabets of Sharada Lipi. That means it is much more, and that there's a lot of things we have to do on this script. So that motivation, basically we made a small team. It was the core Sharada team was just a name because we wanted to connect to people, and we started teaching. Initially, our mode of teaching was online through WhatsApp. We used to send the YouTube small videos, and then students used to submit their assignments to us. And then, but later we started getting into collaborations with various institutions, various organizations, various Sanskrit scholars who learned with us. We trained them on all these trainings. Whatever we used to give, it was all free of cost, because our motivation was to promote the Sharada. So in this journey, we have, I can say so far, taught more than 4,000 students Sharada Lipi, and today you will be proud to know that we have almost 400 to 500 Sanskrit scholars working with us. During the time when we started the Sharada, yes, there was a Unicode which was available. We have just the Sharada, but all these, whatever we used to write by hand because we never had a keyboard. So then that was also another point about how do we basically have some publications. If we are going to any scholars, if we are going to institutions, what is the material we have other than the manuscript? So we wanted to keep something alive, some materials available to tell them, no, this is the script which we had. So that is where we started our, it's not a quarterly, it's bi-monthly magazine Matrika. I will also show some pictures about those, how it is. So then we also have these publications. I can show these pictures. We also published the primers. In fact, these primers are very important text. Let me show some pictures first. So this was few collaborations what we did. We had the collaboration here, the Vyoma Labs, many other institutions which we have done. And with Vyoma Labs, we got an opportunity. It was 16 days. It was during COVID. And within 16 days, 700 scholars, especially the Sanskrit scholars, learned Sharada script with us. Then there are many other organizations. We also have today Sharada script as a diploma course in Jammu University and also Himachal, Central University of Himachal. So those things have started, means coming out. I can say people have started accepting it. Earlier, where we used to have challenge that this is a dead script. I don't think what you are doing, it's going to have some fruits. But today, I think I can show some beautiful. So this is the Matrika. This Matrika is written by all students. They basically contribute towards this. And we are today writing this Matrika in mixed because we have to also gain the acceptance from people for this script. So, but it is students contribute, students write their articles, papers, and then we publish it quarterly, and we also distribute to our students and all research people. Then, as I said, we had the challenge of the keyboard, because digitization was very important challenge. It was very important for us, and it was a challenge for us because we wanted to do something. We cannot keep writing in handwritten if we are going into the publication world, or if we are going into any education institutions. We have to digitize this. That is where we took an help from a scholar from Germany. And then he helped us in developing the font. Today, we have the Sharada keyboard available. We developed this. We have a Sharada app. It's web-based as well as Android-based application where you can write the Sharada Lipi. You can even translate. If you see on the left-hand side, where Namaste Sharade Devi Kashmir Purvasni, I have just written the Devanagari, and the transcription of that has happened with the tool itself. So this tool is very extensive. This was I can say, a greatest milestone for us, which we wanted to do. There are many other important milestones for us. Sharada script got published as one of the script among the different scripts of India also. Then it was 2019 when Nirmala Sitharamanji, Honorable Finance Minister, wanted to publish a poem written by a famous poet, Dinanath Ji, in the budget, union budget. And in fact, she also recited this poem in Parliament. And then the assignment came to our team to write that in Sharada Lipi. And this particular paper is part of the union budget 2009. The milestone, the important for us was this was a success for us because we got into somewhere official document in Government of India. Otherwise, Sharada Lipi do not exist today in any official document. Sorry, it is not even recognized. At least we could, this was our entry point here. These, if you see here, these are some beautiful writings of Sharada Lipi written by Sharada students. And as I said, this script is, we also, for our, basically to promote this Sharada script, we also try to basically encourage students to have the greeting cards. Even today, you will be very happy to know that people, even their marriage invitations, they have started putting in Sharada Lipi. So that is the acceptance which we got. These are beautiful, especially these were students, something like 5 to 10 years old, who wrote their art. And then we basically encourage, like example, we have Diwali or any festival, we encourage them to write the Sharada Lipi. There are many other contributions which basically students do. And the point was to promote the script and have this awareness of the script to people. And it was not only important for only to people in Kashmir to know about the script. As I said, as we are talking today in this conference, where we talk about so much of the knowledge of Kashmir, what it has given, I think there is still, I can say, we may be knowing just 20% of that. And that is the reason that learning Sharada Lipi and promoting Sharada Lipi, I think this is duty for all the Indians today. And that is our mission, and that is what we want. If you see here, this is how we do our assignments. These are some sample manuscripts. I just kept the pictures here. These are some works which we do today. All our scholars, I myself am not Sanskrit scholars, but we have Sanskrit scholars in the team. We take the manuscripts, we start transcribing them, and then basically publishing them. All these works, whatever work we have, we publish them on our website, and they are freely available. Anybody can visit and do that. It was 2019, and where we thought that it is important for us to recognize, basically have a platform for the Sharada Lipi. Then we got basically registered under Section 8 company as an NGO. So this Core Sharada Team Foundation was registered. So we have our website. These are our links on basically how you can reach us. Our website is also www.sharadalipi.com. And we do conduct 4 to 5. I will stop my presentation here. So we do conduct the sessions, at least quarterly, 1 minimum session we do. That means yearly we conduct 4 sessions. Apart from that, there are other sessions which our basically volunteers do take. The point is, I think the vision further for Core Sharda team, or what we basically expect, that is, one is we need this recognition of the script. That's point one. The point two is also these manuscripts, what we are talking about, these needs to be protected. When I say they needs to be protected, it has to be recognized as a asset, government assets, like because it is very important to protect these manuscripts. Today, whatever manuscripts are there protected in government archive libraries, whether it is Bhandarkar library or any other libraries, but I am telling, still we have more than 60 to 70% of these manuscripts lying somewhere in personal custodies, where people don't know what to do with that. And it's important for, I think it's our basically responsibility to see how we can protect these manuscripts, and then later be handed over to research scholars who can decipher those manuscripts and then open up that knowledge. And then definitely it's going to be a huge task for all of us together. The other point, what basically is also, which our goal is also to recognize this script in the modern technology, whether I'm talking about the MS Word, whether I'm talking about any Android application where I can pick and choose and write any language. Today, we do not have that. We are trying to approach our whatever font I showed you, it is based on the open source. We try to keep it open so that we do not, basically anybody can update it and then utilize it for whatever way they want. So this is also another journey where we want the complete digitization of the script. That is another challenge. That was another challenge for us. The other important challenge for us was we wanted to have the script. It was, in fact, because if you want to keep the script alive, it has to be accepted by the native people. That is where, when I'm talking about Kashmiri Pandit. So this was a challenge for us. How do we introduce the script back into the mainstream, back into the primary education? That is where we developed this book. This is a primer. It's called Koshal Praveshika. That means enter into Kashmiri. So it was a challenge for us that how do we write Kashmiri in Sharada Lipi? And because Kashmiri, as the script, we have little different phonics, little bit different sounds in, I can say, some little vowels are extra, 6 vowels are extra. So how do we represent them? So that was also a challenge for us, and it took almost 2 years for us to develop this primer. The intention of primer is, that's where we are trying to push, and where we need this support, we need the help from even government of India also, where can we get these script, these primers introduced as a primary education in our schools today. If our students right from second grade or third grade, they start learning German or French, why not our own script? Why not the Sharada script? And why cannot we start it right in the same state where this script originated? So that is where we published this book, and we have been trying, we are promoting this book so that it goes to every house, and it is basically at least our next generation starts reading it. And yes, it is a journey. It will take us long time, as I told you. And as I said, it's not only the research scholars. Our audience, our target is not just the research scholars who will, or the Sanskrit scholars who will take this Sharada Lipi and then basically in their own streams like mathematics or archaeology or astrology or any other subjects, whatever the manuscripts are. Our journey is, it has to be so easy and it has to be acceptable so that it is open to public, acceptable to all, and a proper recognition for this script, at least in our country. I think that is all I wanted in my presentation, and I again thank Dimpleji to give me an opportunity to talk about the Sharada script and our contribution towards this.
Thank you so much, Rakesh ji. The pleasure, privilege and honor is all ours. The amount of hard work that has gone into this entire project, it's nearly a decade now. The passion with which you speak, that is a manifestation of all that has gone beyond the scenes. And I am privy to the kind of hardships and challenges that you have faced, overcome, and you've come such a long way. And I'm personally super proud. There are 2 comments for you, not questions, from 2 of our honorable delegates. One, Mr. D.V. Sridharan and Sharad Murdeshwarji. You might want to read and acknowledge it. And there is also one message by our panelist, esteemed speaker, May Kalyanji. And I mean, what do you all say?
All admiration for you. The admirational response that came for your presentation did not come for any other presentation today. This is exciting, everyone. Usually in any event, the most awaited, best attractive item of the event is kept towards the end so that everyone waits for it. Probably without our knowledge, without our intention, we planned it in such a way that the most exciting part of the conference came at the end. And everyone is getting excited, ecstatic about the work that you have done for this. Thanks, Dimpleji, for arranging this. And congratulations for being part of this work also. He was mentioning that both of you studied in the same place.
Yes.
So that's excellent work. It is making us all ecstatic. You may see everyone is responding with excitement. That was the best part of the conference. And to the audience, let me share that Dimpleji, who is in charge of our Indica courses, organized courses also on Sharada script. There are courses, already the videos are there. There are certain restrictions of the videos being available to you. You may contact the team, Indica courses.
In fact, I just thank you for bringing that up, Nagaji, if I may interject. We've run 2 successful sessions of Sharada Lipi courses in collaboration with Rakesh ji and his team. And if the members who attended today's session, if they're interested in that, they can write to us at reachout@indica.courses, and we'll make sure that another session can be organized for you at the convenience of obviously the core Sharada team members and their availability. So thank you for bringing that up, Nagaraji, please.
Yeah. And my brother-in-law, who is a Telugu writer of short stories, he got inspired by your project and mentioning a member of your project as an imaginary character. He wrote a story and it got award also.
Oh, great.
Oh, wonderful.
In Telugu, it's a Telugu short story. So with an imaginary character who is dedicated to reviving Sharada script, he creates that character and makes a very interesting short story, and it won award also.
Brilliant. So which brings us to the conclusion, and I would request Nagaraj to address the audience, and then we will just conclude.
Dimpleji, it's all yours. I think your curation. So please share concluding words for the conference, and with a vote of thanks, we will.
I do as you advise me to, Nagaraji. So it's been a thoroughly enriching, satisfying experience, the whole journey. The call for papers was published in June, I think 30th of June or thereabouts, and then we had submissions and discussions with Nagaraji, his advice, why is something relevant, why is something not relevant, and the enthusiasm with which the presenters have been forthcoming. They've been forthcoming even about the logistical challenges they've had. So it's been a lesson in many ways. There have been leadership lessons also in it. Rakesh ji, who stepped in at the last moment on just a phone call, I'm grateful to you. The fact that I am in a way associated with Core Sharada team, probably that made me feel, like, okay, if I ask them, they will come forth. And I really wanted the kind of work you've done to be showcased here. Subhash Kakji, who took out time and addressed us, presented that keynote address at such a late hour from his end. I'm grateful to him. I'm first and foremost grateful to Hari Kiranji, who's always up for any idea. Like, we have to say something and then he's like, okay, if this is your idea, just make it happen. And he'll make sure that you are mentored by the right kind of subject matter experts. In my case, Nagarajji was there. So grateful to Hari Kiranji. I'm thankful to Nagarajji for, that quiet background guidance that he gives. He doesn't let you feel that something is coming your way, but he's always there. He has your back, as people would say. All the participants, the presenters who took out time, I'm grateful to you. We are thankful to you. Thank you to the wonderful delegates. We've had the count going up and down, but we really appreciate your engagement throughout the day. Thank you to the online audience who viewed it. Thank you to my colleagues, Koti ji, Srinivas ji, Amit Vikram. Thank you to our partners, our brand agency, who worked on the turnaround of all the promotional materials. Everybody who's been involved in some way or the other, we are grateful to you, and we are open to any feedback, any suggestions for future conferences also. With that, last but not the least, I'm thankful to the divine that this opportunity presented itself, and I hope that we can look at a series of similar events on Kashmir, so that this is just not a one-off thing, but the beginning of a greater idea. So with
As for all the other events, these videos also will be uploaded very immediately on our Indic Academy YouTube channel, and the edited individual pieces of edited talks also will get uploaded in a week's time, in a very short time. Indica Today YouTube channel already has this recording on it, but it will be unedited. Edited pieces will be ready within a few days. Thank you very much.
Namaste.